This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At dahil dyan, ituloy-tuloy natin ang pangarap dito lamang sa ating day number 2 ng week na ito para sa Crossfire Philippines, pare. It's the Impactful once again. At kami ang makikita nyo dito muna for the first matchup of the day. It's Bipolar and as well as Mochi on the caster's decks. Mochi, kamusta naman tayo dyan?
Okay naman, pare. Grabe naman yung intro mo doon. And it
Diba?
seems like
Parang hindi tayo buryo, Mochi. Parang hindi tayo buryo.
parang okay naman tayo, no? Sana okay din kayo dyan ngayon na nanonood sa inyong mga stream. Hopefully, yung araw nyo ay okay ngayon. Lalo na, may papasok na naman na bagyo. Grabe, sunod-sunod, no? Dinedelubyo na yung Pilipinas at lalo ding may mga delubyong dala itong mga kampo natin dito sa Impactful. Kasi pre, balita natin kahapon tayo naman tayo, ang tindi ng mga nangyari kahapon.
Yeah, sobrang tindi talaga niya. Sobrang tindi talaga. To a point naging 2-0, 2-1, and 2-0 yung mga nakita natin kahapon. But for now, let's look back muna kung ano nga bang format natin dito. For the group stage, it is a team kung saan single round robin nangyari and a best of 3 series every time. That is what's happening right now. Pero pagdating naman sa playoffs, it's just 4 team left. So kalahati tanggal, kalahati aangat with a single elimination and a best of 5 series. So maghanda na kayo kasi painit ng painit, paganda ng paganda ang laban dahil lamang sa prize pool natin na whopping $2,500.
Omsim ka dyan, no, partner? Tapos, ang maganda dyan, kahit anong estado nila dito sa ating standing, matik meron at meron silang makukuha, just distributed depending at sino ang pinakaangat at sino ang pinaka nasa baba. Which is still nice, kasi biro mo ganun ka-generous si Smilegate.
I mean, Smilegate is the best at dahil dyan, we will also see what the standings is na after doing what the script has been telling us na nanggaling sa production team and mula kay Smilegate from day number 1 and until this day, ito na po ang ating standings for now. Kadiliman E-Sports still on the top pedestal ng ating leaderboards or in the standings, still undefeated just like Team Stallions pagdating sa regional finals. Kadiliman E-Sports naman ang nananaig dito with a clean record. Querdas Esports after them, Fervid as well, at mamaya may kita nyo maglaban-laban yan. Blue Vortex, Sunday Shrooms on the 4th and the 5th. Pagdating naman sa 6, 7, 8, it's Alliance Gaming, Team Micro, and Rhea 7 GAON. It's actually crazy, no, Mochi, na we're getting to a point na this standings might not change at all.
Yeah, totoo lang, no? Pero sobrang tindi din ng mga aasaman nating mga laban dito kasi biro mo, puro magkakasunod yung mga magdaglaban ngayong araw. It's all or nothing para dito sa Blue Vortex, sa Fervid, Sunday Shrooms, and as well as dito kay Rhea 7 and Team Micro. Pero ano nga ba ang mga laban natin ngayon, no? Parang na binyagan na natin ang bahagya, which is yun nga, ito, yung mga nakita natin sa standings natin, which is medyo matindi ata yung magiging challenge nila for today.
I mean, sobrang tindi na to a point na kailangan muna natin simulan sa pinakamababa natin dito sa standings, which is Rhea 7 GAON and Team Micro. This is gonna be a battle wherein you have to prove yourself that you are worthy of being here sa Impactful. Pagdating naman doon sa dalawa, this is actually the middle of our standings. So pataas tayo ng pataas kung saan Sunday Shrooms at Blue Vortex naman ang may kita nyo dito on our match number 2. But nonetheless, kung last time nakita natin ang 1 and 2 spot, fighting it all out, the second and the third spot naman na maglalaban-laban at 7 p.m. And that is gonna be crazy just because it's Fervid Esports and Querdas ang may kita nyo doon.
Wow! Ay, nako po, parang ano na lang to no? more of a banter game para kay Fervid as well as Querdas kung sinong mas angat in taking that second and third spot on our standings, which is gonna be exciting for us. And also dito naman kay Rhea 7 GAON and Team Micro, it's the opposite end of the spectrum kung saan papakita nila to at least even garner at least one win dito sa buong impactful natin so far, which is quite unfortunate, pero wala ganun talaga. It's a battle of the fittest after all.
Yeah, it's the battle of the fittest and the battle keeps on giving for these two teams at dahil dyan, everybody, kami rin ay may ibibigay sa'yo, especially coming in from the roads or coming in from Smilegate and CFS itself. Tayo po ay may konting commercial. In the words of Salvatore, meron tayong Stove PC client event kung saan madali lang naman makakuha ng points para makakuha ng possible na 4 permanent skins. Mag-login lang sa CF gamit ang Stove PC client at kumuha na ng magagandang exchange in terms of permanent skins. Meron tayo dyang Blue Light, meron din tayo dyang Chetak Dominator Gold na I love saying kasi palagi ko naaalala si Salvatore. Tapos meron din ako dyan na I think just onti na lang makakuha ko ng M4A1S na Obsidian Gold. So, Obsidian Zilong. So, it's nice to see. Kaya kung kailangan nyo ng permanent skins, meron tayong libre. Just migrate towards the Stove PC client and i-check nyo na ang ating showcase event. Just visit the webpage of the event, cfph.onstove.com/stove-client-official. At dahil dyan, Mochi, oras na para tignan natin dito ang ating mga teams after that beautiful event. Tignan natin dito kung sino nga ba ang team substitutions natin for today kasi this will create a different taste in towards the battlefield. Dahil dyan, this is actually gonna be crazy kasi pagdating sa R7G, si Lemon will be going out and si EAS muna ang papasok. Ikaw ba, Mochi? Any thoughts within this?
Wow, this is quite of an interesting move. I don't know if pahinga lang ni Lemon or like they are planning to do something else yun with EAS joining the mix here or joining the bunch here. But I really do hope that there will be just little adjustment that they have to do because once again, whenever that there is a player na isa subject, imposibleng hindi magkakaroon ng epekto sa mga internal processes ongoing sa mga teams natin. So this can be a good for worse, but we're vouching that this will be for the better naman. Also para lang din na maging smooth itong laban nila dito sa ating unang serye para sa araw na ito.
I mean, it's gonna be crazy no na Lemon will be out of the game kasi we've been seeing him a lot already even since day number 1. Alam ko nandun agad si Lemon and now EAS will be, providing us with different kinds of playstyle and syempre, ano na rin, may ibang tunog na rin tayo makikita dito. But now, let's look at the map Vito kung ano nga pinili ng ating R7G, Rhea 7 GAON and as well as Team Micro. Compound 2, Sub-Base, Iglay 2.0, Mexico mawawala. Pero syempre, dediretso na naman tayo sa Ankara, Mochi. And what's interesting here is Black Widow yung pangalawa, Port pa yung pangatlo.
Very interesting, not gonna lie. I feel like dito na naman magsha-shine yung mga snipers natin and as well as yung mga magagaling na dumaga dito sa magkabilang kampo natin. Medyo nagkaroon naman tayo ng ideya din for Team Micro wherein there are certain times na si Yogs at si Jeans ang umiikot at dumuronda and as well as si Knight, no? Depende sa talaga kung sinong on duty But this time is gonna be interesting kasi biro mo, hindi natin din sure kung sinong magpo-call ng shots dito para sa Rhea 7 GAON, no? So, malalaman din natin yan maya-maya with these current mixes sa ating map Vito. We're gonna see kung magkakaroon nga ba din ng kalamangan ng Rhea 7 GAON for our first map ng Ankara. Kasi magaling din gumalaw si si Team Micro.
Yeah, it's actually crazy na if you remember, Mochi, ito rin yung map pool ng Team Micro nung kinalaban sila nung Querdas at the very first week. So it didn't really change. So we might see a possible rewrite of the stories for Team Micro, especially na ganito nga yung ating map pool. But Ankara, it's been a staple pagdating dito sa ating Impact Fall. So let's see if may iba na talagang gagawin ang ating dalawang teams dito. But before that, Mochi, oras na para mag-predict muna tayo. I'll give you the first prediction of the day kasi medyo mabigat naman in my eyes. What do you think ang magiging resulta natin dito after the best of 3 series?
Just basing on the performance of Team Micro in Ankara from yesterday, nakalaban nila dito si Blue Vortex, I will head for 2-1 Team Micro because I feel like they have better synergy right after all of the training arcs na pinagdaanan nila from our previous teams, and as well as nagkaroon din sila ng magandang improvement so far. No, nakakapag-adjust naman sila. It's just a matter of time for them to adapt in certain occasions. For Rhea 7 GAON, I feel like medyo iffy pa ako. Hindi po pa nakikita yung balanced na swak na hinahanap natin para sa kanila. Lalong-lalo na na-swap pa itong si Lemon dito. That might be a challenge for them.
Yeah, it might really be a challenge, pero I think I'll go the other way, Mochi. I'll go 2-1 in favor of Rhea 7 GAON, and para lang ma-justify yung akin dito kasi I want to make like mula ngayong araw na to hanggang Chengdu na to, Mochi, gusto ko paabutin na 100% yung win rate ko dito sa prediction natin. So hopefully I am right here, pero I think kasi Team Micro is not gonna be able to perform in up against Rhea 7 GAON, especially na unang mapa natin dito sa Ankara, just because of statistics itself. Rhea 7 medyo iffy in terms of these maps or in terms of closing out the rounds. Kaso nga lang, it's the bottom of our standings so anything can happen. Baka may iba talaga tayong makitang alam mo yun, labanan mamaya. Baka ito na talaga ang isa pang yung forthcoming ng last hurrah ng Rhea 7 GAON. Bugs! Kahit kakasimula pa lang natin may forthcoming na tayong nalalabas. But nonetheless, everybody, it is Ankara pagdating sa mapa natin dito. Mochi, any thoughts?
All I am expecting here is this will be a all or nothing match, especially yun nga kung na rin nagsabi, this is the bottom of our standings here, and wala naman din na nga silang mararating dito but to go upward other than that one and prove that they really do deserve the slot that's been granted sa kanila dito sa ating Impactful, hopefully. And I'm definitely just wishing for the best dito sa buong seryeng ito, pre.
I actually will look at the players right now para lang ma-refresh ang ating mga viewers. On Team Micro, you do have Jeans, you do have Yogs, Yags, Dexy, Tangbats, Knight, and of course, there's sub-in na si KRB, but no sub-in for them. So, buong roster to ng Team Micro versus may word dun Pero for R7G or Rhea 7 GAON, medyo there's a different taste on that side. Wala si Lemon, so that just means it's Zeke, Charles, Ajax, EAS, and JCD if I am correct. But nonetheless, Mochi, I think for Team Micro, kung naalala nyo, it was Tangbats that is always making plays. Even Knight was also one of the players na nakikita natin dito that's always popping off.
Yeah, I feel like ang nakikita nating kakulangan sa kanila is the way they strategize whenever na napupunta sila on the BL side, and as well as the lack of utility usage galing sa kanila, no? I remember yesterday's series, it averages for like 23% for the whole entire series na mismo yon, which is not gonna lie, pretty low in our perspective, which is once again, you want that advantage as much as possible, gatekeep as much information para sa kalaban and delay them if you can. But I feel like that's a lot of room for improvement here for Team Micro. But on the other hand, for R7G, I feel like parang synergy talaga yung talunan dito para sa kanila, no? But when it comes to utility usage, decent naman. I feel like they should just work a bit more closer to each other this time around.
I mean, let's see talaga pagdating dito sa Ankara. No more holding back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this day. A better day to start off Crossfire. Mag-ingat po tayong lahat dyan sa labas if you are still outside. But nonetheless, good morning, good afternoon, and let's go here sa mid. Ajax will fall down.
Ay, sinimulan na maganda rin ito ni Dexy, no? With a really quick pick up dito sa mid area natin with JCD opting for the trade sana. Pero may bilis din ang balik dito ni Knight, no? Going closer than ever ang iyang mga member natin dito for Team Micro. And we are yet to see a necessary push and even a commitment kasi parang tinusubukan na solohin ito ni Zeke. Kaya lang ang hirap, kaya nagtawag na rin siya ng kasama dito ngayon, pre.
Yeah. They need that extra defense ba para at least they have trade-offs. Last time na nakita natin, ito din yung problema ng Rhea 7 GAON. They don't wanna go for like multiplayer approach. So palaging mag-isa lang. EAS, hindi ko alam kung napansin niya pero lumabas yung ulo doon ni Tangbats a little bit, okay? So feeling naman natin he does acknowledge that pero wag na lang labanan kasi mabilisang spam nga yun. Zeke behind them, Dexy falls down, that's the C4. So babalik siya ngayon, Mochi, dito sa tunnels.
Ay, naku po, medyo mahilangan nila mag-regroup dito for Team Micro. But I wonder if that would actually be possible kasi meron ng mga nakabantay dito opting for a possible sandwich sa kanila, no? EAS, nakikipagsayawan lamang pero mapapatay. Ni Tangbats mapapatahimik sa kadim ng banda. Nandito lang sa sulok. Nitong isa with a quick scope na kailan kay Charles. No, ngayon si Zeke na lang ang naiiwan dito, may Polar.
Zeke is way behind. Sorban delayed. Tangbats hindi niya ata napansin. Hindi rin sila nagkakatinginan. Diyos ko po, parang nung kabataan ko, Mochi, na hinawakan ko, yung nanay ko, hindi ko pala nanay yun. Diyos ko, day. Mali pala ang kasama ko. But nonetheless, that was what happened there for Team Micro and Reyes 7 GAON. But Team Micro, looking at them, Tangbats is popping off 3 kills already para sa kanya. Pero here on the second round, Gene, sabi niya, diretso na lang ako. I know where the players are at and I can just keep on pushing. Zeke now with his own kill.
Okay, starting nga pretty strong here for both sides. Ngayon naman bilis yung palit dito ng R7G. I really like their adjustment here in terms of positioning, no? Allocating additional people dito on our B site just in case that there is a possibility for them to up for a rush or further casualties na kontra dito sa R7G. Pero ngayon, tahimik ang madlang people from Team Micro and it seems like they are gonna be getting that additional kill here. Si Ajax ang magpapasimuno no to Tangbats, one of their crucial players so far here for Team Micro, already gone.
Oh, looking at it, hindi pa rin talaga
Uy,
tapos ang
grabe!
labanan. Mawawala din dito si Dexy. It's Ajax just with the USP and it's all up to Yogs. And with his hand up and holding out a grenade, Ajax claims 3 kills in that round.
Man, ang bilis trumabaho ni Ajax doon. No? Parang ito na ata yung katapat ni Tangbats dito for R7G na as much as possible na kaya niyang ubusin yung sangkatauhan dito galing sa Team Micro. Gagawin niya yon as much as he can. But now, multiple shots being fired. Critically low ngayon dito si Yogs, no? They will try to for pick-off plays here for Team Micro for the time being. Pero ang tanong may sisilip ba galing sa R7G? Lalong-lalo na, the sitting pretty sila ngayon on the defense.
Yeah. They put 2 people here on A, they put 2 people on B, and 1 very deep in that hotel position. Scattered pa naman ang ating mga players coming in from Team Micro, trying to look if there's angles to possibly to get into. EAS dito sa tunnels will be spotting out 1, pero hindi naman yung C4, so not a lot of information para dito sa R7G. Charles, medyo kailangan niya mag-ingat kasi maraming tao sa labas. Pero with Ajax pushing out here in EA, may kita niya agad bago pa mag-fully bloom yung smoke.
Naku po, yun lang, no? Napitas dito si Dexy and sobrang low na ni Yogs at ni Jeans ngayon. Hindi pa i-check ni Jeans ang kanyang kaliwang Oh no, kaliwang direction. It is so sad. JCD free kill yun para sa kanya, no? And parang nagkakandawatak-watak na yung dapat na solidong atake dito ng Team Micro. Ajax dumagdag pa si Knight dito sa ating hukay. At ngayon antabayanan natin kung may bawi nga ba ang dalawang naiiwang member dito ng Team Micro. Sinusubukan palagan lumaban despite of the fact na siya ay sugatan. Zeke at EAS.
Babalik siya?
Ay, naku po! May nakuha niya pa si Zeke down. I feel like may ideya na siya kung saan manggagaling dito si EAS. I wonder if there is going to be this ample time para ma-put down niya yung C4 natin dito sa A-side pero ipupush niya ata. Naku po, isang malaking pagkakamali yan! Men, okay na sana yun kay Yogs, kaya lang masyado siyang natuwa mag-push.
Yeah, masyado nag-asim din si Yogs, but he was crazy. For you to look back at EA, you're already in sight Hindi niya clear yung buong site, which was crazy. He didn't have information na may taong galing dito sa exit agad, na may malapit. He really just looked back at tinigil niya agad doon yung rotation ng buong R7G. Charles though, interesting angle, makuha siyang isa. Zeke keeps on giving the bullets. At Mochi, dalawa agad mamatay dito for the side of Team Micro. Matagdagan pa ata.
Naku po! Hindi ko alam anong nangyayari dito kay Team Micro. Isa-isa silang nag-e-execute, nagpupush dito ng walang suporta sa isa't isa. Contrary to what we had from our first round kanina. Now Dexy all alone, already being spotted here by JCD and the bunch. And finally being eliminated. Third round on the board here for R7G. And so far man, parang ito na yung siguro yung pagkakataon for R7G to keep their momentum going and even try to be more confident than ever before. Ito yung opportunity nila para makapag-push forward ng sama-sama in order to deny any possible space being given and taken away dito by Team Micro on the attacking. Pero si Charles, kadikalilaw na. Ay naku po, na popcorn pa!
Di pa tapos, Mochi, yung laban natin dito. Ajax ngayon, trying to use the TRG, able to get one! Also, that's a double kill for him, pero he falls down. But the damage has been done. Yung ginawa nila dito kay Charles, nabawi agad ni Ajax in mere 2 seconds.
Yes, indeed. Which is quite of a problem here for Team Micro, especially ngayon. I don't know why they are trying to divide every single one into a specific and different position. Dexy, saan ka nakatingin? Minumulto ka na ni JCD at si Jake may ispatan din, and it's no all up to you. Once again, would there be a certain possibility for this bro to actually clutch this round para sa kanyang team? Lalo na ito na naman, no, parehong magkabilang miyembro natin is already critically low in terms of HP. It's just a matter of who would be able to spot the other one. Earlier, nagkasalisihan pa. Zik, naku po, pagkabingat niya, saktong-sakto pa sa ulo ni Yogs dito, which is quite a unfortunate scenario for Team Micro once again.
That was actually good awareness mula kay mula sa R7G, no, na nag-crouch muna siya papunta doon towards tower, and it was just Zeke crazy against Team Micro right now. Palaging bloody mga laban na natin tulad neto. 30 seconds into the round, JCD all the way
Galing!
mula dito sa hotel position. Dalawa mapatay niya at si Jeans ata dediretso pa sa mid.
Napakagaling ni JCD doon, no? And with that, walang bawi, walang sagot, walang bira. Si Team Micro ngayon, pero susubukan nilang palagan yung tumatao dito sa benserya natin, no? Yung nag-aakma na kumuha. Pero si Dexy ang makakapita sa kanya. And another here sa ating Curveria, maaaring mag-meet sila dito. Saktong-sakto, flash grenade and a shot here from Knighten as well as Dexy. 3v3 labanan natin ngayon, no commitments as of yet, pero libreng-libre ang A-side, Bipolar.
Sobrang libre to a point na hindi muna nila dinediretso to. Still, they have a lot of time, 1 minute. Still a lot of utilities in the hands of Genius. Pwede pa rin naman sila mag-execute there, but they want to go towards mid. They feel like there's a lot of presence always sa Vence. Wala nga lang nagpakita, so just unfortunate circumstances. 3 HK 417 sa may kita dito at si Zeke coming from CA.
Uy, parehong nakatalikod! Ako po, ano nangyayari dito ngayon, Dexy? Ay, nasisilipin lang ni AS at tanggal agad ang ulo niya. That's so sad here for Team Micro. Biro mo, R7G, super good in their standing so far. 4 rounds in advantage, contrary dito kay Team Micro, no? And they are yet to find the recipe in order to keep their attacks solidified. Pero Yogs, may mapipita siya dito, and an immediate answer back dito for a couple of membership for R7G, and it seems like we are yet to see a really good commitment and push here from Team Micro as of yet, kasi it all boils down to the raw duels na nangyayari dito sa mid area natin.
Yeah, it's the right way to describe it. A raw duels that just keeps on giving. 3 people falling down for the side of R7G dun sa gitna natin. And sugatan pa rin naman dito si Yog, so it's almost like a 2v2.5 fight every time now. Pero may ipit ata dito si Charles. Here in hotel, magkakakitaan sila ni Knight. And as they go in, Charles easily falling down. It's all up to Ajax, who is in CA.
Ito na ba yung simula para makabawi ang Team Micro? With Ajax being left here, naku, it's a matter of segregation kasi if ever na magagawa niya yun na maganda, naku po, malaki ang possibility na ma-retake niya pa ata ito. Pero dalawa, ang tumatao dito sa mismong site natin, tumatalon-talon, sisigaw, sasabihin, nandito si Ajax sa entrada ng A, mukhang makikita ata siya dito, medyo delikado para sa kanya, pero susubukan niya pa rin to push, otherwise, Knight would be taking him down. Man, another point here para kay Team Micro. They finally broke the 4-win round streak na meron dito ang R7G.
Yeah. Buti na lang nakabawi doon ng Team Micro because alam mo naman yun, Moche, pag ikaw yung Black Widow dito sa ating Ankara, at least you want 4 rounds. So they're going towards the right facing right now, pero instant trade-offs. Ajax with an interesting peek, Knight with the spam out towards Zeke, pero Dexy will also fall down. JCD able to spot his head.
Grabe naman yan, which is not good news at all here for Team Micro. Charles critically low, no? Isang pitik na lang tulog na rin tong si Charles, pero naku po, si Ajax gusto pa sanang makakuha ng isa pa dito sa dilaw na area natin. Masisipat, masisilip na po, inakyat pa talaga yung kahon para lang makuha tong si Knight. Even Tangbats though, 1 shot, 1 kill onto EAS. But they're gonna try and creep dito sa B-site natin. At nakaantabay na kaagad yung tatlong naiiwang member dito ng R7G for a possible retake. Yung barrel ata, nakita na ba yung barrel doon?
Hindi ata, Mochi, pero nagkakakitaan na nga sila ngayon kung saan si Tangbats at si Yogs makakapatay ng dalawa. Charles goes in!
Already low. Naku, bumabata siya dito. Wait lang, pre. Kailangan ko ng break. Masyado na akong low. Pero susubukan niyang bumalik dito kung sakali, no? But the question is, kaya ba? Kasi tignan mo, napaka-agresibo ng angulo dito ni Tangbats. Tamang abang lamang kung saan magagalit si Charles. Saktong-sakto ang kanyang pagkuha sa kanyang another round here for our BL side.
I mean, the BL side right now is pretty much looking better than before. Parang it took them some time para ma-realize kung paano nga ba dito ang galawan ng R7G. 3 rounds in for TM, 5 rounds for R7G. And Ajax starts off the last round dito sa ating first half with an initial kill already. Tangbats, lalabas pa siya ng EA, Mochi. Si Knight ako po, nakatingin sa vents.
What the heck, that is insane, no? O, nagiging confident na ng sobra itong si R7G. Walang nagagawa dito sa Team Micro but to accept and try to combat it out. Pero mas may kalamangan pa rin talaga ang R7G kasi sobrang sakto, sobrang solido, sobrang ganda ng mga duels nila dito. And so far, ito na ang unang half natin dito here in the map of Ankara. Man, I feel like R7G is just going berserk on this one kasi tignan mo naman yung mga KD natin dito, no? Specifically for Ajax himself. 13-8. He's feeling himself.
13-8, that is actually crazy. And to a point that these two teams are not like total aimers in terms of headshots kasi kung nakikita natin dito the one with the most headshots is just 5 and it's Zeke. Si Ajax ngayon will also start off this round with an initial kill. He's been dominating so far pagdating sa TRG na ito and he's been dictating these initial contacts. Pero again, it's Team Micro wanting to tie it up with R7G. 3 round deficit lang naman. Ajax here in Arco gusto pumunta on LA once again. This is his hometown. At si Dexy, mukhang lalabas pa ng vents doon. But Tangbats now able to spot out JCD. Dexy falls down!
Oh, wow. Kung gaano kabilis maka-pick off itong si Team Micro, ganun din kabilis ang bawi at dinadagdagan pa. Tenfold ang balik dito na ginagawa ngayon ni R7G. And so far, it's all up to Jeans here. Tried to fend and fight for his life regardless of the fact na medyo may kalugian talaga siya ngayon in terms of numbers. But he will try to duel it out either way. Ajax pa rin out dito through the window. At siya'y binato lang dito pansamantala. 7-3 na. Naku po, ang lapit ng matapos nito ng R7G kung sakali because so far, grabe lang talaga yung mga executes nila dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, their executions have been pristine. It's always just giving good executions for the side of R7G. Dire-diretso lang. Wala masyadong flashes, wala masyadong smokes. But this, in terms of getting into where they wanna go, Mochi, they're not failing.
Not failing indeed. I feel like they already had a certain idea kung how things go dito ngayon, no? Pero Tangbat, susubukan pa rin na makakuha ng mga pickoffs dito galing sa R7G. And it seems like nagawa niya naman yun na maganda, no? 4v4 with a certain amount of chip damage being dealt from both teams here. But in terms of defense, I feel like kailangan na lang gawin dito ni Team Micro, mag-intay, mag-abang at tignan kung meron silang masisipat at mapipita. Sisik na doon at kitang-kita siya ni Nike dito ngayon. Sayang yung sneaky and stealthy play sana na gusto niyang gawin because bilis mag-dissipate ng smoke.
Sobrang bilis to a point na di mo na lang alam kung paano nga ba lalaroin yung mga scenarios na yun, kung saan si Ajax ngayon goes in and doesn't even able to get someone there. Charles, merong trade-off. Pero looking at this, naiipit na dito yung isang player natin at yung C4 pa yan.
Tangbat! We'll be getting Charles as well. JCD, naku po, sobrang layo niya na dito. I wonder if i-expect siya dito ni Tangbat. Nakaabang. Just looking at the exit at siya ay e-exit din dito sa round na to. During that situation, now feel like Team Micro is already getting that decent defense that they are vouching for themselves. We have been able to point out yung kanilang defensive prowess in certain maps. One of those is in the map of Ankara, and I feel like they are more than eager para ma-equalize itong ating mga numero ngayon, no? Despite of the oddities and as well as yung pag-pop off dito consistently ni Zeke and as well as ni Ajax. This is gonna be quite of a challenge here for Team Micro, but they will still try to do their best anyway with allocation of 3 people dito sa A site natin and some subtle diversions with 2 more people from B.
Okay.
Kita.
JCD able to dodge the bullets at dahil dyan, Zeke activates trying to go for trying to push out these players dito sa tower position natin. Pero Tangbats is able to spot out one. JCD was not able to flick upwards at dahil dyan, medyo open na ang mag-open na ang opensa dito ng ating R7G. Might have to consider on going for a default play kung saan na tatamaan pa naman ng plapla dito si Tangbats. How did he do that? Saktong-sakto yung kanyang lineups.
Grabe din naman nga yan, no? But now, 4v3. Parang as much as possible, R7G can even try to overwhelm yung mga tao dito kay Team Micro, pero nakastack sila ngayon into A and also occupying really decent angles as well in order to deny any possible pushes na manggagalit sa kanila. Pero si Dexy ata mawawala na, mauubusan ng pasensya, magpipik ng bahagya dito sa entrada. EAS may ideya na, and as well as si Charles na nakaabang lang sa kabilang banda. Pero ngayon, 33 seconds in the clock here, definitely clearing a little by little dito sa ating B site na kung saan sa Ajax lang na nandito. I feel like they're trying to bait it all out here in order to lead them into thinking na sa B side sila magko-commit. Naku po, Ajax may ispatan ni Dexy, and ito na ang hudyat para makapasok ang lahat dito sa A site natin ngayon.
I mean, what a distraction wala kay Ajax. He did his work. And on top of that, talagang nabamboozle niya yung 3 players dito ng buong TM. They have to go towards exit as a 3-man push at alam na to nila Zeke kasi walang pumunta ng CA. All they have to do now is use up all of their utilities and keep on spamming this exit position. Unang lalabas si Jace and he will fall down. Night as well, pero wala nang magagawa yun. What a successful multi-prong approach mula dito sa ating mula sa R7G, Mochi.
Yes, indeed. Seems like we're finding a bit more structure din dito sa mga approach ng R7G dito sa BL, no? Which is wonderful for us to witness. Definitely obliterating the defensive prowess nitong Team Micro through the mind games na iminabato nila dito. Tangbats, tatao lang pansamantala sa hotel area natin. Baka lang may sumilip, pero wala eh. Play safe itong si R7G with the rest of the squad trying to put themselves in a better position dito sa ating LA area. Tangbats, magpupush pa siya dito. Parang medyo delikado to, especially with the TRG.
Parang gusto niya, Mochi. Parang hindi siya magtutigil eh. Parang hindi siya
Hala.
talaga tumitigil.
Ooh.
Parang patigilin niyo yan. Diyos ko po. Humedshot pa si Tang Bats and he was unscathed. How did he know na mag-isa lang yung tao doon? He was so confident, Mochi, na malilikuran sila dito from tower.
Yeah, I'm quite unsure about that as well, especially with all of our yung mga nakikita natin dito. I feel like it's just a matter of who will be caught off guard here. Yogs, may ispatan, but in terms of si JCD lang naman ang mamamayagpag. Knight being able to spot him out alongside with Dexy. It seems like 8-5 ang ating scoreline ngayon. Napatasan na ng bahagya, no? Unti-unti nang gumagapang at nagkakaroon ng pag-asenso itong Team Micro ngayon. Pero until when could they be able to hold this out since isang round na lang away from the match point itong si R7G?
I mean, they're feeling themselves right now, Mochi, kasi to a point na ginagawa na to ni Tangbats, mga Holy Mary plays, some interesting ones. But now here on mid, they are setting up, trying to go possibly towards B. And as well as a bypass push, probably. 2 players lang naman ang pupunta ang may kita nila. It's Yogs and one more player. They go in, undetected. Yogs falls down. May isa pa ata. Tangbats, natamaan lahat ng bala. JCD with a double kill.
Oh my! Everything is falling apart here for Team Micro. Texie and Jeans na lang naiiwan, trying to spout out here through the window. Multiple members from R7G, and it seems like they're trying to equalize the numbers here for their own good. And it seems like they were able to do so, pero they really have to work closely here. Ajax spotting out itong si Jeans, and it seems like may ideya na sila kung saan magagaling dito si Dexy. Iikot, naispatan, babatuhan at pinapcorn pa nga ni Ajax ito. Match point secured para kay R7G.
Alam mo, Mochi, kahit sobrang hectic ng mga teamfights natin, so kahit sobrang hectic ng mga executions and defense, it works out. Tsaka nakakuha pa rin sila ng time na tumama ng saktong-sakto yung mga granada, which is crazy. Just like this, Tangbat, sabi ko sa'yo, huwag mong gagawin yan! What a shot onto Zeke! Pero nandyan naman si EAS with a trade-off. But man, oh man, R7G now, medyo takot na sila pumasok sa EA.
Talaga, no? Sino ba namang hindi magdadalawang isip kapag ganyan ang sitwasyon mo? Tangbats, nako po, ayan na naman siya kung san-san napapadpad, kung san-san sumisilip at ngayon napatahimik ni JCD itong si Tangbats. Pero tatlo pa ang naiiwan dito sa Team Micro, no? Parang naririnig nila kung saan nanggagaling sila Ajax, and the squad ngayon is just Ajax. Kakampi niya lang daw ang kanyang sarili, and eventually to none, G's being able to take him out. 9-6. Wow! Lumalaban, pumupuso pa ang Team Micro dito, pero R7G parang iba talaga yung talima nila dito and the attack.
Iba yung tusok dito ng R7G. 21 kills by the way on Ajax, and he goes in for his 20 seconds as he kills off Tangbats. Masyado ka na daw maasim.
Ako po, isa lang din yung nakabantay dito ngayon, si Dexy lang, no? Pero yun na nga, pumasok na agad ang R7G, and oh, now they are trying to breach out and occupy as much space as possible here, demolishing every single wall na sumusubukan pa lang sana na mag-rotate, and the first set is now being conquered by Rhea 7 GAON. Congratulations, mukhang meron na silang edge ngayon in this first series, and man, oh man, can I just also say na ang tindi ng kanilang what do you call this, coordination right now, and even in terms of communication, and as well as their subtle lurks in certain areas, specifically to mid area, and as well as sa metal doors natin, phenomenal so far.
I mean, it's not just a good start anymore. It's a confident start for them to get into map number 2 as well. Pagdating natin sa Black Widow dito, medyo sugatan ang buong Team Micro already at the start of the round, just because medyo naging talaga it was in the favor of R7G. Yes, nakakuha ng rounds dito ang Team Micro, pero from the start until the beginning, from the start until the end, R7G actually nakukuha nila yung buong map control, nakukuha nila yung momentum in terms of team fights. Palaging angat ditong R7G, so they have that extra firepower every time. Pagdating naman dito sa Black Widow, hopefully makapag-adjust ang Team Micro, but wow, it's a formidable start kung saan umabot din ng 22 kills or 21 kills dito si Ajax, and that's actually kind of hard in a way sa pag nakita mo yung playstyle ng dalawang teams natin na all-out aggressive.
Yes, and we finally understood why ito yung pinili ni R7G, yung Ankara. This enables them to be a bit more aggressive, especially when they find their footing into better understanding dito sa mga galawan ng Team Micro. I feel like nakita naman siguro din nila yung kanilang laban yesterday, which gave them a better idea how they would handle Team Micro here in Ankara. And well-deserved itong ating laban dito. It's just unfortunate na hindi ito na stretch into an overtime ni Team Micro. No? Talaga nahirapan sila kasi antindi naman din talaga ng mga membro dito. Kasi biro mo, unang nag-step up si Ajax, nag-step up si JCD, tapos pati si EAS, no, nagpapasiklab din, which has been pretty much a problem dito kay Team Micro, to the point na dahil nilang naiiwang butas, they haven't been able to support each other that well, and instead R7G took this win away from them.
I mean, R7G really just had a game plan, and that was keep on going, keep on giving them hell pagdating sa laban na ito.
Yeah.
Whenever it started, kahit BL pa man, kahit GR side pa man yan, nakikita nga natin na parang they were taking extra levels of getting map control. They were getting a lot of space, and napansin nga natin na R7G actually going for trade-offs now, which is kind of rare pagdating sa kanila dito sa ating impactful. Again, medyo nagiging what they call this, mas naging better na talaga ditong R7G, but last few weeks, might as well just give them hell pagdating sa mga labanan natin. Team Micro though, may angas naman din ang Team Micro, but medyo lacking lang pagdating sa Ankara. Now, Black Widow, any thoughts about that, Mochi?
So now that this is a map that's been chosen by Micro, we are expecting that they will lead the charge here. But unfortunately, when it comes to like the pick-off potential na meron dito ang R7G, that might be a possible challenge sa kanila na makikita natin, especially when it comes to the GR side, kasi I believe dito nag-untangle and nag-unravel lahat kung gaano karami yung baon ng kabilang kampo when it comes to attacking, and kung gaano katindi yung pasensya at disiplina na meron dito sa depensa ng kung sino man ang unang matutoka doon. So I guess that it is just a matter of will JCDEAS and Ajax bring that same energy dito sa ating Black Widow natin, na in control talaga sila sa mga spaces na ino-occupy nila, and as much as possible even trying to catch multiple members here from Team Micro off guard, which I believe is also a possible approach here, pero not too much since Black Widow itong mapa.
I mean, now, let's look at the highlights, no, kung paano nga ba talaga gumalaw ang ating mga teams dito. Ito Zeke and Ajax able to perform out of their minds, pero for Team Micro naman, Mochi, you have to give it Dexy, also just providing some firepower. Yogs actually, initial rounds pa lang natin dito, able to get like at least 5 kills into 4 rounds. But nonetheless, diretso lang talaga si Zeke. He was, parang nga ba natin sabihin to, undetected na he was a force to be reckoned with. Diretso lang siya, sama pa si Ajax with his aggressive angles.
Diba, no? Sobrang tindi. And not to mention that they always have someone with them in these highlights, no? Parang imposible na sila lang ang nagsosolo, not unless they are just gonna be there in order to gather additional information para sa mga kasama nila. But other than that, it seems like in terms of synergy, R7G is definitely the one na masangat dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara. Pero ano nga ba meron dito sa set summary? Alam mo man, hindi na ako magtataka pag si Ajax yung nag-MVP dito. Kasi biro mo, hindi naman talaga. Tignan mo, 1.92 yung KD niya dito, which is insane.
It's so insane, to a point na yung KR niya din 1.44. You have to give it to him kasi talagang he applied pressure pagdating dito sa Ankara. Let's look at Zeke as well. And so it's JCD. He got out with a 1.17, mas mataas pa siya kay Zeke. And in terms of headshot, these two players, 0.55 and 0.57 respectively. On the other side naman natin dito, with 6 points in their name, Jeans was performing as well, pero si Knight and si Tangbats ang kailangan nating highlight dito. Kill per run kay Tangbats, it's always guaranteed, pero yung headshot rating dito ng mga players not that great compared to what you see on Rhea 7 GAON. It's Dexy though with a 0.6 that keeps them alive pagdating sa mga initial contacts.
Yeah, that is so true. And not to mention, I feel like in-anticipate na rin natin no, some of our pointers of improvements din. No? Sobrang baba talaga ng smoke and utility usage dito ng Team Micro. But at least na-compensate yan ng maganda na ito ng R7G with Ajax being able to lead the charge as a set MVP, 1.44k RN as well as 1.92 KD. And like what you've said, hindi man talaga ganun kalaki yung impact dito with the headshot. Kung meron ng mga one-tap guarantee, yung weapon na ginagamit mo, why even bother if secure mo naman yung kill either way.
Yeah, very, very much so. You just keep on spraying, and that is what Ajax did with the TRG. Dire-diretso lang, keep on firing and keep on giving some some hope para sa team mo. And with him, with the 1.44 KR, talagang wala, it's guaranteed almost, and palagi pa siya makakuha ng multifrags. That is what we want to see from Ajax. Pero right now, let's see muna kung ano nga ba yung highlights niya from the get-go. Nakikita nga rin natin kay Ajax na parang he was setting up a tempo kung saan he planted himself here in tower every time dito, almost in the GR spawn, hold out this angle, tapos pwede pa siya pumunta ng A site, which is actually interesting kasi most of his kills when they were on the GR side, dito siya nananalo here on LA. I mean like on EA, tapos wala pa siyang body sa likuran niya. He was a one-man army pagdating sa TRG.
Yeah, that is true. And not to mention din yung mga boys plays niya, bino mo babatuhin niya sana ng smoke itong entrada ng A just to show in order to, serve as a barrier. Tapos bigla niyang ipupush, no? Imagine the confidence in this guy. And also the mind games that it also compensates all these wonderful plays na galing sa R7G. It's wonderful. I wonder if maka-carry over nila ito sa mapa ng Black Widow.
Yeah, hopefully we get into an interesting game here pagdating sa Black Widow. But before that, let's go into a short break. Magbabalik po ang labanan ng Rhea 7 GAON and ng Team Micro after this short break.
This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Cross, good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Kung may isa kang bala, aabot ka sa iyong isang pangarap. Pero kung iisipin mo naman, may isang angat na agad. Dito ang Rhea 7 GAON sa best of 3 series natin, Mochi. Sobrang daming numero kung saan kailangan na rin makakuha dito ng Team Micro in our best of 3 series. R7G and Team Micro nga pala ang ating unang labanan, with Team Micro falling down very much short pagdating sa Ankara, pero babawi daw sila sa Black Widow. Mochi and Bipolar sa inyong Cassius deck. Mochi, kamusta tayo dyan?
Abay, okay naman, no? Especially na simulan naman natin na maganda ang ating mapa ng Ankara, larong-lalo na hindi naman din ang patinagan Team Micro sadyang nagkaroon lang talaga ng kakulangan when it comes to being able to coordinate and communicate with each other well than expected, as well as sprinkle of utility usage as well. Pero dito kay R7G, no, maganda ang kanilang simula, maganda ang kanilang talima, especially of how confident and how powerful each and every single player na meron dito sa kanilang roster, lalong-lalo na pinangunahan nito ni JCD, ni Ajax, and ni EAS, and even itong si Zeke, which is crazy. Lahat sa kanila merong ambag at for sure na merong makukuha galing dito sa kabilang kampo whenever that they need to do so.
I mean, it's actually crazy, no? Nagiging, napansin nga natin dito after getting overwhelmed. Hindi, yung mga players natin hindi na overwhelmed, pero tayo as a watcher and as the commentators, na overwhelmed tayo to the forces na pwedeng ibigay dito ng R7G and ng Team Micro. In the initial fights pa lang natin dito, diretso na agad, always like 4 versus 4 versus 5. Tapos minsan meron pa tayo nakikita na 3-man approach going towards 8. Is dalawa matitira dito, and I just wanna highlight one of the most amazing plays mula dito sa ating dalawang teams, kung saan may isang player na distract niya yung tatlong GR side natin to go into B. Tapos it was a 3v3 na naging 1v2 pa nga yung pinakaduli natin. So that was some great plays. I think it was with Zeke, but please do correct me if I'm wrong. Hopefully makakita pa tayo dito ng mga alam mo yun, amazing plays kung saan mapapanganga ka na lang tulad ng mga ginagawa ni Tangbats na walang pakundangan na pagdediretso kahit naka-TRG ka. Kasi kung ako yun, Mochi, siguro hindi pa ako nakakalabas ng spawn. Namatay na agad ako kasi hawak ko agad yung TRG.
Tulog ka na agad. I feel like si JCD ata yung gumawa nun, no? Nag-push siya at saka gumapang siya papunta dun sa ating generator area, wherein lahat na bait niya, no? Nagbato lang siya ng utility. Ang bilis ng reaction dito ng kabila, and everyone's been able to free ang ating A-site. But I feel like that's been like the entirety or the summary dito sa ating Ankara, no? Kung saan nagkaroon tayo ng magandang mind games that is being thrown by R7G from time to time by individual players. I feel like a little bit of calling might come into play on that one. I really do wonder sino ang kanilang IGL ngayon na wala si Lemon in this current roster. And hopefully na malaman din natin mamaya, magkaroon tayo ng slight na pakiramdam kung sino ang naggagawa ng ganito mga calls natin. Kasi so far, it's been amazing. It's been working and they should keep on doing it.
Feeling ko naman nabigyan ng wisdom dito ni Lemon yung buong team niya na guys, let's just do this. Hindi nyo makakasama pero I'll be watching from afar. Pero feeling ko din naman with Ajax getting a lot of these frags, feeling ko he is actually the one that is leading his team to in towards fruition. Kasi with kapag dire-diretso lang siya dito, he knows that he is gonna be that forefront na firepower dito ng Rhea 7 GAON. So why not just lead your team as well, no? Para dire-diretso na rin yung angas nila. Hopefully, umabot din dito on Black Widow because they're gonna be needing it if they wanna go for a 2-0 win. But for Team Micro, nonetheless, Tangbats, nakikita nga natin ng dumediretso pa rin naman ng Yogs as well. Pero oras na daw para mag-ready tayo because we are now going towards Black Widow kung saan Rhea 7 GAON magsisimula dito sa BL side at Team Micro will go to the GR. House B ata ang pupuntiryahin dito ng ating BL.
Si Mice, no? Sinisimulan ng isang magandang lokasyon sana para kay Zeke, pero ganun din lang naman kabilis ang paglitis sa kanya dito ni Jeans, as there is going to be a possible follow-up. Naku po, yakap-yakap pa yung C4 natin. Medyo kinakabahan ako para kay JCD kasi parang magkakakitaan ata sila dito ni Jeans kung sakali dito sa stairway natin. But ngayon nga lang nga, it became a stairway to heaven. Jeans, very good for 2 here, pero parang medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng kaunting audition action from R7G, which is something that we didn't like. Buti na lang si Ajax nandyan at nagtawag na rin ng kasama 2v3 right now.
I actually thought na parang si Santa Claus doon, si JCD, no? Dire-diretso siya nagmimigay ng mga present at pangalan nun C4. Buti na lang naagaw dito ni Charles ulit, no? With that interesting push towards our short position. But now sa 2v3 nonetheless, TRG still in the hands of Tangbats. Medyo delikado din dito sila dito if they want to go to B because sobrang aggressive na ng approach ni Yogs. He does go back, wants to go for like a utility play kung saan smoke and flash out niya lang dito yung ating B. But he's alone and he's already wounded. Mas madali ito for R7G to push out into B compared here in Long A.
Yes, of course. And not gonna lie though, this current setup is quite gonna be a difficult one here for R7G. But if they can sweep away itong si Yogs, no, upon their entry, this could be a really good sign for them, no? May possibility na mapakals nila ito. But right now, si Yogs may ispatan dito sa gilid box natin at one shot, one kill lang naman ang may bibigay dito ni Tangbats. Immediate answer back ngayon, na ispatan na rin si Charles kung saan siya manggagaling. And since I already has an idea where Tangbats and Knight will also come from, pag nagsanib, puwersang lakas lang naman kanilang gagawin dito. Magkabila, hopefully, an intersection play na manggagaling kay Tangbats and Knight. Charles will be cornered and eventually eliminated. Successful
First round.
retake.
Yeah, successful retake dito sa first round. And their first round goes towards Team Micro, no, kung saan it was actually crucial na nakabalik dito sa spawn area yung Team Micro na si Tangbats mismo kasi nakita niya agad dito yung pag-cross nila towards site para maplante yung bomba. Yogs with TRG also gets towards on top of the box set. We might be seeing someone there kasi natitira pa rin naman si EAS. Some damage in with the grenade pero they still wanna go towards short Mochi pero malapit ka lang si Jeans.
Yes, of course, Jeeves. So, oh my, that is quite of a bossy move. Not alone na nasa smoke siya, no? But despite of it blooming, naispatan, na free fire, at ngayon, isang malaking kaguluhan na ang nangyayari dito sa ating mid-area. Dexy, sinusubukan niyo pang makakita ng isa pero siya ang nasita dito ni Charles, which is not a good sign for them at all here on the defense. Ajax, saktong-sakto lang naman ang pagsipat na pagkuha dito kay Tangbats. Naku po, ito na ang hudyat para sa lahat na pumunta dito sa A-site nating libreng-libre. Makakapasok na sila ng walang problema dito as Knight tries to keep himself in insane condition. Pero yun nga lang nga, mapipitas lang din siya kagad ni Charles dito sa mid doors.
I mean, welcome to Black Widow, no? Ganito talaga yun. Sobrang dami mong pwedeng puntahan. Sobrang daming angles that you have to consider. Na to a point na kapag 1v3, 1v4 situation na yan, you are gonna be overwhelmed to oblivion. Some LA pushes here. Triple flash mula dito sa ating Team Micro. They take care of Teres. Pero mukhang titingin pa rin naman si EAS. He is hugging the wall. Hindi dito alam ng Team Micro na may tao pa rin naman doon. Pero he falls back. And now, let's go back to short probably. Kasi siniseta pa na nga ni SEA dito ng smoke and ng flash. But nonetheless, they stabilize Mochi. Wala pa rin naman sa kanila yung bomba. So they wanna go for peaks.
Yes, sir. Medyo hiwa-hiwalay ngayon ng R7G. And on for their own way, it seems like that would be a bad thing for both of them. Especially na si Knight at si Tangbats pang nakasipat dito sa dalawang nawalang miyembro natin for R7G, no? I feel like there is a really bad consequence, especially when it comes to doing these types of individual plays, no? They're playing for themselves rather than being able to provide support dito sa ibang mga miyembro natin. Maaaring si Zeke, masipat makita din dito sa ating box, hindi pa nga titingin din si Yogs. I don't know if kadisi siya doon, pero ngayon dito sa ating LA, someone will be able to take out si JCD. Charles trying to offer the trade here, pero yun nga lang, unfortunately, that would not be the case here. And now Yogs, saktong-sakto pagkagalaw, si Zeke ang makikita, and now so far so good here for Team Micro.
Team Micro just getting the rounds that they want to win. And they're getting on top of R7G every time. Dexy, easy push towards LA. Matatamaan yung dalawang players with the grenade. Charles finds out Sangbats. Very much push up doon sa ating mid position. Dexy also falls down. They have all of A, pero titingin din naman si Jeans. Shots in, goes back towards short and kills off Charles. Pero may isa pa, Mochi. Mag-isa lang siya dito pero still alive.
Still alive, Yogs and Knight. Still trying to offer that retake na gustong-gusto nilang makuha, pero hindi sila hahayaan ata ni Ajax dito. Ngayon si Knight naiipit dito sa bandang window area natin. Pinapaulanan ng mga bomba. Imbes na it's raining man, it's raining grenades here. Pero sabi nga ni Bruno Mars, no, you will catch a grenade for ya. Pero sabi ni Knight, hindi ko po gagawin yon, no sir. But unfortunately, in doing so, JCD would take him down. Additional round here for R7G. Napakalapit at hapit ng kanilang laban ngayon dito, Bipolar.
Yeah, if it's not the grenade that you will catch, bala daw ang ibibigay sa'yo para makuha mo. Ajax will spot out Knight, and this might be a fast push towards A. Easy kill ngayon para kay Dexy, pero they go towards mid as well. JCD falls down. It's another fast round kung saan papunta na sila sa A, Mochi. Mag-isa na si Tangbats, and he's not looking at the right time. He gets the kill onto Charles, pero still, he falls down.
I do indeed falls down. With two more people here for R7G, they are yet to put the C4 dito sa ating site. Naantay nila kung meron pa sila mapipita. Si Jeans, ako po, yun nga lang nga, Ajax! Hindi nga tayo anticipate na meron agad na tao doon. I think he's just trying to offer a different position, pero Yogs would be able to finish the deal. Done and dusted here for Team Micro. It seems like they're doing so well so far here on the GR side.
Yeah, Team Micro with these retakes, it's bloody pero it's giving them the round wins. Medyo magiging bakbakan din tayo dito on House B. Pushing out pa nga. Yogs, not really afraid from the shots na binibigay dito ng Ajax. They do fall down, but now, looking at R7G, they just keep on pushing. Dalawa na lang dito, si Dexy mamamatay. It's all up to Tangbats and he still falls down. I think that's still a 3K for Ajax. Double with the USP in one shot. Papunta doon sa window natin to kill off Tangbats.
Yes, of course. I mean, definitely showing that he's shining. Serving as the North Star dito para sa R7G. But also, at the same time, I feel like they're finally cracking the code. No, I feel like we thrive in chaos. I feel like if we can inflict this amount of certain disorientation sa Team Micro, maaaring mas maging maganda ang maging benefits natin from doing so. But the A area already being occupied. Ako po susubukan mag-push ang dalawa, pero yun nga lang, wala makukuha pareho dito. Si Jinsen as well as si Dexing now, the mid door natin, and si Knight makukuha itong si Zeke, and additional kills here being inflicted by Tangbats. With immediate trades coming in from R7G as well. Knight susubukan sana na makapitas. Charles going down, successfully being able to do so, but nako po, yun nga lang nga, with EAS being able to spot him at the best time possible. Ang route ay kay R7G na naman.
First time natin may kita dito ang R7G with the lead. 1 point pa lang naman, and looking at the rounds before that, medyo palitan lang, so not really that big of a feat. Pero first time natin may kita dito na hindi mo nahaharapin ng Team Micro harap-harapan dito ang R7G. Tangbats, not with the TRG, very close by.
Yes, sir. And currently, STB natin, ang dahing tumatao dito ngayon, Bipolar, no? Pinangunahan na ng utilidades. Pero ang tanong, may madadamage ba? Wala, hindi eh. Hindi yata yun. Probable sa kanila. I feel like they also have an idea na meron nandito sa gilid box. Pero sa kabilang banda dito sa EE area natin, EAS will be able to take out. Ito si Dexy. Pero merong pang isa. Silang kailangan bantayan dito. Jeans. He'll be the one who's gonna opt for the trade here. Quite of a decent positioning meron so far here for Team Micro, with also a possibility of Tangbats opting for a really interesting cut to execute. Ajax taking down itong si Jeans as well. Nagkakasagutan na ang dalawang OGs natin from both teams. This is gonna be a 2v2 right now, and as much as possible sana na gusto natin pagdikitin itong mga miyembro natin si R7G, hindi nila magawa, which resulted to Ajax being left alone here. Tangbats and Ajax a 1v1, the MVP versus the MVP. Ajax not gonna be jumping at the best time possible and being caught off guard. The kill from Tangbats will serve them a round win.
I mean, balik tayo sa tie game natin, a 4-4. We're in last round na ng ating first half, and it feels like anybody's game. Ganun talaga pag Black Widow, it's a 50-50 kung saan another grenade carefully thrown by Janes, able to connect onto, pero isa pa lang naman siya sa A. JCD, and as well as Ajax or Zeke, already in that slide position. JCD makakuha ng isa, and Knight from the window might get one tang, but sa ilalim, pero si Ajax will miss the shot, Moch!
But, on the bright side here, for R7G is dalawa pa sila dito. Si Yugs na lang ang naiiwan, and I feel like nakaabang na rin si Ajax kung sakali man na masipat niya itong isa, no? Not a good thing for Yugs at all. Yugs, si Silip, makikita. Naku po, binato ng boba ng flash, pero naku po, that's not gonna be dealing a lot of damage here for Yogs as well, with additional grenade being thrown here by EAS. Naku po, naging 1v1 pang ating sitwasyon ngayon. Saktong pagkaplanta ng C4 natin, walang choice si Yogs kundi pumalag, tumalon dito, pero yun din, kasabay ang kanyang paglaglag. First half natin tapos na, and look at that, R7G on the BL been able to take at least one round advantage kontra sa kabila.
I mean, this is a comfortable start now already. Even if it's just a 1-point deficit, they're still on top. Tangbats, 9 kills on him, 13 kills doon on Ajax. It feels like gusto niya pa rin makakuha ng 20 bombs sa laban na ito. Tangbats though, kailangan din natin siya tignan, double digits onto him, and they just keep on going. Looking at Ajax, he's parkouring his way towards short.
OMG, that it seems like hell is breaking loose here in the mid area as well, with 3 more many people here for R7G trying to keep themselves intact. Pero sobrang passive ng position dito ni Team Micro. I feel like they're expecting that there will be pushes coming in here. EAS inflicting damage to Tangbats as well. Yogs taking down itong si Charles. Nako po, it's just a matter of a pick-off competition na nangyayari ngayon in the current round that we have here. Pero grabe yung respeto ngayon ni Team Micro when it comes to the remaining 2 members of R7G. I feel like they don't want to leave anything up to luck here. They want to keep everything in control. Shots are be connecting here for Tangbats, but still, I feel like Team Micro is just brainstorming what they should do next.
Team Micro still threading carefully, looking at every corner, looking at every angle from afar para at least hindi sila agad maubos. It's still EAS kasi, and as well as JCD, one of the best performing players for R7G. Ngayon 50 seconds, gonna be going in with a flash. Dexy will be coming in. EAS is the only close player here para matigil yung plant.
Oh my Dexy! That almost, oh my gosh, it's that like a 150 degree? No, ang bilis ng crosshair placement na yon. That is definitely commendable here dito from Dexy, no? Pero naku po, napakabilis din ng trigger here on to Tangbats. I feel like they are starting to get their gears going here by Polar.
Dire-diretso lang, Mochi. Ang machinery dito ng buong TM. Able to get 2 for Jeans. And now he controls all of Teres and Long A. Mag-isa na lang dito si Ajax. Pero what can you do kung nandito naman si Tangbats to instill the fear in mid? Naiipit na sila at alam ng Team Micro kung saan dapat pumunta. Sabi na let's go towards B.
Sabi ko, ano bang paproblemahin pa ba natin yan si Ajax? Hindi, mag-rotate na lang tayo, no? Doon tayo sa mas maganda, mas siksik, and to the point that mas makokontrol natin yung espasyo na meron dito sa B-site natin. And now, they are hovering themselves here in a better position here in B-site, trying to check every single nook and cranny na meron dito, padaan at pagapang ng storage B. And also, parang meron ding late rotations na ginagawa din dito si Tangbats, pero nagsisimula na, utilities being thrown. I wonder if mati-check nila itong stack natin ng boxes. Jeans, naku po! Uso a stack of bullets ang dineliver onto Charles, pero ngayon Ajax will try to put himself in a better position, pero napakahirap ata, especially kung ang daing mga matang nakatingin sa kanya. Isang shot lang naman ang kailangan dyan, sabi ni Tangbats, pinaulanan. And now Team Micro getting that edge here kontra sa R7G.
It's still a tie game. Nonetheless,
Grabe,
isa pa lang
no?
naman ang angat dito ng Team Micro, pero now they're gonna be looking towards getting the 2-point deficit Mochi. And these snipers have been so on point. Pero ngayon, double sniper setup ang gagawin ng both sides natin, which is gonna be interesting.
Indeed. And I wonder what will be the win rate of that one, no? Especially na EAS and JCD ang may hawak nito ngayon. Ajax might possibly be one of their attackers here, hovering more dito sa ating EA stairs area. But this is gonna be quite of a slow, anticipated execute ng Team Micro, no? They really want to keep themselves pretty careful in doing these types of pushes, pero at the same time, that might be a bad thing for them too. Ajax will be taking down itong isa sa mga crucial members natin galing sa kabila, pero ngayon, dalawa na nagmamatcha dito sa hagdanan natin. Ngayon, Zeke being able to rain upon wrecking havoc dito sa dalawang member natin from Team Micro. Now, it's all up to Yogs and Dexy. But Dexy, naku po, EAS lang din naman nagtatrabaho sa kanya. Si Yogs, ito na naman tayo. Nakita natin yung clutch potential ng player na ito. JCD, mamamataan, mapapatay. A really good shot here from him. Pero si EAS magpupush lang forward, catching him off guard right after throwing the grenade at him. And now, 6-6 ang ating labanan.
Welcome back sa ating rightful channel na I call The Tie Game. At the tie game starts off with Tangbats getting that initial frag and the second onto JCD. Dire-diretso lang yung kills. Mochi, I wanted to talk yung mga exchanges natin sa mid kanina. Kaso nga lang sabi na dito ng Team Micro, tatlo ang kukunin ni Tangbats. At sabi din ni Knight, makukuha din siya ng isa. It's all out to Zeke and they know he's in short.
Sabi nila dito, wala nang analysis. Rekta na kung laban. Tangbats, nakaabang lamang at ayun na nga. Successful kill onto the last remaining survivor ng R7G. Team Micro definitely proving na kanila itong mapa ng Black Widow, a staple that they have, proving that they have the control and as well as the arsenal needed in order to win a round. Pero R7G sobrang lapit pa rin no? Parang sa isang iglap pwede nga magbago itong takbo nitong laban na ito. And J7D just gonna be waiting for any people na dadaan dito sa storage B kasi mukhang marami-rami ang magpaparamdam dito.
First time tumahimik yung laban natin, Mochi, to a point na now they're gonna be going in for the flashes and they go in quite clearly, dire-diretso, 4-man strong dito sa B.
At marami na rin na sumasangguni. Shots being let out. Immediate trade here by Dexy. 4v4 po ang dahil mga bala na pinapaulanan dito sa ating B-site natin. Definitely became a war zone than what we would like it to be. Pero a lot of shots may na-popcorn pa with a combination here with a multiple people here from R7G. Mapihirapan talagang pumasok ang Team Micro. And 7-7. Naku po, ang higpit ng labanan natin ngayon for our second map.
It's crazy how they can just keep on going. W plus M1 lang talaga ang ginagawa dito ng R7G and their sprays are still good. Tumatama lahat ng shots. They know kung saan titingin and there's good awareness. Nakita nga nila na walang presensya dito on long A. Let's move a little bit closer on B now. Aggressive approach on mid. Yogs though, ang may kita nila, hindi si Tangbats yan because he's all the way at terrace right now looking towards LA.
Yeah, sir. Tara na naman tayo sa passive positioning ng Team Micro, which might work one way or another, especially that they got another pick off here from Tangbats all the way from Teres to Ace Flight itself. EAS, naku po, nawala yung isa pang sniper dito ng R7G. It is as much as possible. You want to keep those snipers alive for a higher amount of pick-off potential, but right now, I feel like that is being continuously denied here to R7G, definitely forcing them to try and fight a different way in order to narrow down yung mga numero na meron dito kay Team Micro. And it seems like they're just waiting and all out. Kung merong magpupush, mas maganda, more chances in order for us to break their defense.
I mean, lumalabas na dito yung sakit ng R7G, no, na let's go for kills pero walang trade-offs. At dahil dyan, isa-isa silang lusaw. JCD able to get one. Pero may trade-off agad mula kay Dex. Si Tangbats now pushes towards long A. And
that's
he
crazy.
gets the easy shot. A good shot mula sa kanya. Kills off Ajax.
Pakalutong talaga pagka si Tangbats ang kumukuha ng mga pitas dito sa kabila. But now, I wonder what will be the change of approach here for R7P. I feel like all they could do here is to actually strengthen and lengthen their discipline or yung patience nila, because so far right now it's coming down, it's crumbling, which is not a good sign for them, especially if they want to take this series for themselves already. And it seems like they are just gonna be reverting back to their original positions. Medyo open itong mid area natin, which can be capitalized by Team Micro if gugustuhin man nila, no?
That's true. Pwede naman nila i-push out to. Actually, wala pa tayong kitang mga teams na prioritizing that mid push. It's actually pretty good. Pwede sila mag-split ng B, pwede sila mag-split ng A, but
Diba?
it looks like, sabi ng Team Micro dito, let's just go for default plays. Activate natin si Tangbats here on long A.
Grabe.
Let's keep on giving him kills at mapapatay niya pa yung big heavy hitter dito ng ating R7G. Both JCD and Ajax out of the picture in a crucial round kung saan R7G wants a tie game but Team Micro wants a map point.
Mm-hmm. They really want that match point so bad. And as much as R7G is trying to deny that from them, sometimes it all boils down to their ruin, which is not a good thing para sa R7G at all. A-site natin, bakanteng-bakante, libreng-libre. They might be anticipating a really good retake chance here for R7G. If they can get an additional pick-off, that would be more than wonderful para sa kanila, no? Para hindi ganun kabigat yung magiging responsibilidad nila dito. Later on, lot of shots, lot of utilities, and they already got an idea. I feel like it's about time for them to offer a rotation here papunta sa ating A-side. Pero ang dain nilang pagdadaanan. Naku po, si Tangbats, may ideya pa ata na may manggagaling dito sa kanyang likuran. Better be careful, Zeke. I feel like he's falling short in terms of the speed here. Pero si Tangbats, isang shot lang, ay sapat na ang lahat. Gene's been able to support this guy. EAS na lang ang naiiwan and he has nowhere else to go. 9-7 Team Micro is one round away from taking this map win.
One round away and 2 rounds away for an overtime. They still go towards long A now. They feel like ito na talaga ang way of winning Black Widow. Keep on using Teres and keep on using Tangbats. 2-man strong here on short. For the side of Team Micro, si Knight actually with the M14 is still on that position sa may malapit sa balko. 22 kills onto Tangbats. Best one for R7G right now. Still at Ajax pero just 14. Di na muna magpapakita ng angulo dito sa long A ang ating R7G squad. So kailangan maglakad ng malayuan dito ni Tangbats if he wants a kill.
Indeed. There's actually a really good position na meron sila dito, no, for R7G. Nakastack lang sila dito sa ating bridge. Pero yun nga lang nga, ang problema is si Tangbats ang makakapitas ng isa. Definitely forcing them to spread themselves thinner dito sa ating A-site natin, assuming that they might push at makapag-commit dito sa A-site. But no po, medyo delikado ito for R7G. There might be a high possibility that this might be it for them, but ang dahil pang oras na iiwan dito, 1 minuto pa mahigit. And it seems like they're just trying to offer a possible trade near EAS will be able to do that for himself. Ajax even pushing here dito papunta sa STV at ngayon mapipitas niya din si Dexidon. Wonderfully done so. Definitely narrow down the numbers here for Jeans and si Yogs na lang ang naiiwan. And if they really want to do something, I guess the best time would be now kasi the time is ticking and their life is running short.
Nauubos na nga talaga ang mga options dito ng ating Team Micro. So they go in with the flash. They go in quite strongly. Zeke and oh my god, EAS falls down. Jeans nandito pa rin naman sa slide pero mamatay na lang siya. And with that double kill, buhay pa rin ang R7G. We're 1 point away from determining Mochi kung kaya nga ba ng Team Micro paabutin ng map number 3 or will R7G try to push it out dito sa ating overtime.
Tignan natin, no? Especially that we are seeing really good micro adjustments for R7G so far. Naprolong pa nila itong ating mapa ng Black Widow EAS. Wow, that is such a ballsy move. Ako, ang kinabahan para sa kanya, Tangbats is already, an inch away from connecting that bullet sa kanya. But now, tamang anchor, tamang antay, at tamang kuha lang ng impormasyon ang ilang mga member natin dito from Team Micro.
Team Micro still going for that slow play now. At a very, very crucial time. Saka sila naging very much passive. Tangbats though, first time natin may kita tong push sa mid. Pero why was he looking towards B? Hindi niya tuloy natamaan dito si Ajax. And now, all of R7G knows what is happening for Team Micro. And this push coming in from Tangbats mula sa A, ngayon pupunta sa ES. Can you do it against Charles and Zeke of all people? The flash will flush them out, Mochi. What a round for these two teams. It's a tiptoe, it's a checkmate battle kung saan Zeke and Charles simultaneously falling down.
Man, this is so bad here for R7G, and what's worse is that there is a certain risk here that they can be overwhelmed galing sa hagdanan natin, no? Once na mag-go signal, itong mga membro natin dito, ma-overwhelm mga membro ng R7G, mapoforce silang ibigay itong ating platform area, and right now, A-site natin bakante para sa kanila, kada isa nalalagas na para sa R7G, JCD, maiispatan, makikita, mapapataya-taya ng we are going to map 3. Team Micro being able to prove na kanilang-kanila talaga itong Black Widow natin. And look at that, man. We are heading into compound or port?
It's port. Paabot tayo sa port, Mochi. It's crazy na it's Black Widow kasi. That's the map for Team Micro. It was so close. It was anybody's game. Kaso nga lang, nung, alam mo yun, nag-switch ng channel dito yung buong Team Micro into the normal state na let's play slow, let's play methodical, let's play strategic. Doon na nagulat ang buong R7G kasi both of them were very much used to being aggressive from being all fight, team fight agad in first minute ng ating mapa. But nung naisip agad dito ng Team Micro na gamitin lang natin si Tangbats. He's been feeling hot in his hands. Namumula yung mata niya para sa mga kalaban dito, and the solution for them to get into these wins is take that long A position, get into terrace, tapos ipa-adapt nyo sa last round dito ang buong R7G kasi nakita mo naman, Mochi, hindi na sila nagpakita doon sa slide. They were all clumped up in mid or even here on short. So wala, naipit lang ng totally dito ang buong R7G, and Team Micro took advantage of it.
Which is pretty crazy if you ask me, no? Because biro mo, ilan yung kills na nakuha ni Tangbats nung tumao siya sa terrace in that certain round? Diba? May dalawa agad.
Yeah.
Na kinukuha siya agad doon, and his team doesn't have to even do anything. Ang gawain lang nila is taga-report ng additional information kung nag-rotate ba papunta dito sa A-site natin. And that can also be a primary factor here that gave the victory here for Team Micro, no? Due to the thin walls na meron dito sa Black Widow, it gave them a huge avenue. Sabi nga nila, information is power, and Team Micro has been able to capitalize on that well.
I mean, it's crazy na ganito nga yung nangyari sa ating Black Widow. Everyone popping off multiple double-digit marks tayo for these two teams, especially since it is a 18-round game. Pero all hands to Tangbat, still just providing the firepower. Ajax lang atang nakuha ng konting light of day doon. I think he ended up with 16 kills. Pero wow, abot tayo sa port kung saan feeling ko Mochi, it's a 50-50. It's, I don't know actually, walang 50-50. Feeling ko 0-0 yung pwedeng mangyari dito sa dalawang teams na to, just because we haven't really seen them fight it out pagdating sa port. And it's a sniper haven, so baka it's still the same storyline na Ajax and as well as Tangbats ang may nating labanan.
Yeah, let us see, especially that when it comes to our 7G, I remember them fighting it off against Kadiliman in port. They never even stood a chance, despite of the fact they even racked up like a 10-6 in one of their maps. Talagang they got completely obliterated here in port. Possibly they could have already learned their lesson, but let us see if that would also be the case later on. Team Micro, I feel like they have a lot of things to work on that one, especially when it comes to the House B occurrences, but let's check what is gonna be. It can be anyone's game, to be honest, like you have mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, for our very first matchup of the day, they're giving a lot already. And now, looking at the highlights once again, it's a constant back and forth. It's a constant check. And ang nakuha ng checkmate is gonna be Team Micro at the end there with their absolute rook of an offense mula dito kay Tangbats. His sniper, he has been hitting the shots left, right, and center. And one of the things na sana mapakita dito is the one na he pushed out long A, tapos off angle na nga yung ginawa dito ng R7G, pero natamaan niya pa din yun in an instant. It was crazy for him. So let's see, hopefully makakita pa tayo. At the end of the day, ang makikita natin dito is someone will keep that next step pagdating sa ating standings. Pero for R7G, some light of day, palagi sila nakuha ng W plus M1 takes kapag it's a even playing field. They outgun in terms of rifles ang buong Team Micro squad.
Exactly. And I really do hope na lalo pang mag-shine itong si Tangbats. I feel like he's definitely serving as the light for the team. But let us check out itong set summary natin kasi tignan mo naman, parang nag-iba ang ihip ng hangin natin, lalong-lalo na Ajax and EAX. Pumapatak lamang ng uno ang kanilang KD ngayon. But this time around, look at the KD of Tangbats, 2.40. Kumuntik nang makapag-3 itong kumpare natin dito because of how much impact he's been able to deliver for the rest of the squad.
I mean, kung kanina nga parang ang buong Team Micro natin, they weren't able to get into that 0.1 mark or 0.8 mark pa lang sa ating KD. Ngayon, all of them are pretty much doing well and doing at their best. Si Knight still with a 0.67 HK, but I want to look at GAON right here. Still, despite them being forced into map number 3, 1.078, 1.0 on Ajax, 1.08 pa rin naman for EAS. Pero looking at Team Micro, feeling ko alam ko na kung sino ang ating MVP. It's none other than the man himself. It's Tang, but this kid is actually insane. 2.40 KD and smokes per round. Sa wakas nakita tayo dito ng utility usage.
Of course, which is crazy kasi biro mo on the sniper, ideally you're just gonna focus on just getting as many heads as possible, but this time around I feel like he is one of the people controlling the space, denying the space, delaying the opposition, and he's been able to do that also well, being conjoined and being supported by the rest of the people dito sa kanilang team. Pero ano nga bang nangyari dito sa Black Widow na to? Kasi kung i-recall lang natin dito, parang bahay ata ni Tangbats itong Black Widow natin sa kung gaano siya kakomportable gumalaw dito, kung gaano niya kaalam yung kasulok-sulukan, and as well as the crossfire placement is always immaculate when holding that TRG.
I mean, I love seeing these highlights right now because you definitely know na he feels at home and he knows every kind of timing that there is. He knows na meron nagtitingin dito, possibly na meron tao dyan, and looking at it, he knows every time this long A position has been his territory, and he just keeps on giving. Kahit BL pa man yan, kahit GR, Tang Bats provides. But everybody, after that amazing set number 2, we'll be right back para sa ating decider for Team Micro and R7G. Magbabalik po ang Impact Fall ng Crossfire Philippines.
This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Sabi sa Mochi yung isang bala natin dito mapupunta sa dalawang panig natin for the first match of the day. They take up 1-1 at aabot na tayo kung sa sitwasyon na dalawa na ang makukuha ng one of these teams. It's the best of 1 now after Black Widow and Ankara. We're going towards Port. Any thoughts about Port?
Well, all I could say in terms of Port, pretty heavy in terms of pickoffs once again. If Team Michael can hold out the type of discipline na ipinatamasa nila dito sa ating mapa ng Black Widow, it is bound to be better for them. But on the other hand, if R7G tries to snatch back ang confidence na nawala sa kanila back in Black Widow, that might also be a different story. They have to find a way in order to nullify etong si Tang Bats because he is the sole proprietor ng kanilang galawan here. for Team Micro, and he is indeed a headache to deal with. But if they can find a way, then it can definitely become, flowers and rainbows para dito sa R7G.
Alam mo kung itutuloy dito actually ng Team Micro, yung slow approach nila, yung pagiging methodical and strategic in terms of pushing out, especially when they're on the BL side, they might actually win this. Like, in a dominating fashion, hindi lang yung tie game every 2 rounds. So possibly if they want to go for that approach, kailangan lang nila dito ma-refine pa yung utility usage, the flashes, the smokes, and the grenades. Pero for Rhea 7 GAON, they just need to play default as well in terms of the GR side. Pagdating sa BL nila, dire-diretso lang, okay lang yan. Pero pagdating sa GR side nila, they just need to look towards LA in mid position as well. Kasi house B natin dito, it's easy to retake if you are up against Team Micro. But yeah, feeling ko sa a sniper haven of a map, kailangan ulit natin makita ang labanan na Tangbats and Ajax.
Yes, indeed. We are gonna see more of that for sure here in Port, lalong-lalo na when it comes to mid-control and also some of the bodega interactions here that might also be prominent on this one, especially na when it comes to getting an edge in terms of positioning and anticipating kung saan magagaling yung mga kalaban mo. It is most likely ang mamamataan natin dyan is si Knight and even etong si Yogs. Pero certain times, there is also some brief pop-ups na nangyayari dito kay James, which is wonderful here for Team Micro, lalong-lalo na when it comes to like trying to take down or clutching here in a specific round. So hopefully that we can see more of that here from Team Micro. But on the other hand, talagang ninanasa lang natin dito for R7G is mabalik ang kanilang naging talima noong nasa mapa tayo ng Ankara.
Let's see, no? Diretso na tayo dito agad. Mochi, Team Micro muna ang titikim on the BL side. And just like this, House B has been already killed off. Charles will get 2. Tangbats will get 1. Charles will get 3.
Ay, naku po, yun nga lang madadagdagan pa ng casualty on this one. Now, Tangbats all alone. This is gonna be indeed an issue. 1 shot lang naman kailangan ni here for Charles, but he has to take down a couple more. C4 not necessarily in his hands, pero I feel like he already has a certain idea kung saan manggagaling ang dalawang kampo, but he's not looking at the best location. Ajax sasalubungin si Tangbats with open arms and will be delivering him his end. 1 point here for R7G.
Yeah, I mean, it was good na Crossfire coming in for R7G. Alam nila na Tangbats is always aware, so they go for like a simultaneous push towards House B at the last second. Pero Mochi, medyo I like this position actually for R7G. Putting out 2 players here in Z, papunta sa B. Tapos scattered lang here on A yung mga players natin na natira.
Yes, sir. And this time, I feel like we are gonna try the slow approach for Team Micro once again, no? Kasi kanina, biro mo, medyo na-overwhelm ata sila for R7G. Pero if I will personally take a stance here sa ginagawa ng R7G ngayon, I feel like this is all the more reason for them to further inflict a lot of confusion dito for Team Micro, no? Pero let us see what will be the approach here of Team Micro. Would this space give them the necessary mental reset na kailangan nila from that first round, or are they bound to overwhelm a specific site without getting any pickups at all?
Let's see. But LA now is the point of contact ng ating Team Micro. Tangbats already has 2 kills, so still providing that intense sniper.
Ayun.
Shot mula kay Ajax, starts off the round, goes for the second, not to be connecting, pero Tangbats ngayon also missing shots. Charles with his first, pero nauubos sila dito, Mochi, at dahil dyan sabi ni Jeans, ako naman ang uubos muna sa R7G.
Naku po, Charles and EAS, medyo nagkakaroon pa ng track and field malamara to, nagalawan dito papunta, pagsalubong dito sa ibang mga miyembro ng Team Micro, may iispatan ni EAS ang isa, pero anticipated na siya ni Yogs dito ngayon. Naalog ang ulo ni EAS doon, no? The last few moments, they are not quite sure kung ano ang kailangan gawin in order to strengthen their defense, but right now, it's a 1-for-1.
1-for-1. And now they go towards B once again. Nagkakapalitan lang tayo dito. BA. So I think R7G needs to just plant themselves quite clearly and get used to this kind of gameplay mula sa Team Micro. Pero Team Micro, nakita talaga tayo na they are going for set plays. They're using the flashbangs, they're using the smokes, which is actually insane. It's a different kind of a battlefield now for pagdating sa port. They have a lot of playing ground in terms of where they want to go.
And not to mention, I feel like there's already an good positioning na meron dito si JCD. Ang problema niya lang dito is pagka kinek siya. Man, nakatalikod pa pala siya dito. Akala ko nakaharap siya. But, oh no, it's gonna be an issue for him. Tampa taking out JCD. And Ajax's vision is blocked tremendously. I'm not quite sure paano siya makakahanap ng pick-off dito. Pero sinagot niya na yung katanungan ko. Habang ang daing mga nangyayaring kaguluhan dito sa A-long natin, meron ding nangyayari sa bandang gitna. It is all up to Yogs right now. Clutching this C4 in his hands with a possibility of being sandwiched. He's been able to finally segregate these two members at ngayon EAS critically low in terms of health, pero susubukan niya atang i-contest to, lalapitan at kakalabanin, and that would be a really good decision here for Yogs clutching this round para sa Team Micro.
Hitting the shots left, right, and center. Pero feeling ko, ang ganda rin ng ginawa doon ng Team Micro kasi hindi sila nag-peek out with a flash. So si JCD na caught off guard while his backwards turns. He's waiting for the flash para titingin na siya afterwards para hindi siya totally fully blinded. But nonetheless, it's Team Micro with a great plays and great awareness once again. They take out the entirety of House B. Nire-respeto sila dito ng R7G, which means that they can go for an easy push out. Pero EAS re-smokes it, puts up a bomb, connects onto 3, pero chip damage lang naman.
Feel like it's not much of an issue for Team Micro, no? And sa totoo lang, kung gusto nila i-overwhelm tong B-site natin, pwede na sana no? Pinagsanib puwersa ang lakas, no? But right now, wait lang. Nagkakaroon tayo ng kaunting changes in terms of positioning here. Ajax, hindi niya ata alam na may nasa ilalim niya na. Medyo delikado siya, nagkakitaan na si Batman patalikod ng dalawa. Not a good thing here for Team Micro, but it's a good thing for the defense. C4 nasa kanila na, fully in control of the situation, and as well as the possibility of EAS spotting a couple of members here dito sa ating House B, kumakatok sa kanilang mga pinto, but right now trying to back out, putting themselves in a safer position. Team Micro at 3v5, Ajax and EAS super low in terms of HP, but on the bright side, kumpletong-kumpleto pa sila.
Still complete, but damage nonetheless. Battle wounded Ajax and as well as EAS. 40 seconds on the clock. Kailangan nila pumili pero C4 so far away. It's so close though for Knight. At pipick out siya. Pipick out this JCD. Easy shots para sa kanya. Ajax with a pick. Jeans all left alone here in Godbox. And Jen able to get 2. Hindi pa tapos ang laban. He still have 30 seconds pero kailangan niya mag-push. With his M14. One grenade pero walang malapit. Walang matatamaan. It's only EAS that is very much low. At yun pa ata may kita niya. No, it's JCD. He gets the kill. He's running like a track star. 17 seconds. All he needs to do is keep on going. Put that hand on the W key. They're missing the shots and Janes falls down for Zeke. Tie game once again.
And they've been there when it gets hard. Pretty crazy here for R7G, no? And right now though, 2-2 ang ating sitwasyon ngayon kung saan merong pagka 50-50 yung mga approach dito ni Team Micro at minsan merong mga bursts of energy and as well as aggression na dinidil dito ang R7G sa kanila, pero ngayon wait lang, sama-sama, dikit-dikit sila gumagapag dito papunta sa house B natin. This might be a probable issue here for R7G, but let us see what will be the game plan here. Inismokan na sila dito quite early. I feel like there is a lot of sound cues being leaked here sa entrada ng B-site natin. After all, maaaring magkakitaan pa si Knight and as well as itong si Zeke sa bandang mid and also JCD on a late rotation possibly. I wonder if this will be a successful take for them.
We're waiting for the flash. Kaso nga lang, di na makapag-antay si EAS, able to get that kill onto Tangbats. Dexy also, and as well as Yogs, still close by on B. Kaso nga, they need to get away now. They need to look at mid, kung saan malapit lang si Knight. But Yogs mukhang waiting for the prime opportunity. He did find the shadow there ni JCD. So, ni EAS. So some information, Janes now, he was dodging all of the bullets, pero mamatay pa din naman siya. Here comes EAS falling down, pero there's still a lot more to peek out. Looking at JCD na sa bridge na siya ng BL side.
And there's gonna be quite of a tough job to do, no? Para sa mga naiiwang membro natin ng Team Micro. As much as possible, they really want to keep themselves together here. JCD magagaling pa sa likuran. May isbatan si Knight dito. Hindi na nga siya sinikatan ng araw. Chong! He gave it a look at the last two remaining members being able to take one down with him. Zeke. Ako po, susubukan sanang sayawan itong si Dexy, pero hindi na raw kailangan. R7G, but another round in their steed. Man, so far, it's been a tug of war of scores.
Sobra. Tsaka nakakatawa tignan Mochi because these are not really headshot heavy teams. Palagi silang spray down, which is nice to see kasi yung laban natin tumatagal kahit na dire-diretso lang sila. Some pushes mula dito sa mid though. Knight able to infiltrate already this bridge position. May kita niya pa ata doon si Zeke in the nick of time. Pero JCD now also just planting himself onto CA for some possible pushes mula sa ating team Micro. Dexy, pupunta sa B. Pero multi-prong approach. But now, medyo nakakapag-adjust ng R7G. Looking at their defense, napalibutan nila dito lahat ng angulo na pwede puntahan ng Team Micro.
Let us check. Especially JCD, actually maganda yung position niya dito sa bandang bodega natin, no? And not to mention, maaaring magkasalubong pa sila dito ng may hawak ng ating C4, which is something that Team Micro wouldn't really want at all. But mid control is definitely the game plan here for Team Micro so far, which is also wonderful. But it seems like if there will be some pushes as being garnered here by Zeke, it's not gonna work at all. Tangpats and Yogs, 1 for each. Magandang kanilang pagsasama-sama dito sa ating sa mid area with an immediate trade here from EAS. Still may kalamangan pa rin itong si Team Micro. 3 more people here. Yogs, Dexy, and Tangbats been able to narrow down the numbers here. Tangbats patiently waiting for anyone's gonna be crossing here sa bridge. And he's gonna be falling down. Hindi to London Bridge, pero si Ajax ang tindi ng pagkabagsak.
Sobrang tindi talaga ang Ochi. It's just crazy gunfights after gunfights for these two teams at hindi talaga tayo pinagpapahinga. 3-3 scoreline is actually crazy. Here in Port Pa of all maps, they've been doing some slow plays mula sa Team Micro pero R7G hindi na sila naging aggressive so nagiging equal playing field na for both sides. It's just waiting for the right opportunity if they want to go for flank ops. Pero it's a night na palaging pinapadali dito ng Team Micro to make a difference, to do something alone. And it works out most of the time dahil doon na napapareact ang buong R7G.
True. Could have said it any better than you, of course, but EAS, naku po, mukhang makakaramdam na sila dito. Wait lang, sinabihan niya ata si Charles na meron doon. Ajax taking down of the crucial players here from Team Michael so far. C4 natin, naku po, nasa gitna ata ng daan. Nakita yung Siko nito ni Ajax. So, force siya mag-back out at nakuha naman nila uli itong C4 natin. But there is no trade-offs as of yet. 1 minute on the clock here. Pwede na silang trumabaho dito. Pero nag-split pa din ang ibang mga membro natin ng Team Micro. Alam mo, not gonna lie, Polar. There's a part of me thinking that they might be overcomplicating this than they should be.
Yeah, I mean, they are. Kasi sobrang malayo from one another yung mga players natin from the GR side. So hindi naman total annihilation kapag nag 5-man push kayo on one side. Kahit B pa yan, kahit A, it's still not a lot of firepower. Yes, may trade-offs pero they're taking their precious time. Team Micro thinks they're doing something but they're really not. They're just doing default plays kung saan R7G is just gonna be waiting for them. Here comes the flashes and an interesting angle mula kay JCD is not gonna be picked out. 1 kill, second will also connect. Mapapatay niya pa si Dexy and Zeke now has the easiest time of his life. Pinatay ang isang player which had 5 HP. Tangbats ngayon is doing Tangbats things pero wala na siya ata magagawa dito. Never mind, he gets some shots in. Kailangan mag-reload, kailangan magpalit. Pero while you're picking up the weapons, they are shooting you in the head. Tangbats fall down at R7G. They are just really waiting for Team Micro to get in to their territory.
Ayun o, diba? There could have been a lot more time being invested in opting for a full reset once that they secure yung kanilang objective in a specific site. Pero no sometimes they overthink it. They do multiple rotations than they should. And instead of taking a pick off, lagi silang naka-caught off guard, especially during that LA scenario kung saan nakasiksik si JCD dito sa bandang sulok na malapit sa hagdanan. But ngayon, I wonder what's going to be the change. I feel like they're opting for default still, and we are just gonna see if there will be a good possibility for them to take this, especially na I feel like one of their players DC'd here for R7G as well, so...
Unfortunate circumstances now, especially for R7G. But Team Micro now can just go out, can just keep on going. Some damage put towards Ajax has been done mula dito sa Z. Where they go in, magpupush out na nga si JCD, kills out one, mawawala din naman dito mga Team Micro. But it's 2v4 now, nonetheless, ay C4 not in their hands, magpupush out na dito ang R7G, JCD falls down at mamamatay pa ata dito ang mga players natin here in mid. EAS spots someone dito sa opposite bridge. Pero still nonetheless, naiipit na sila dito. They're rushing in. Hindi na tapos dito ang ating labanan as EAS gets the headshot wallbang para kay Tangbats. And Ajax now cleans up house. Dead round muna tayo for our 9th. But nonetheless, for the first half, Mochi, R7G doing wonders pagdating sa GR side. At this is what you want kapag... this is what you want.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Sobrang tindi rin na naging performance din nila dito so far. No, R7G is finally seeing na I feel like medyo passive gumalaw itong si Team Micro. Too careful even. Pero sabi nga nila, lahat ng sobra masama. Which is finally already getting into the executions na ginagawa dito ni Team Micro. No, sometimes they are already running out of time. Wala silang choice. Nagkukumahog, nagmamadali na makapasok in a specific site and they are being demolished because they weren't been able to check a specific location. Pagkalapag naman ng C4, kung nalampasan man nila yun, matik, meron na agad rotations na pinupull out itong R7G and nahihirapan sila na ubusin ito and prevent them from opting for a retake. So those are some of the stuff na kailangang ayusin dito ng Team Micro, no? And not to mention, they really had to get this last round kasi I feel like this is also gonna be a troublesome one, especially once na mapunta na sa BL itong si R7G, lalong-lalo na pretty aggressive sila ngayon, especially despite of being on the GR side dito sa port.
I mean, yeah, before I was cut off there, I do agree with you on that, Mochi. And especially kung sino man makakuha dito ng round na to, if makuha to ng Team Micro, mas okay to para sana. They can close out the second half without even going to overtime. Pero pag nakuha dito ng R7G, solidifying them in a 6-3 scoreline, pagdating ng second half, wala na, Mochi. All they need to do is just keep on rushing and they might just go for the win, like possibly 10-3. Pwede lang gawin yun ng dire-diretso if makukuha nga nila yung round na to. But round number 9 being a dead round here, it's gonna be resetting our players and as well as the mindset of them. Malaman nga nila na masyado talagang over-contemplate ng or masyado they're thinking way too much for Team Micro kasi you said it yourself, parang na lang it's madali lang naman pumasok sa site, especially in port because all of the players na nasa GR side natin magkakalayo pa naman.
Yes, indeed. Gusto ko lang mag-pull out ng maikling quote dito, no? Simplicity is beauty, no? Minsan, ang need dito, bigyan natin ng mga quotes eto mga players natin kasi minsan hindi mo naman din masisi kasi they really want the win, they really want to bring out the best out of their personal selves, no, and as a team na rin siguro. Pero minsan kasi pagka binato mo sila ng gantong specific strategy out of the usual textbook or playbook, malay mo naman it actually works. Di mo naman din talaga malalaman unless you try. So let's see what will happen in the last remaining round na meron dito, and hopefully Team Micro gets a hold of themselves, no. Sometimes when your mind gets too clouded, the executions becomes which is bad, and that's something that we would want for them, especially here on BL.
I mean, it's a close round nonetheless, no, Mochi. Parang may continuation lang to ng ating Black Widow. Pero I like the adjustments sa team natin dito. We have to commend na they're doing set plays nonetheless, ang ating Team Micro, which we didn't really necessarily see pagdating sa Ankara and towards Black Widow, especially from the first half ng Black Widow. Parang they just keep on going. Parang WM1 nga, just like Res7 GAON, pero biglang may nag-flip ng switch talaga for Team Micro na kailangan na natin maging normal na team muna for now. Kailangan natin maging professional in terms of getting into these sides, especially kapag PL. Pero wow, I'm just amazed na umabot talaga tayo ng ating round number 3. Team Micro looking pretty well despite a 2-point advantage mula dito sa ating mula dito sa R7G. And to also note, yung snipers natin dito not really popping off too much. They are getting some kills, pero it's the riflers naman yung nakita natin that are also getting a lot of kills.
Yeah. And there are also some certain occasions na imbes of them being on the sniper role, they replace it with the M14, no? Because they really value close quarter combats in this rather than trying to rely on the blatant pickups na meron dito. Pero yun nga, no, I feel like we're just gonna be preparing ourselves dito sa ating laban, most especially that we want to ensure na sakto, tama, at okay ang kanilang magiging labanan dito sa mapa ng port as well. Kasi sa'yo bipolar. NPC ka na rin ba?
Ay, sorry. Nadamay kasi ako Nadamay ako, nadala ako sa labanan nila doon sa round number 9. Naglog ako, naging kahoy ako doon, Mochi. Pero yeah, going back to the top, last round ng ating first half is gonna be crucial for both of these teams. Bigyan nyo naman kami ng insight nyo sa aming comment section down below kasi bukas may preview show pa tayo, so give us your comments nonetheless kung sino nga ba ang sa tingin nyo mananalo for this matchup sa umpisa ng ating day number 2 on this week. Day number 8 na pala, Mochi. We're getting quite close to our last days, no? Pagdating sa buong season ng Crossfire dito sa Pilipinas.
No, and I'm pretty sure marami na rin nag-aabang dyan ng international grand finals na rin natin for CFS, no, on December. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are definitely vouching and even discussing kung sino kaya yung mga representatives na ipapadala natin doon. I feel like kailangan nilang antabayanan yan sa ating regional finals na kamakailan na nangyayari during Sabado and as well as Linggo. So be sure to stand by on that one, no. And habang nandito tayo sa break, kung gusto nyo makisawsaw, makipagkwentuhan dito sa aming munting podcast habang kumukonekta pa ang ating mga manlalaro, please be sure na makapag-comment kayo dyan sa comments kasi malay nyo ma-feature kayo dito sa ating broadcast or even sa preview show natin, malapagan pa kayo ng 3 spicy dyan sa baba ng aming mga pangalan.
I mean, mayroon nga tayo nakita dyan, minsan si Andre Rivera, si Matthew Duma, nakita ko dyan, para sobrang active nyo naman sa comment section natin. So, nonetheless. Pero yeah, alam mo kung masasagot ko ata yung sagot mo na may sino nga papapadala natin for grand finals exit shot. Pero titingnan lang natin kung ano nga ba talaga yun. But for now, it's the impactful nonetheless. Mamaya actually, may kita rin natin, Mochi. I think it is yung last natin dito, Fervid and Querdas. Tapos yung next natin is Alliance Sunday Shrooms in Blue Vortex. So sa second matchup natin, magantay lang kayo after this kasi this is a proving ground now for Sunday Shrooms kung fluke nga ba yung championship nila last time or will Blue Vortex just keep on climbing sa standings natin.
Tsaka mabigat din yung bearing nito, Polar, no? They are fighting for that fourth slot sa ating standing. So, it is do or die talaga dito for Blue Vortex and Sunday Shrooms. Pag ito ay pinambagay nila, naku po, it's already a done deal for them. At ngayon na sila pa talaga ang nagtatapat, man, this could never be ever more important para sa kanila. So, I feel like this is also gonna be bound as a banger match, especially na biro mo fourth slot, pinakakuli yung kanila pinag-aantabayar dito. So, yeah, for our playoffs as well. But on the other hand here, it is Fervid and Querdas. Para na lang yan I feel like they're already sitting pretty on that slot sa ating second and third spots natin. I feel like na lang to, bragging rights sa kanila, and as well as yung kanilang share for the prize pool as well.
I mean, nasabi ko nga kanina parang for these two teams right here, it just means that they are worthy of being here in Impactful kasi actually there's a lot of teams that could have been here, pero these two teams now this is the proving ground na kung you are a top contender pagdating sa Crossfire Philippines na sinasabi nga ng ating mga casters on the regional finals na that keeps on improving. So kailangan din talaga na the fight keeps on going, pero ang ating scoreline nonetheless mukhang habang nagsasalita kami, nagbakbakan ng mga players, no? Mukhang may news tayo dyan, Mochi. Gusto ko ikaw muna ang magsabi ng news natin.
Ako talaga, no? Hindi, quick update lang na sa current status natin, all the while that they're fixing some things. 5-4 ang ating updated score sa pabor sa R7G, no? May isang round silang kalamangan. Pagbalik natin ay second half na. So, I feel like this is gonna be more heated than ever, especially na ipaglalaban talaga ni Team Micro na maalis yung advantage na yon for R7G as of the time being.
I mean, that just means na R7G really couldn't perform and give them that comfortable start sa BL, and with the GR side now in the second half papunta sa Team Micro, wala na. I think this is already a done game for Team Micro just because they can just keep on doing default now. Dito gagana yung default plays, yung slow plays ng Team Micro ngayon, kasi kanina on the BL side it wasn't really not really doing well on that side, pero ngayon Team Micro, go lang, i-direction yan. Gamitin nyo si Tangbat sa mid, sa LA, ng very passively, okay lang yan. May kita nyo pa rin naman yung kalaban.
Tsaka ang maganda din kasi dyan, pagka si Tangbats, inilapag mo sa kung san-san dyan, whichever site it may be, matik merong ROI, merong return, laging meron siyang mapipitas because that is going to be a challenge for R7G as well. Hanapin kung nasaan si Tangbats. And deeming that this is definitely a big headache for R7G, man, wala silang choice kundi tapatan talaga if it is even possible for them to allot a couple of members in a specific location, mas pabor, because that just means there's at least going to be a trade for them. Someone can even push forward or occupy a bit more space. Sometimes when it comes to these situations na parang ang labanan mga pick-off potential, wala kang choice but to utilize yung body system, especially kung mahirap talaga yung katapat mo dito, whereas again, si Tangbats yun.
I mean, Tangbats has the biggest job right now pagdating dito sa ating port. If they really want to win here, kailangan nilang gamitin si Tangbats, and Tangbats needs to lock in. Nakita nga rin natin dito si Ajax, who's really not doing well but not doing impressively, just like what he did in ating Ankara. Pero updated score tayo. Again, it's a 5-4 scoreline in favor of R7G nonetheless. Nakikita niyo naman dyan, pagdating natin dito sa labanan, mag-antay lang kayo. Round 10 na po agad tayo. So let's see kung kakatatapusin nga agad ng ating mga players to. But yeah, I think there's really nothing else to talk about. Naging yung port din natin. Actually, meron nga pala. Yung port natin dito being one of the maps na naging, alam mo yun, most of the decider, most of the map number 2s is always port. So it's not just Ankara na naging staple for Impactful. It's also port, which is actually nice. This just means na lumalawak talaga yung mga yung mga map pool ng ating mga players.
Yes, indeed. Pasensya na guys na. We're just ensuring na yung estado ng ating mga teams din ngayon ay maganda talaga, no? Masisigurado natin. But baka kasi hindi mo pa ini-start, bipolar. Ang tagal mo nalaman natin natin dito, no? I feel like naabangan na rin nila yung mga susunod na mga serye natin. Pero once again guys, 5-4 ang ating scoreline. Ang tabayanan lang natin muli. I feel like nailapag na rin natin yung ating 2 sentabo sa kung ano or what may actually take these teams to actually win. Ang inaantay na lang talaga natin dito is for them to do those stuff. And kung meron pa sila actually na mas magagawang mas maganda rather than what we are saying here. Kasi all that we can do here is to derive some observations that we can see and recommend some findings depending on where we see may fit. Wow, may pag ganon. Findings. May see may fit. Wow. Dito sa ating mga players natin. So, ayun guys. Ayan. Alright, alright.
Akala ko nga ito yung mas matinong pairing pagdating dito sa Crossfire. Di pala. Kasing lala din pala ng Daydom bipolar combination. No? Pero, I mean, yeah, the findings right now, Mochi, is still just a 5-4 scoreline. Pagdating sa Team Micro, again, if you are a support of Team Micro, they have a bigger chance now, especially na it is just a 1-point scoreline for a 1-point deficit in favor of Rhea 7. Pero Mochi, Diyos ko po, para sa mga manonood natin dyan, tomorrow po may bagyo tayo pero tomorrow may preview show din. So hopefully, makaabot din po kayo doon. Sana mag-ingat po kayong lahat sa ating paparating na delubyo. Kung may mga delubyo po tayong pinag-uusapan dito sa Crossfire just because of how great these players are. Meron din naman po in real life, so mag-ingat po tayong lahat dyan. Maraming salamat po sa pagsubaybay despite it's actually raining right now. Kaya pala nawawalan ako ng internet kanina. Ang lakas pala ng kulog at ulan dito. So everyone out there, mag-ingat po kayo. Gusto namin pag safe kayo, safe. Pag safe kami, safe din kayo. Yan.
Tama. Lalo na may mga baha. Alam niyo na yan.
Nako
be sure
po.
to be safe
Aabot
from that
ba tayo
one.
dun, Moch? Aabot ba tayo dun?
No. Sinasabi lang natin na once again,
okay.
ang dahil kasing sakit na maaaring midulot ng baha,
That's
yung mga
true,
gagamitan
that's
natin, na ginagastusan natin, hopefully, okay din at nagagamit nyo pa despite of that one. But, yeah, we already know what is our current stature that now as much as possible, yun nga ang aming hiling, no? Hopefully you guys are safe sa ilalim ng inyong mga bubong, ng inyong mga bahay, and kasama ang inyong mga pamilya. But with that being said, no? Oy, ano yun?
Hindi. Balita ko kasi si Didong sumusulong daw sa baha ngayon, kaya medyo napapa-antab ako ng onte. Pero go lang, Mochi. Continue lang.
Ayun lang, no? Dado, yan din ang problema pagka nasa kabundukan ng Laguna. Pag ganun pa pala, no? Baka sinlayo natin sa isa't isa. Also, yung mga players natin all the way from Visayas and Mindanao or Davao specifically, no? Yun din yung kinagandahan ng having these types of grassroots or these yung mga leagues natin in general. Kasi parang nakikita natin yung kagalingan ng mga Pinoy saan mang panig ng Pilipinas sila, saan mang kasuluk-sulukan, kadagat-dagatan at kagubat-gubatan ng Pilipinas itong mga players natin. So, yeah, it's really nice to see these prodigies up and coming and attesting and showing up their dominance din dito sa ating liga.
Yeah, I mean, okay, kala mo naglag ako, no? Hindi ako naglag doon.
Diba?
Napatingin lang talaga ako sa statistics ko sa left side. Pero yeah, everybody, I mean, it is a pa day 8 na tayo. Actually, I wanna know, ilang days na lang ba tayo, Mochi, ang natitira dito sa ating labanan? I actually just wanna look. Kasi, if I am correct, we have 2 more days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Nagbilang.
6 na lang pala yung araw na natitira
Isang linggo,
natin dito sa
mahigit.
Impactful. Diyos ko po, ang bilis pala ng journey natin dito. It's almost done. Kasi matatapos tayo on October, sa simula ng October.
And I believe it's pretty much the same din for regional finals. So, habang tumatagal, mas tumitindi lang din, no? I feel like, guys, kung gusto nyo din na magkaroon ng up-to-date statuses dito, no, sa regional finals, check nyo lang yung ating page dito sa Crossfire Philippines Facebook and also nagbo-broadcast din sa YouTube, depending sa kung saan nyo gusto manood, kung anong mas accessible sa inyo. Ayan, panoorin nyo yung ating mga kaganapan dyan. Once again, ito, nangyayari ang during Wednesday and Thursday, itong Impactful Friday preview show. Kung gusto nyong maki-update, mga live updates natin, kung hindi kayo masyadong palanood ng mga live stream, ito yung summary ng mga kaganapan sa kinaukulang linggong yon. And whenever may Sabado at Linggo, yan na, yung bardagulan time. Regional finals, with your favorites of Evo, Stallions, Execration, Pacific, the rest of the teams are there na talagang tip-top shape at also the top teams in PH right now.
Diyos ko po, pag umabot tayo na naman ng Saturday, Sunday, dun talaga natin makikita yung mga all-out bakbakan. If you wanna see some more strategic plays, dun kayo makakita ng kakaibang labanan, and as well as, different play styles rather than impactful. Dito kasi impactful, it is a different taste, and I like yung contrast natin for teams. Pero kung kayo nga sa ating comment section, please also let us know para kung sino nga bang inyong pambato pagdating sa ating regional final, kung sino nga rin ba ang sa tingin nyo abot sa ating top 2 na ipapadala sa ating Crossfire Grand Final sa Chengdu pa. At feeling ko, Mochi, just a little bit, feeling ko may mapapadala na naman tayo dun with na hindi lang dalawang teams pero isang representative na rin mula sa cashless deck natin. So hopefully mangyari man yun. So natutuwa lang ako kasi ibig sabihin nun, mawawala na naman siya sa Pilipinas. Yes, makakakuha tayo ng spotlight. De, joke lang. Alam mo na kung sino ka pero mahal na mahal kita. It's all love.
Oh, shoutout sa'yo, Sneak, no? Grabe
Uy,
din
ba't mo sinabi? Hindi siya.
Hindi ba? Ay, okay.
Si Sneaky
Ako,
Frog
intayin
yun.
nyo na
Kulang lang.
Kulang ba?
Yes,
Malay
ko
mo,
po.
soon, dalawa na rin. Di natin sure. Malay mo,
Uy!
yung mga nagko-comment dyan, bigla na lang sumali dito sa Impact
Naku
Hall.
po.
Tapos pagdating ng araw, sila na pala yung kinakast natin. At mamaya, yung mga nasa
Yeah.
Impact Hall, nasa Masters na pala. So,
What
alam
if?
mo yun, diba, minsan kasi ang dahil nangyayari dito sa isang araw, nangangarap ka lang, kamakailan, biglang nandun ka na. Diba? So,
Yeah.
lot of stuff that might happen in a short duration of time. Once again, guys, inaantay lang natin yung mga players natin na makapag-prepare. Wala kami control dito, Kami ay nagkukwentuhan lamang, susubukan na i-entertain kayo for the meantime na hindi pa prepared ang R7G and as well as itong Team Micro. Quick status, 5-4. Scoreline natin ngayon, kaunting kalamangan para sa Rhea 7 GAON.
And quick check lang din, 4:52 in the afternoon. It's still a lot of daylight pa rin naman para sa ating labanan right now. Pero ayun na nga, grabe talaga ang labanan natin. Hopefully makakita na tayo ng game dito. But as we are wanting to give you the best kind of broadcast, ayusin namin yan hanggat kaya namin ayusin. So stay put, everybody. I-share nyo na yung live stream para marami din ang manood muna sa podcast namin dito ni Mochi. Tingnan nyo, 1 + 1 bang 2. Amazing, grabe yun, Mochi.
Di ko lang i-react ako doon, pero ang alam ko lang, sabog na kami nitong kasama ko dito sa caster desk, no? Pagdasal nyo na lang po kami at maraming salamat para na nakikinig kayo sa daldalan namin.
Salamat po.
Ako, guys,
Salamat
no?
po.
Kung kayo ay nagko-contemplate kung kukuha na kayo ng merienda, ako nang nagsasabi, magde-decide na kami for you. Kayo na, lutuin nyo na yung pancit canton na gusto nyo, no? And as well as yung pandesal at mainit na kape ngayon sa tag-ulan. Always a staple dito para sa ating mga Pilipino. Pero yun nga, no, naantabayanan lang talaga natin. Sorry na guys, kami na nga mingi na nga pasensya sa inyo. And hopefully di pa rin kayo nagsasawa sa pagmumukha namin dito. Nagkakwentuhan kami dito.
Alam mo Mochi, kada nakikita ko tayo sa caster cam, nawawala yung makeup natin, nawawala yung mga ano natin kasi ang tagal pala natin dito sa camera. Pero it's okay. No problem kasi to a point na nandito din kami. Siguro mamaya pag umabot tayo sa time, magsasapakan din kami dito ni Mochi. Pero
Uy,
hindi ko
wag
talaga
naman.
ata aabot doon. Kasi baka matalo lang ako. Feeling ko matatalo lang ako doon. Yes.
Pero may mga nagpapabate ng happy birthday. Sabi ni
happy
Albert
birthday.
San Pedro. Ayan guys, keep the shoutouts going habang nandito tayo at wala pang nangyayari. Pabati daw po kay Mark Andre Banggit. Happy birthday po. Ayan, happy birthday po sa inyo. Hopefully okay ang inyong pagselebra kahit na umuulan-ulan ngayon. Ayan.
I mean, Mochi, to everyone out there, actually, I want to shout out some people, no? I want to shout
sige,
out
go.
si Boss Jason na mula sa Crossfire Crossfire community natin na active in giving some support for us casters here as well para sa ating mga Visayas team. He was from Cebu. So, Boss Jason, alam ko nanonood ka. Maraming salamat po sa suporta niyo. And para sa inyong lahat, kay J-Con na nagpakitang gilas kahapon, ako po, if you know, kung nanood kayo kahapon ng labanan ng Kadiliman pati ng antag dito ng Kadiliman as well as Sunday Shrooms. Wala, kakaiba yon. Sana makita ulit natin. Meron bang laban ngayon yung Kadiliman? Wala eh. Pero maglalaban dito yung Sunday Shrooms. So, ayun, that's something to look out for as well. Pero Mochi, alam mo, nag-open na ako ng Crossfire para labanan muna yung mga players natin dito. But everybody, it is still a one hell of a day. Naka-on schedule pa rin naman tayo if ever. So, we're just really waiting for these teams to fight it all out. Any thoughts, Mochi? Alam mo, excited ako actually for the regional finals kasi yung mga drama natin, it's slowly dying down. Pero yung mga labanan natin, nagiging mas bakbakan, mas nagiging intense yung mga nakikita natin doon.
Yeah, ang kinagandahan din yan is kada isang team natin may kanya-kanyang storya, no? Kung gano'n na sila katagal dito or baguhan lang pa man din sila, pero sobrang tindi na kaagad ng kanilang mga growth, which is something very notable amongst our players and as well as our teams. Depende na rin, no? Minsan kasi ang humukulma ng identity natin, ng ating teams is hindi lang sila but also the community that surrounds these specific teams. So, yeah, I really do think na these types of moments, ito si Micro and as well as itong si Rhea 7 GAON right now, I'm pretty sure maraming na sumusuporta sa kanila dito ngayon. Pero yun nga lang guys, ayun na, in-update na uli ang ating headliner, ongoing technical issue. Not quite sure if it's with the server itself, pero please do be patient with us. Ayan.
Yeah. Maging patient po kayo. And everybody, I just wanna say din habang nandito tayo because for everybody out there, meron po tayong currently going event mula sa Stove PC client.
Yes.
So, why not habang nag-aantay po tayo sa mga games natin, maglaro muna kayo ng FFA, maglaro muna kayo ng mga pub games na mabilisan lang kasi madali lang naman makakuha ng 4 permanent guns sa pamamagitan ng pag-exchange ng points sa ating point shop. Just go towards the Stove PC client, mag-login lang kayo sa CF nyo, maglaro, and as well as use the Stove PC client launcher. Gawin ang mga daily requirements para makuha ng Chetak Dominator Gold. Meron tayong Eldorado dyan. Meron din tayo yung inaabangan ko lang na M4A1S na Obsidian Zilong. Yun yung malapit ko na makuha, Mochi. Yun yung tinatarget ko eh. So, earn easy points. Earn points, get to log in into CF at makakuha kayo ng permanent guns na talagang magsistay sa inyo sa inventory. So maraming salamat po Stove and as well as sa ating Smilegate for giving us this kind of event. Mahal namin kayo. Just go towards the site na www.cfph.onstove.com sa Stove official Stove client official para makita nyo pa yung mga details if hindi nyo pa nagagawa yan.
Yes, indeed. So, gentle reminder lang din, no? If hindi pa sila nakakapag-migrate ng account, I feel like makukuha lang nila yung 4 permanent guns natin pag nakapag-migrate na sila sa Stove PC client natin. So, be sure to do that as well. And for the meantime, chill with us. Do whatever you have to do. Kung meron kayong kailangan isa lang yun na. Labhan, isampay, no? Sa loob ng iyong bahay, gawin nyo na rin. Because still, the technical issue is still ongoing. And we do appreciate na naghihintay kayo kasama namin at nakikichismis as of the current time with us.
I mean, maraming salamat din po talaga sa inyo no, to a point na eto na nga Mochi, no? Pwede ko nang ipakita ata to. Pwede na ba? Ayun na.
Ayun!
Nag-open ako, Mochi. Pwede ba?
Kaya pala tutok na tutok ka dyan sa screen mo. Yan pala yung pinaggagawa mo, bipolar, no? Yung mga files mo nakikita.
Hindi, wala. Na-open ko lang dito para makita nyo, guys. Pwede kasi kayo makakuha ng permanent guns sa Crossfire. Kaya huwag kayo mag-alala. Ano, no?
Nachita ka na? Hindi pa.
Hindi
Yun yung mga inaabangan ka din eh.
Ako din, pero hindi eh. Parang sila Salvatore lang yun yung nakakuha ng mga ganun.
Sila. Pero ayan,
Ito po.
sumusunod na ang ating shoutout train. Shoutout po from Davao City. No, sabi ni Kishi Yangson Aklaw. And as well as itong si Jeline Esmas, pa-shoutout po kay J. Kim. Sana makatama ka mamaya. Kung hindi, ikaw ang tatamaan sa akin. Ay!
Uy!
Grabe naman po yun, no?
Boss!
We don't
Boss!
resort and encourage violence po dito, no? Tayo'y magmahalan lamang sa buong sangkatauhan. And sabi dito ni Pascual Maynard from Bayambang, shoutout po. Ayan. Okay.
Alam mo, that's actually nice na shoutout dito si J. Kim, no? Kasi he was one of the top players natin. He was playing at the last matchup of the day kahapon. Pero, alam mo, Mochi, umabot ata sa point na double digits. So, 20 kills ata doon si J. Kim. Tapos yung headshot rating niya, 90% at one point in time. So, I mean, if you wanna keep on going, no, dire-diretso lang tayo doon. Sino pa bang mga inaabangan natin dito mga players for impactful? Sino ba yung mga naging notable? Feeling ko kasi sa akin talaga Kadiliman yung naging notable, just like Hank Shu, mga ganun.
Si Cersei, no? Tama ba? Saan bang naglaro na ng MMA itong kasama ko? Hindi ba? Tapos naglaro na yung kasama ko, guys. Pero ayan na! Hoy, mag-quit ka na dyan, bipolar!
Wala na, nag-alteport na ako.
Magsisimula na itong laban natin dito ngayon.
Wala na! Oras na para itigil ang labahan. Itigil lahat ng hinuhugasan. Pati yung sinasain nyo, mamaya nyo na isain. Kasi we are back in the ball game. Oras na, ladies and gentlemen. This is the second half. R7G with a 1-point lead against Team Micro na 4 agad ang rounds nila dito when they were on the GR side. When they were on the BL side.
Okay, pinagpawisan ako doon, kakatawa. Hay, nako ka. Isa kang hotdog, bipolar, no? Yun na lang ang masasabi ko sa'yo. Pero, R7G, nako po, gusto nilang pag-igtingan ng kanilang advantage kontra dito sa Team Micro. I feel like it is about time for them to do very aggressive executes. They just better be careful dito kay Tangbats, no? Kasi isa talaga sa mga pillars na bumubuo dito kay Team Micro para mas maging solido ang kanilang estado dito sa team na ito.
I mean, but ikaw, Mochi, nakakapag-Tagalog ka na ulit. Pero ako kasi, medyo pinakontemplate ko pa yung mga pinagagawa ko kanina. Medyo delikado kasi
solid namin
Pero ngayon, mukhang mas delikado yung mga galawan dito because he wants to go towards CA. 3 ang may kita niya doon, if ever, or possibly, 3 kasi 2 na steel doors natin. They wanna go to the A approach, pero look at this. Si Tangbats umaalis pa at the wrong time. Here comes the smokes, here comes the flashes. They're going in. Si Dexy, malapit lang din.
Yes, indeed. Pero nagsisimula na mga ratrata ng mga papaulan ng mga bala dito galing sa R7Gs. Pinagsama-sama at sunod-sunod na umaatake mga miyembro natin dito from Team Micro at 3v3. Dexy balalagla sa kamay ng JCD. And right now, just a couple more people ang naiiwag dito kay Team Micro at sinusubukan pa nga nilang palagan ng dalawa. Magkasama, magkadikit at maaaring makasuporta sa isa't isa. Ito si JCD at si Ajax. Pero ang katanungan, i-anticipate ba nila na manggagaling sila sa bandang bodega? Nasa likuran na nila. Naku po, Ajax, saan ka nakatingin? At sa isang iglap, isa na lang ang natitira. All up to JCD, trying to fend for his life. But unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case here. 5-5 ang dikit ng laban natin dito, bipolar.
And this is why we call the map of port to be GR sided. Kasi you can make plays like that despite you giving a site a lot, or like if despite you giving the A site quite clearly. Kasi pwede ka umikot towards CA, pwede ka lumipat mula sa steel doors para you can go for long angle plays. So ngayon makikita mo agad R7G was not ready for that onslaught after planting the bomb. I guess they did get that advantage. Kaso nga lang, sabi dito ng Team Micro, ikota lang natin dito. Sabi dito ni Dexy, we can get those kills from CA. But right now, it's Yogs once again holding this down together with Tangbats. Tangbats actually hindi pa nakakuha ng kill in the second half, no? So medyo he was pushed down at the wrong timing. Talagang ang ganda ng pagpasok ng R7G. It was just bad na they weren't able to capitalize on that. Right now, still a prioritization of CA and long A shots gonna come in. Zeke will show himself at mukhang they're lining up some smokes and flashes already dito sa long A.
Yes, indeed. And it seems like there's gonna be quite of a decisive take into A. Kung magpupush man talaga sila dito kaagad-agaran. They just better be careful by Tambats. Nakasession na naman na tumatao dito sa ating torre. Nakatingin na maigi sa mga maaari pumasok. Charles already trying to get himself on top. Pero yun nga lang nga, hindi siya hayaan ni Yogs dito. Maganda ang suporta ngayon ng Team Micro. Pero until when? Because they're being gunned down. They're being obliterated here by the rest of the squad here for R7G. At ngayon, it's all equalized na naman. We've seen this before. But unfortunately, it is just Knight being left alone. Nakita mo nga. At ngayon, it's a 1v1. Knight critically low in terms of health. At hahanapan niya ng paraan para makatch si JCD off guard.
JCD looking for his 5th kill here while Knight looking to tie the kills with JCD. 25 seconds, malapit na agad dito si Knight. JCD picks him out. An instant shot connects onto him. What a round for R7G.
Yes, indeed. It's been pretty quick, no? For R7G. Yun nga talaga na sabi natin, sometimes all it takes here is to do simple executes and it can make the job done, no? Nang hindi ka nag-overthink, conserving that sort of energy for later on. Pero ngayon, ang daing balang pinapaulanan sa miderya natin. Yogs ang unang makakapitas dito. JCD pang mawawala. Pero ngayon, magkakasipat lang ang dalawa. Tangbats connecting the shot here onto EAS after that really quick kill here from R7G. Naku po, Team Micro is looking better than ever after that mid contention.
I mean, sinabi nga natin kanina no, when we were yapping in the podcast na parang kailangan nila gamitin si Tangbats ng dire-diretso at tignan mo, he's already at the steel doors. Nandun agad siya papunta sa BL spawn. Pero sabi ni Knight, anong gagawin mo dyan? Akin muna yung last double kill at dahil dyan, double tie game na tayo, 6-6 scoreline.
Tay na tay. At ang tindi nga ng ating galawan dito for both our teams kasi biro mo naman hapit na hapit ang ating laban ngayon. As they just try to give and take, no? Itong mga rounds natin, hindi ko alam what will be the story behind this. But all we know is that sobrang higpit at sobrang tindi ng mga nagsistep up sa ating mga kampo ngayon na dain ng mga damages na nabibigil sa ating mga miyembro Tangbats falling down the hands of Zika. And this is already their sign in order to commit dito sa ating B-side. Pero si Yog, sa likuran, hindi man nila nakita. Sila'y nagtatakbuhan. Pero yun nga lang dalawa rin ang madadapa galing dito sa R7G.
R7G still 2-man strong and now 2-man versus 2. Dexy and Janes pa very much low, Mochi. This is gonna be a harder take than before for Team Micro. Lalo na si Zeke and si Charles has all of the utility in the world. But they just need to use it bago pa sila ma-push out. Here comes the flashbangs. Para ma-push out yung mga players natin. Here comes the plant as well. Mula sa likuran niya and Zeke. So confident with these shots papunta sa GR spawn. And look at James also giving himself towards Zeke. And R7G, this is gonna be crucial for Team Micro. Kailangan nilang itigil tong 1-point advantage ng R7G. They don't wanna go for tie games here kasi if ever man yan, ibig sabihin lang ng R7G will get the first map point.
Tsaka iba pa rin talaga pag alam mong meron kang kaunting kalamangan, malaki agad ang epekto. Pero ayun na nga, parang dadagdagan nila raw ang kalamangan dito ngayon. Bipolar sinugod. Itong ating B-side, kanila na ito. Walang papasok dito. Ajax getting one. Si Knight for the trade here. Additional utilities being thrown at them, preventing them from pushing forward at the possibility of retake. Knight na lang and he will be consumed by Darkest itself. Additional round there for R7G. Parang gusto talaga nilang bilisan na tapusin kaagad-agad ang ating serye ngayon.
Alam mo, a big shoutout to Hankshu. Feeling ko he is making a difference ngayon sa impactful natin. Lahat ng players natin tumatalon, Mochi, which is actually crazy. And it's not even sub-base. But right now, moving on over that, medyo na biglang nagulantang dito ang buong Team Micro. They go for a 2-2 setup, 2 here on mid, 2 on B. At malayo to, hindi to sa may God box, hindi to sa may malapit sa entrance ng B. they're all laid back. They want to go for like possible retakes pag nakuha na dito yung A para mabilis yung kanilang transition into other sites. Pero they want to go to long A. Yogs close by. Tangbats in that position. Yogs hindi na spot out. Mamatay na nga siya doon. And look at that cleanup mula sa Team Micro. Mag-isa lang si Zeke. It doesn't even have the C4. Nasa GR spawn siya. Paano siya nakaabot doon? And now, that is a comfortable round for TM. They denied the map point for R7G.
And they got another round to go, no? Kung gusto man nuli nilang pantayan itong R7G, pero I feel like this is gonna be a challenge for Team Micro na pantayan yung mabilisang galawan na meron at ipinapadana sa kanila ng R7G dito. Marami-rami ang nagpaparamdam sa House B. Maaaring may makita, may masipat, maraming utilities na ibinabato. Tangbats makakakuha ng isa. Isa sa mga crucial ng players nila ang nalaglag dito. Knight being spotted out by JCD as well. And also, C4 natin, hindi nila hawak. Talagang gusto lang nilang mabawasan itong Team Micro ngayon.
Team Micro, very much desperate for something here now. And R7G is just playing alongside them. They have most of the control dito sa A already. So JCD with the flash inbound will be there. Matatamaan nga dito si Yogs and he's blinded like a light in the sky. Makakapatay na nga siya doon. Tangbats with the initial trade-off. Pero EAS already atop of that site. And now it's an all-out firing range para sa ating R7G. Mag-isa lang si Dexy. Nakita pa sa GR spawn. Smokes will be thrown as well. Pero hindi iniipit na. Parang ayaw muna magplata ng bomba. And JCD with a wallbang gives them the map point.
Ako po, napakadelikado nito for Team Micro, no? Sabi na ito lang talagang kailangan gawin dito. Bilisan yung galawan in order to overwhelm the opposition. And they've been able to do that wonderfully in the past few rounds na meron tayo. And currently, mid-area. Utility usage for the smokes preventing any vision ng mga aring manggaling dito for Knight and as well as Dexy. And even decent allocation of people here for any possible extensions na maaring iparanas ng Team Micro sa kanila. EES, parang may ideya ata na merong malapit-lapit dito sa kanya, no? Andito din si JCD. Naku po, yun lang, tumingin siya at the worst time possible. Immediate trade ba ang may bibigay? Yes, indeed. Tangbats though, buhay pa din, alive and kicking. But until now, hindi na yon mangyayari. 3v3. Naantay lang nila na makapag-commit itong si R7G, pero yun nga lang nga, tuloy-tuloy ang pagharang ng Team Micro sa kanila regardless of the duels na nangyayari dito, how messy it is. It seems like they were able to do well. Two more people remaining here for R7G rotating all the way to B. Makukuha kaya nila to?
A 2v3. Dexy very much low. They go towards B. They have all of it. They still have some smokes. May flash pa rin naman ng R7G. JCD peeks out. Dexy falls down. 2v2 situation ngayon. Malayo pa naman dito si Knight. So kailangan mag-atay ni Nige or ni Jeans. And with the bomb being planted, it shortens the time na pwedeng gumalaw dito ang Team Micro. 40 seconds. Jeans goes in pero gets disabled by the smoke. Pero still, tanking it all the way. Edge shot onto 2! What a play! Wow. Mula dito sa Team Micro, they defused the bomb. And sobrang fresh pala ng magplanta dito. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, Mochi.
Yes, indeed. I feel like that's been like a really quick adjustment for R7G na makapag-rotate. Total, may kakulangan na sila and they've got no choice but to push forward. But Team Micro, they really made the most out of the numbers na meron sila ditong naiiwan. Live, really good answer back dito sa R7G. One more round. Gusto nilang patagalin ito and pull over our overtime. Let us check if that would actually be possible, no? With our current status here for R7G. Trying to scout for any people na mayroon dito sa ating LA. Preparing for the attack that is yet to come.
I mean, sobrang laid back ngayon ng Team Micro, no? Kasi they really don't want to give any kind of opportunity to get killed. Para dito sa R7G that is very much like Sharks na talagang gutom na sa kills. Yogs pushing out to steal doors and as well as Tangbats para gusto na kunin tong buong angle na to. Able to kill off Ajax. That's one down. Pero titinan mo naman, look at B. Pinupuntirya na dito ng mga players coming from R7G. We need to look back at that area right now because they are now entering the site with the flashes inbound. Zeke nasa Godbacks in Gen. Kailangan lang mapatay yung mga players dito. No one is dying for CM. Pero now Dexy falls down. Sa baba ng B, may tao pa rin naman. Pero not able to sliver to get out of that contestation with a sliver of HP. Zeke, how is Gene still alive, Mochi?
Hindi ko rin maintindihan. Ang alam ko lang ay yung mga barrel natin dito tumatama na galing kay Zeke trying to push forward. Pero wait lang, they really have to keep themselves in check here because si Jeans, napakaganda ng kanyang position dito, no? Not being able to actually take down additional people as well. Pero EAS trying to hit it is once and for all. But now we are heading into overtime. Man, sana tagal ang ating pag-iintay kanina. Ngayon din ang kinatindi ng aksyon na ibinibigay sa atin ng ating dalawang kampo ngayon, no? And what's crazy here is they're already giving their all. Both of these players at the bottom of our standings. But it doesn't seem like that at all.
Yeah, I mean, this happens that di ako makaget over dun sa fight na nangyari dun sa pinakadulo. It was everyone was falling down simultaneously, dire-diretso, one here, one there. And this is what happens kapag yung team mo not really headshot heavy. If you're relying on sprays, happens. This gives a lot of time for those contention plays na parang, di mo mapatay, ako muna papatay sa'yo. Pero on the other side, pinapatay ka na rin pala ng kalaban. So, may mga ganong scenario kapag yung team mo relies on sprays and relies on team coordination and not a lot of headshot percentage. But now, we're going to our first overtime, Mochi. It's been a while actually since we've had an overtime dito sa Impactful, if I'm correct. So, R7G and TM needs to go and race to 13 tayo dito, Mochi. Let's see kung sino nga bang aangat. We're going for, feeling ko pag nag-switch ulit tayo ng sides after this, saka natin malalaman yung labanan. Feeling ko wala pa masyadong makuha like 9-13 scoreline. Feeling ko it's still far away from becoming possible.
Yeah, and most especially I believe that Team Micro has been quite of a late bloomer. Kita mo naman based from their previous adjustments, no? But what matters is they always often keep it close. Especially, same deal here for R7G, especially with EAS being recently integrated, being swapped out for Lemon as well. It seems like they're doing a pretty much a good job. I feel like talaga nagkakatalo lang when it comes to the last few moments that we have in a specific round, and I wonder what's going to be the game plan here for R7G kasi we are anticipating additional mind games from them, no? If they really want to take this. And for Team Micro, we are anticipating a more solidified approach in terms of their defense on their attack. So let's check what will be the common theme here dito sa mga naiiwang mga rounds dito sa ating mapa ng point.
I mean, let's go right into the game, no? Dito sa ating first overtime in port between these two teams. R7G will start on the GR and TM will start on the opposing side. Mukhang dire-diretso na agad dito si Knights in mid. Wala pa rin naman nakikita dito, pero Ajax as he falls down, he gets one. Charles dito sa Z, able to get one as well. At nauubos na ata dito ang buong TM kasi mamamatay din si Knight.
Ayun. 2 more people. Gene and Dexy, magkasama, magkadikit. C4 Insight and is yet to take it. Some push natin sinusubukan gawin dito ni JCD, and as well as the fact that there might be a struggle waiting to happen for them. Lalong-lalo na aware naman si R7G sa kanilang kalamangan tungkol sa ating mga numero. Pero paano nga ba sosolusyonan ni Team Micro ito, no? Parang as much as possible, wala silang choice kundi makahanap ng pick-off. Pero sobrang ingat ng posisyon ngayon ni R7G. They don't want to give that advantage away.
Advantages for R7G and TM. Their only advantage right now is that they have utility still to play with. Meanwhile, itong R7G natin, gamit na nga agad lahat. Medyo nalaspag na nga agad yung mga kagamitan nila dito. So, it's gonna be an easier offense nonetheless despite them being two players up for the side of R7G. Timing is ticking. 1 minute left into the clock. Pero maghihiwalay dito ang Team Micro. I don't like this, Mochi. Kasi if one player falls down, you have a even harder fight, especially if si Nietzsche pa
Tapos nasa
kasi Jeans pa
gitna.
nga mamatay. Pero never mind, Mochi, nakapasok na siya! Papatay niya pa si Charles!
I don't know what is happening here. RCVG is leaving a lot of angles open. JCD from the backlines may ispa... Hala, hindi niya pa pinush. Ayan, in-anticipate niya na. Jean's already in front of him. And he's gonna be able to take him out. Man, I really actually thought that that would have been a round para dito kay Team Micro, no? Especially with the confidence and cheeky pushes na nanggaling dito kay Jeans. Nice effort, no? Valiant effort from Jeans, but unfortunately, that's not entirely enough for them to take the round for themselves. Pero right now, Ajax in a really aggressive position here, waiting and seeing ang tagiliran ni Tangbats tanggal.
Tanggal na nga talaga dito ang isang problema ng buong R7G and it's Tangbats. I gotta say, medyo naging lackluster si Tangbats in port. Medyo hindi tumatama yung mga initial shots niya compared to our second map of the day. It feels like it's a different maker talaga pag nasa ibang mapa ka. But nonetheless, a formidable defense coming in from R7G. Mostly played here on A, making a great wall of offense or defense. But for Team Micro, eto na naman sila Mochi nag-over-contemplate na they need to simplify this. Because looking at the sites, Mochi, they just need to smoke that crossing area dito sa A, yung papunta dun sa site. Everyone can go to ladder. Tapos yung B natin, they just need to flash it out. Nakita nga natin doon, walang namamatay kanina, but they can easily get into the site. But now they're just waiting for time, and the timer is in the favor of R7G.
Sim. Ay, yun do. Nila dito sa bodega natin. Medyo kinakabahan ako pero kay JCD. Pero nakaramdam ata. Yogs very good for one here. Abay na kulimbat niya itong si Ajax. Wonderfully done. And I feel like this is gonna be a good sign for them to go to B. Pero yung hala nga. Matindi ang pinagdadaanan ng mga miyembro dito. And interactions here in the mid area. I feel like that is a 1-for-1 trade. Might critically low in terms of page view. Legend choice. Ako po nakita ni EAS. Itong si Dexy na pumasok. This is about time for them to rotate dito patungo sa B-site natin. Hanapin at sipatin kung sino ang mga makikita nila. Trying to deny them a lot of utilities being thrown, overwhelming them. Trying to deny this possible retake. Pero yun na nga, magagawa nila yun na maganda. Dexy being able to lead the charge here and their commitment sa B-site.
Crazy plays mula sa dalawang teams natin dito. Some mistakes, but some firepower now going into House B. 4-man strong mula sa TM. R7G falls back. Kailangan umalis.
Wow.
Pero look at Charles, sabi niya, kailangan kong pumatay. Kailangan ko ng dugo. Papatayin ko. One more dito for Yogs. That's a trade-off nonetheless. Ajax blinded, pero never mind with a headshot onto Yogs. Kailangan nila mag-flash out. Nandito na naman si Knight sa likuran, pero may investment sila dito. It's JCD with the M14. It's Dexy all left alone. Ajax with a double kill, 11 rounds to 10 in favor of R7G.
Ang tindi naman ng mga players natin dito. Conserve ko sana yung boses ko sa lalamunan ko pero hindi nila hinahayaan no? Sobrang tindi ang performance ng ating players as of the current time and it's been crazy pretty much to witness how they've been able to outscale each other every single time. And not to mention, I feel like there are a lot to spaces na binibigay ng R7G dito, no? Para sa ating Team Micro, which is unfortunately not a good thing at all. So they better keep those in check if possible para sa kanila.
It's crazy na naging ganito yung laban na natin na dikit yung laban. Sobrang ganda ng pinapakita ng ating mga players dito just because it means that they know each other and they play well against each other. Nakita natin dito na some set plays are happening. Nakita rin natin na medyo Knight is doing that last on play every time. Pangatlong round yun na ginawa yun and it does wonders. Kaso nga lang, mayroon pa rin nasa likuran at that moment for the side of R7G. And R7G becoming more and more close to getting this round win or getting the series win 2 points away. While itong TM natin, they need to tie it up pagdating sa, or at least take over mula ngayon after they switch sides.
Yes, indeed. And I feel like we're gonna see a bit more about that later on. Lalong-lalo na When it comes to expecting some of our players here from stepping up, no, siguro the likes of Ajax and even some members here na tulad ni na Tangbats, I feel like sometimes in the battle of attrition, dito na medyo mauubos ng bahagya yung prowess mo as a player. So, it is about time for us to see if Han combat each other out. Wait lang, merong mga pushes na nanggagaling dito sa ating LA area. Would this actually work for them? Just getting one immediate trade here from Knight. Mid-area natin, there's also a massacre waiting to happen here, being inflicted onto R7G. Zeke and Ajax na lang ang naiiwan. It is about time for our members here for Team Micro to actually push forward and try to contest and battle them out. Lalong-lalo na well aware sila with the current advantage na meron sila rito. Sa totoo lang, kung gusto nilang i-push forward to, pwede na lang i-push dito si Ajax. Slow na siya.
Sobrang low. Pero he's been performing nonetheless, no? So possibly he can go for like at least 2 kills before he falls down, possibly even a clutch. So we can't really put him out of the picture right now. He still has what, 24 HP and a dream. Still has a flash, still has smoke, but I think this is gonna be a hard time for him nonetheless. Kahit na we still have some worthy players mula sa Team Micro. Wherever he wants to go, there is a sideline na naka-cover dito for TM. Nakatingin sa mid dito si Knight, while Yogs is looking towards A for that cross. And in B, it's Jeans to hold down that entrance. So hirap, sobrang hirap kung saan nga ba kailangan pumunta. He goes in for the cross, doesn't even use utility here, Mochi. He goes in dry, the timing is perfect. Nakalagpas na nga siya dito. How did this happen? Para siya nakalagpas. Why is this happening right now? And he misses the shot! How are you doing this? Nakakuha na nga siya ng isa. He has so much time. Is this a clutch up? No, never mind. Mabilisan tinigil ang pag-arangkada dito ni Ajax. And once again, it is a tie game.
I don't even know what's left to discuss here, Bipolar. It's just an exchange of rounds here. And oftentimes, it's always whoever's gonna be inflicting more mistakes than the other. Ang nagiging tema dito kung sinong magbibigay or to throw away ng specific round. But, LA area, there are a couple of members na nagbabantay dito from R7G. I will think this is gonna be quite a slow occurrence, and as well as a possible push here for R7G in case. But I feel like kung si Tambats ang kanilang makikita dito with a possible push here dito in LA, siguradong there will be an automatic -1 Ajax. Quick on the trigger. Taking out ito si Dexy as well. Jeans will be forced to back out rather than trade. Interesting.
Eh, nakita nila nagli-leapfrog pataas eh doon sa house B natin. So that's just unfortunate timing coming in for the side of TM. And look at this, EAS jumping from afar. Pero si Tangbats is there. It's still just trade-offs after trade-offs. It's still a tie game in terms of kills. Pero nagkakabatuhan na nga ng mga bomba. Sinasalo ni Ajax dito. Half HP for these two teams. If pupunta sila sa Bimochi and they don't use a flash mula dito sa outer natin, I'm gonna be mad. Kasi they need this flash right now. Someone is always gonna be open here mula sa TM. At dahil dyan, Ajax will fall down. Yogs is there. Yung C4 natin, lumilipat, humihiwalay sa initial push on to B. Mukhang A ang gustong puntahan. Pero namamatay naman dito si Jeans and as well as Tangbats. It's Charles with a double. It's Charles with falling down. At naku po, oh my goodness. Oh my. It's the mad point for R7G.
R7G finally getting that match point here on our overtime after a few, prevalent blunders in the past few rounds. Not gonna lie, I'm not even sugarcoating it anymore. Team Micro, I feel like they can possibly get this one, especially if they just try to polish more in towards their discipline, no? Especially when it comes to just waiting the opposition to make their mistakes. I feel like that is something that they could do if they really want to reach that golden round. Pero R7G, Buti na lang meron pa palang nasa dito, nasa spawn or GR spawn na naiiwan si JCD. Yung buhay paikot pa lang sana. Being able to spot out ito nga naiiwang member here from Team Nitro earlier on. But now, it is again a waiting game.
They're playing so slow. They need to be methodical now. To a point na 12-11 ating scoreline. Just 1 point away from these two teams on determining kung sino nga ba talaga ang mananalo. Race to 13 ang ating rounds. It seems that ang mangyayari dito ngayon is they play for time. Feeling ko 45 seconds golden timer ang gagawin dito ng buong R7G. They move towards B Mochi. Meanwhile, si EAS nandun na naman sa Z position natin trying to go for that initial trade or at least a kill mula sa rotators natin going towards B. Pero they solidify it with one more player. It's Zeke. Pero nalilikuran nila si Yogs with the timing going for the flank.
This is not necessarily a good thing here for R7G. Kung hindi sila nakatingin sa tamang posisyon, Yogs is bound to wreak havoc here in House B. Ayun ang hudyat nila makapag-push forward pero hindi pa rin nila napapatumba si Yogs until now.
Isa pa!
Kita ang
Isa pa!
He is gonna be gunned down. Ajax all alone here on B site is not yet to get another casualty. And Tangbas will be able to shut him down. Golden round for our third map for our first match of the day is astounding, let alone with the exchanges na meron dito for Team Micro and R7G. LA area's gonna be receiving a lot of utilities right now, but R7G is bound to find another way. Yog's gonna be spotted here dito sa bandang bodega natin. EAS already good for one. And someone here, Tangbut's just gonna be anchoring down the A site. Also gonna be doing a bit exchange of positioning. May tatao na dito sa mid area natin and they are anticipating some people appearing here galing sa bodega.
With one player down dito sa defensive side natin, it's gonna be a crucial fight now for R7G. Medyo they're taking some of the strats here sa playbook ng TM na to go quite slowly despite them with the man advantage. Itong A site is gonna be their clear point of contact because 3 players ngayon ang pinapadala towards B on the TM side. Pero Mochi, again, they're just going slow. They wanna go for this very much strategic. Ayaw nila mag big risk into big rewards. And now, it gives time for Team Micro once again to readjust, to reconsider on where they want to go and defend.
Yes, indeed. But currently, I feel like they're finally making moves here in the A-site area. Knight nandito sa kasulok-sulukan. Would they do the same mistake earlier on? I guess not. Wrecking his corners and even the tower area. Rummage through here by Charles himself, popping up the time possible, racking up 3 kills already, and finally shut down by Tangbas. I guess this would be it. This map secured by R7G sa kinahaba-haba ng prosesyon. Napunta pa rin sa Rhea 7 GAON ang panalo.
And I think this is just a great statement piece. Yung pinakamababa nating team ngayon, finally getting in that standings, umaakyat na sila at the nick of time. What a crazy matchup dito sa atin, Mochi. Kakaiba ang pinakita natin dito. They take the win, R7G, and a big shout out to our production team and as well as for these two teams. They really did make wonders despite the problems that we had encountered kanina. So maraming salamat po and to you guys for supporting these players. Pero wow, 2-1 ang ating scoreline. R7G takes the win. And wow, man, nakita nga natin doon, it was a rifle-heavy map. Despite it being, alam mo yun, for other teams kasi palaging, let's enable the snipers. Let's try natin gamitin yung mga sniper natin dito every time from A to B to mid. Pero for these two teams, puro M14 yung nakita natin, puro HK yung lumamang in terms of getting those kills. And it's just nice, naging ibang contrast. Kaso nga lang may parang trade-off na parang, a lot of long fights na hindi natin alam kung sino yung mananalo.
Yes, indeed. Sometimes it all boils down to the last few moments in a specific round, no? Kasi biro mo, there's already a lot of rotations and prolonging going on in a specific round. It is quite difficult to dissect, and it all boils down to who would be able to find each other first rather than the absolute strategies that we are anticipating in this series. So it is all more of the individual executes na ginagawa dito ng mga players natin rather than having a very decisive call as a group. But what matters is that Rhea 7 GAON has been able to end this and top it all off with a 2-1. It's quite unfortunate here for Team Micro kasi biro mo, no? I feel like that is also a statement or a testament na ito rin yung kanilang kalakasan dito na kaya nilang patayan ng Rhea 7 GAON. For Rhea 7 GAON though, this is gonna be definitely testament din na despite of being at the bottom of our standings, kahit papano, nagawa nila ng paraan to even finally get that win. For Team Micro, wala pa as of the current time.
I mean, I think we were leaning towards that point din naman na Mochi na parang we also want to say nice try for Team Micro na they put up against Rhea 7 GAON mula nung map number 2 natin. Nung Black Widow, it was crazy. It was a tie game na talagang mas eventful compared to what we had in Port. They had set plays, may tempo changes, may rhythm changes from the start. Minarinate yung mga players na maging slow. Tapos yung pagdating ng dulo, alam mo yun, they surprised R7G. Ngayon pagdating kasi dito sa Port, naging nasanay na yung mga players natin on both sides on how they're gonna be playing. Naging passive sila, naging aggressive sila on the same time. So I mean, good game, nice try pa din for Team Micro, but for now this just means na mas angat talaga ang buong R7G in terms of the ones at the bottom. Parang feeling ko magpapalit sila ng there's a possibility of a change sa standings natin, baka umangat talaga ang R7G dito.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, although it's not that much, I feel like magsaswap lang sila ng location to 7-8 if necessary because I believe nasa 7th place si Team Micro ngayon or baka
That's
sobrang lapit din ng kanilang standing, especially this sa 2-1. Malaki pa rin talaga yung bearing, no? Especially na lahat ng mga mapa natin dito has been played and especially in terms of round differential as well. Pero, yeah, we're gonna check that later on, especially I believe at the end of this broadcast, magkakaroon tayo ng brief overview of our updated standings for the group stage. Pero I feel like ang kailangan natin abangan din dito as ang ating ikalawang serye na Sunday Shrooms and as well as Blue Vortex, which is something that we are gonna be checking out later on. No? Kasi biro mo, 4th place ang kanilang pinaglalabanan dyan, guys. So malaki-laki yung kabigatan ng kailangan nilang dito.
Yeah, sobrang hirap ng labanan na mamaya na may kita natin dito, no. Sunday Shrooms and Blue Vortex really gotta fight for this kasi these are the teams na lang na pwedeng gumawa ng impact sa top 1, 2, 3 spot natin. No, not really top 1 or top 2, at least these two teams right now after this, pwede pa sila umabot ng number 3 spot natin, which is gonna be crazy. Just like what you've said, up until top 4, nandito yung mga teams natin na talaga aabot pa ng playoffs. So, kailangan nilang galingan, kailangan nilang ipakita dito kung sino nga ba talaga mas deserving, and that is gonna be a good storyline later on. Pero everybody, we're just waiting for the statistics to come in to our books. But right now, let's look at the highlights of our game number 3 or set number 3 pagdating sa laban na ito. All-out gunfire, trade-offs after trade-offs, long fight, at ubos na ubos ang mga bala nila from the M14s to the 8K117s. Some solo kills, some triple man pushes. Yan ang makikita nyo for Team Micro as well as R7G. Just good fun, just good action mula sa ating sides. And wala, Mochi, I did not expect na makukuha ko ba din dito yung prediction in this kind of style.
Yes, indeed. Especially na umabot tayo ng overtime in a golden round even. Definitely just shows kung gaano gusto ng ating mga teams na manalo dito and kung sino ang probably mga nag-shine for each and every team here, which is what you have mentioned. It is very nice and it's been quite of a fresh breath of air na nakikita natin na ang nagpapakitang gilas naman ay ang mga riflers natin from R7G and as well as Team Micro.
Team Micro, good game, well played once again. But your forces were not enough to stop R7G on claiming at least a series for their name. Sobrang hirap and sobrang ganda ng laban na pinakita nyo sa amin ngayong araw na to. I also wanna highlight yung mga plays dito na sabihin natin. If you guys remember yung matagalang plays dun ng mga players natin na isa na lang yung natira sa dulo. It was like parang nag-buyback yung mga players natin dun. Tapos nagsi-angasa na lang in terms of gunplay. Pero right now, let's look at the set summary kung ano nga ba ang breakdown natin dito. Unahin muna natin yung total rounds, Mochi. A total of 25 rounds. Umabot tayo sa golden round. And nakikita nyo, from the first half to the second to all of these extra rounds, papalit-palit lang sila, Mochi.
Lahat nilaro ng buong Crossfire people here sa ating series, no? And not to mention na medyo malapit-lapit naman ang ating mga KDs natin when we try to contrast them. But when it comes to the impact na talagang inilapag, I feel like it all boils down into Yogsan as well as Tangbats. I feel like nabanggit na rin natin kanina yung impact na offer dito yung Yogs. Not to mention also being the clutch machine para dito sa Team Micro. But unfortunately, yun nga, Rhea 7, they stood tall and they were able to counter them. JCD ang nanguna dito sa kanilang seryeng to.
Yeah, JCD just formidable at the start. And this is actually crazy, Mochi. Umabot tayo ng golden round pero our stat lines are really how do you call this? Are really lackluster or hindi siya ganun kabongga. It's because papalit-palit nga lang talaga tayo dito ng mga kills. Our set MVP is gonna be JCD, 1.17 kill per round. Ang KD niya 1.40 anytime direct. Ipakita mo na ang kanyang highlights dito, pero his headshot percentage did not falter. Almost 0.40 in the entirety of 25 rounds. Pero ayun nga, no, now let's look at the highlights dito ni JCD. Naging iba nga talaga ang pinakita nila dito. It was a grueling and long fight kung saan deserving si JCD from multiple angles to rat plays to flank ups just like this. He was on top of basically TM at the entirety of those 25 rounds.
Yes, indeed. JCD din kasi has been like one of the very good attackers here for our Sabinji. As much as possible that he can get a single pick-off in whichever space yung kanyang tinatakbuhan dito. Matik, meron siyang dala-dala, meron siyang baon para sa kanyang mga kasama. It's been definitely wonderful in terms of impact being offered here for our Sabinji despite of the fact na may mga rounds tayo sobrang tagal, nagawa niyo naman yun na maganda. Ito nga pala ang ating overview for our series this time. Grabe, no? Simula tayo sa 10-6, 10-8, tas biglang overtime sa mapa ng port.
Yeah, pahaba ng pahaba. A total of what? Labili ka na ito. 6, 31? 31 rounds. Tapos 28 rounds for the side of Team Micro. If tama yung... I'm just crazy at
almost
math, Mochi.
50. Almost 50.
Totoo, almost 50 rounds. Para tayong double golden round for these two teams. So talagang it was a long fight. It talagang it was a proving ground talaga if you are considered to be one of the worthy people to be here in Impactful. At pinakita nga yun ng Team Micro in Rhea 7 GAON. Despite Micro losing here, pinakita nila that they can go toe-to-toe with one another. So sobrang astig, sobrang angas. Congratulations for these two teams. But right now, let's look at sino nga bang ating entire match MVP. It's none other than Ajax.
Ajax? Nako po. Ayan, no, despite the fact nga hindi natin siya masyado nakita na nag-shine dito on the sniper rifle row in the last map of port. Nakita naman natin he's been Mr. Consistent here on the side of Rhea 7 GAON, definitely racking up all of the very kills and the one who challenges the one and only Tangbats. So, this dude is definitely someone you wouldn't want to mess with.
Crazy now coming in from Ajax. You really don't want to mess with this guy because he is on top of you. Look at that shot. 1, 2, 3. Para tayo nag-shout kasi pagdating sa highlights. Pero yeah, it was crazy because he was always formidable.
Yeah.
Siguro nga lang talaga dahil humabay laban natin dito. He was talaga it takes a toll on you pagdating sa mahabang third set natin. So still, you gotta give it to him from the USP, from the long range shots to the flick ups. He was there every time and I like what he's doing here. He's not afraid to go in front of the enemy kahit siya yung sniper.
Exactly, which is a pretty crazy mindset to have there, no? And I also love the versatility of this guy kasi may mga times na he swaps out the sniper for something else, for the rifle, and pretty much nakakapag-trabaho pa rin siya doon. Pero he really do shines at his fullest pagka nandoon siya sa ating TRG. Which is pretty much obvious dito sa ating highlights. No? I feel like 80% ng ating highlights dito sa kanya is from the pickups na nakukuha niya early on. And yeah, congratulations and very nice dito for Ajax and congratulations for R7G once again because talagang pinakita nila that they stood tall against Team Micro.
And now, your victorious match, or first match series winner is gonna be Reyes 7, GAON, JCD, Zeke, Charles, Ajax, and EAS. Mukhang hindi nila muna kinailangan si Lemon dito, no? So, Lemon should be proud of his teammates right here for getting a W pagdating sa sub-out niya muna for today. But never mind, Mochi, it is gonna be a great day ahead kasi meron pa tayong 2 matchups. After this, magbabalik po ang Cfs Ph Impact Fall.
through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Welcome back din sa Crossfire Stars Pilipinas. This is Impactful at kami naman ang mga kasama nyo para sa ikalawang matchup sa araw na to. Mochi, kwentuhan mo muna ako. Ano bang nangyari dun sa laban kanina?
Ay, nako men, kung alam mo lang, no, sobrang tindi ng laban ng Rhea 7 and as well as ng ating Team Micro kanina. Pinaabot nila ng ikatlong mapa. Tas dito sa port na to, yung third decider map natin is nag-golden round pa. Ibig sabihin, ganun lang din nila talaga pinapahalagahan ang kanilang estado dito sa team, sa Impactful, na despite the fact that they're at the bottom of our standings, they really want to prove that they deserve their spot in this one. But unfortunately, no, sa kinalhaba-haba at kinatindi ng ating labanan dito, talagang namayagpag ng talaga ang R7G on this one.
Yes, matindi ang labanan, no. Umabot pa nga sa ikatlong set. Umabot sa ating golden round, no, with the score tying up, favoring Rhea 7 GAON, and it does make sense kasi padikit na ng padikit ang mga laban natin because the group stage is about to end. Guys, for your information, we only have, I believe, 3 days left sa ating group stage, including today, no? So hapit na talaga ang laban between all of our teams because the standings are starting to cement themselves. Pero ito, Mochi, dadako na tayo sa sunod na laban natin. It's Sunday Shrooms and Blue Vortex. Medyo nagkakadikit ang standings ng dalawang team na to, no? They are fighting for the number 4 spot. And remember guys, we only have 4 spots in the playoffs. Currently, as it stands, the scores are for the 4th spot. Kapag nanalo ang Sunday Shrooms ng 2-0, they will take top 4 away from Blue Vortex.
Yes, this is gonna be pretty crazy for us to witness as well, no? Because every single person in both of our teams, they have star players, which is pretty crazy. One of those is Soulcast, which is from time to time in every series nakikita natin si Blue Vortex na nananalo. Laging ang set MVP or match MVP natin even is si Soulcast. And also sometimes where Cersei pops off from the sniper role and as well as Zib 777 with the clutch potential. Wala kada isa sa kanila meron kang mapo-point out. And even itong si Inverse na is very interesting as a player. Kahapon, ginamit niya yung very entertaining chainsaw natin all throughout multiple maps, no? Hindi lang isa. And the Sunday Shrooms that we usually know and love, na kung saan it's always J-Bice, J-Kim, that's also popping off, no? Siguro ito yung magiging katapat ni Soulcast, no? Kung sakali dito sa seryeng ito. And also, with Ram being able to rack up some pop-ups then from time to time, definitely benefiting the whole entirety of their team in general if given the opportunity to do so.
Yes, there's a lot of talk about Sunday Shrooms, no? As the champs from Impact Summer, medyo napatumba sila kahapon ng KDM in a 2-0 fashion. Pero tingnan muna natin, Mochi, saan nga ba magtutunggali ang dalawa nating mga koponan dito? Remember, Sunday Shrooms, a team that loves playing Ankara. We've played Ankara in every single series that they've had throughout the group stage. At mukhang hindi yun magbabago dito, Mochi. Ankara agad ang pinili ng Sunday Shrooms. Blue Vortex, they are taking us to sub-base.
Parang iba ata ang talima natin ngayon sa match 2 natin kasi biro mo for match 1 parang pangmatagalan yung mga mapang pinili ng parehong kampo, pero this time it is gonna be different. There's gonna be huge contestments and a possible quick swift dito sa ating sub-base, but I wonder if that will be the same here for Compound 2 kung aabot man tayo sa ating decider.
Absolutely, no? Ankara, of course, Sunday Shrooms, favorite nila yan. Every single matchup they've had, pinili nila. Blue Vortex, one important thing to note, Mochi, they're the only team that beat Fervid in this map. Tandaan mo yung playstyle ng Fervid sa mapang ito, si Nice Katol playing the SMG. They're the only team, Actually, sila yung only team na nakatalo sa serye rather na merong sub-base na pinili ng Fervid. Scratch that, no? Hindi pala sila nanalo sa sub-base map ng Fervid. But they are one of the teams that does pick it a lot. They are as well very similar to Sunday Shrooms that loves Ankara. Blue Vortex has almost played sub-base in all of their matchups. Huling nakita natin to was up against Rhea 7 GAON kung saan naka 10-5 na score dito ang Blue Vortex, no? So there are no slouches in this map. And I can't wait to see just how they're gonna perform against Sunday Shrooms. But I am more anxious for Sunday Shrooms, no? How do you expect this team to cope after their match yesterday against Kadiliman? Kasi itong team na to, mabigat yung expectations sa kanila, no?
I feel like that is the amount of pressure that you get when you are previously the champions dito ng ating Impact, no? So wala silang choice but to carry that burden and hope that this will not necessarily disappoint anyone that is definitely supporting their team as well. Pero sometimes, no, pressure can do good or bad depending on how our team definitely address those. But this time around, I feel like we have sort of a decent footing naman for Sunday Shrooms. It's just a matter of mental reset talaga for them.
Yeah, that's true, right? But let's ask each other the important question dito, Mochi. It is, of course, a very important matchup for these two to shape up the group stage standings. Syempre, ang nakataya dito, playoffs. Malaki-laki ang impact ng laruan natin for today. So, let me ask you of your prediction. Sige, pangungunahan na muna dito, Mochi. Micho. At ang bench line ko dito, ang benchmark ko dito sa dalawang team na to is their match against Fervid. Sinabi ko kanina, Blue Vortex, one of the few teams that took down Fervid in the group stage. But Sunday Shrooms, natalo sila sa Fervid. Albeit, it was a close matchup. Natalo ang Sunday Shrooms, nanalo ang Blue Vortex. So, my prediction is going to be 2-0 in favor of Blue Vortex, Mochi.
Hala, same. Pero 2-1. I had a better advantage here for Blue Vortex. I really have a strong feeling na we will be delivered into a decider. Pero yun, 2-1 Blue Vortex and you 2-0 for Blue Vortex. I feel like this is not a good thing for Sunday Shrooms, no? Hearing itong mga nagtaga-komentaryo sa kanila vouching for their opposition. Pero, yeah, let us see.
Yes.
2-1 direct. Nabanggit ko kanina. Ayan.
Okay, 2-1. For Mochi's prediction in favor of Blue Vortex. And as you mentioned, no, ito na nga yung expectations na medyo nabali para sa Sunday Shrooms because a lot of people expecting them to kind of sweep the competition dito sa ating group stage. Pero parang hindi yun nangyari. In fact, sila pa nga yung naaalanganin na makapasok sa playoffs natin, no? And Kadiliman, Querdas, Fervid sitting firmly at the top 3. So yung number 4 spot natin pinaglalabanan dito ng Blue Vortex and Sunday Shrooms. Ito na, wag na natin patagalin pa, Mochi. We are headed for Ankara and Sunday Shrooms starting off on the GR side. Blue Vortex on the BL. Nagmamadali dito ang Sunday Shrooms papasok dito sa may doors. And hotel into full nabulol na ako dito kay Zip. Nagulat kasi ako sa pagbaril niya dito kay Simple. But Simple is down in the hands of the TRG.
Naku po. I feel like that's also something that we can point out here for Blue Vortex as well, is how they are a flexible bunch. Zib can do rifle, can also do sniper, and he's been doing so well with the TRG so far, already accumulating a couple of members here for Sunday Shrooms. Wala. Pabalik sila dito, no, sa kanilang kampo. I feel like they got no choice but to do that one. And inverse though.
Ito na naman tayo.
Jason
Ito na naman tayo. Inverse still holds on to the chain. So akala ko sa Team Micro niya lang ilalabas to eh. Pero still playing the same weapon. And if you remember, no, nilabas niya to back in, I believe, Compound. Unang mapa kung saan niya to nilabas. Tapos buong serye na pinakita niya. Zib, good for another one. Pumasok na, dinaga yung B-site. Zolek gets taken down again through that sniper, and B-site wide open for the bomb to be planted. Good flash as well to deny Ram of the re-entry.
Tsaka nakakatawa dun, pinilit niya rin yun sa port to. And it's not that impactful, but he's still been able to do, yeah, it still works. But now, grabe, ito si Zib 777, no, racking up 4, 5. Hala, lahat pala siya yung nakapatay nun. That is insane here for Zib.
The early 5K for Zib. Inubos ang buong koponan dito ng Sunday Shrooms. And Sunday Shrooms immediately learning that they cannot be aggressive in the face of Zib playing that TRG. Si Sershi, nandito rin, no? Sa may mid this time, the double sniper setup for the BL side. And J-Bice, medyo mali ang inangguluhan mo dyan, sir. Sershi takes down J-Bice.
What my worry here is for Blue Vortex, if they continue this type of behavior against kay Sunday Shrooms, is yung fact na mas magiging reactive si Sunday Shrooms to the point that they were able to occupy a lot of space here on the defense. At that is also a good case scenario though for Blue Vortex, especially having a couple of snipers on the bag here and even swapping in between Zib and Cersei on the TRG. Just definitely adds a bit more element into unpredictability dito para sa Blue Vortex.
Uy, ito na J-Kim. Good angle coming in from up top. And J-Kim finds that impact. 2 kills. At si Ram kasama yung mga mula dun sa tabi. Soulcast looking for something. Si J-Kim nasa loob ng site. At si Zolek manggagaling mula sa exit. Soulcast nakita na nga niya. And Blue Vortex hindi nakapasok. Si Sershi mag-isa na lang. Holding on to the pistol. Is just gonna get J-Kim. But that's it. Sunday Shrooms. A good hold. At syempre, si J. Kim ang sagot nila.
Yeah, I mean, alala ko tuloy, ewan ko kung bebe niya yon yung nagbanta sa kanya kanina, no? Pagka daw wala siyang tama, siya daw ang tatamaan.
Naku
Mukha
po.
namang isinapuso ni J. Kim yung kanyang comment, no? It seems like he's doing the best that he can in order to live up to the fan base expectations. But yun nga, ang bilis din ng palitan ng round natin dito. I feel like nagkaroon na ng ideya itong si Blue Vortex na hindi uubra, kundi sila makaka-pick off at least multiple para mas maging komportable sila makapag-commit and some damage being dealt to J-Bice as well right now.
It's still a very interesting setup para sa Blue Vortex dito. No? Still a double sniper for Zib and Cersei. Not to mention yung Gatling gun.
Yeah.
Nahawak dito, the chainsaw in the hands of Inverse. But J. Kim from TB, J-Bice. Lalagpasan kaya ni Inverse.
Kulit.
ito yung playstyle ni Inverse na hindi ko maintindihan eh. Kasi naka-chainsaw siya but then peeks a sniper angle. So, you know that's gonna go in the way of J-Bice. Hindi yan palalagpasin ni bossing J-Bice. But J-Kim does go down early. So, it is a 4 versus 3. At nakita na nga dito ni Zoleg yung C4. Oh, this is bad for Blue Vortex.
Yeah, it is bad indeed. Lalong-lalo na they will be meeting Zolek. Zolek, been quite of a prominent player here for Sunday Shrooms for quite some time. Definitely proving that he can occupy multiple angles with the risk of possibly being sandwiched. Pero hiwa-hiwalay yung mga member natin dito ngayon for Blue Vortex, which is something that is not good for them at all. But either way, they will try. Ephraim, ang daming naririnig na footsteps galing sa'yo, no? At nakaantabay ka pang magbabato, pero bala ang ibinato sa'yo.
This is Oleg with a massive impactful lurk, and this has been a theme with the playstyle ng Sunday Shrooms. No, Blue Vortex should have expected that. But the C4 let loose dito. At hindi na nakuha ulit. Uy, Ram with the perfect timing coming in from CA and Cersei. Not gonna be able to find anything off that round. And Sunday Shrooms, this time si Zolek naman with the massive lurk. Gives the round for them.
I feel like they're opening a lot of locations dito para kay Blue Vortex, no? Kanina inopen nila na ng matindi yan. Itong arco natin definitely gave them a lot of stuff to worry about. But Inverse, ako, sabi niya, alam mo, sige, tama na, sorry sorry na I'm testing the waters, no? Tinitingnan ko kung matitilt ko tong si Sunday Shrooms, pero baka ako yung matilt. So, I'll be reverting back to my TRG. Dalawang sniper rifle ang meron dito for Blue Vortex right now. Gonna be mostly capitalizing more with the pick-off potential na meron sila ngayon.
And you know Inverse can perform with that sniper, right? Time and time again.
Of course.
Has proven that. J. Kim going down early this time. J-Bice. Nakabang lang sa may bridge. Lipat sa mid. The smoke really good for Blue Vortex. Minimizing that avenue for Sunday Shrooms. At Solkas, nakita na nga si Ram doon sa EB. And B is wide open with 5 people left standing. J-Bice didn't expect si Ephraim up close and personal. At yung bomba na itanim na nga dito sa may B side. 5 versus 2. Simple and Zolek. Magagaling sa mid si Zolek. Ephraim again strikes from the very same angle. And it's just Simple. Nakahanap pa ka ng isa. Inverse. Okay. Will be spotted out. Taken down by Simple. But the flash buying too much time There is already too little for Simple. 15 seconds left on the C4 timer. And he will go down to the hands of Ephraim. Blue Vortex. 2-2 ang score natin dito.
That's just a quick adjustment then, no? I feel like it's more on the loadouts and as well as the fact that it's just a bit more comfortable for them to move this way, having two on the BL side. Despite of the oddities, no, na occupying a specific angle and hoping that you will get someone to cross your crosshair, that actually works on their end here for Blue Vortex, no? Especially na ngayon, si J-Vice, baka nagpupush pa nga dito sa ating LA ngayon. They better be careful as well since J-Vice, man, there's also a player that you shouldn't even underestimate.
J-Vice push it up, as you said, sa LA, but cannot keep control of it. Nandun sa may yellow yung dalawang players dito ng Blue Vortex, Zib and Soulcast. There's two of the heavy riflers dito ng Blue Vortex. Inverse, speaking of rifling, this time has the HK in his hands. Wala nang chainsaw na hawak dito as Zolek still holding on. Looking for a lurk potential, but Zolek with the tap. Zib goes down. Isang bala lang to the hands of Zolek's HK. And Zolek keeps firm control dito sa ating TB area. Pero mukhang i-challenge dito ng Blue Vortex. Two players about to push up in the same angle that Zolek was holding earlier.
Uy, naku,
Lumalim lang siya ng konti papunta sa may B-side. Soulcast manggagaling mula sa EB pero may triple stack ang Sunday Shrooms dito. Mochi, Zolek down to half HP at makikita na nga siya ni Soulcast. That's one down in the ranks of Sunday Shrooms. As Simple hiding underneath the box. Andito sa may site. J-Vice inside and the battery's play is not working out. Soulcast takes down Simple. J-Vice down to 1 HP. At yung sniper niya dito, na-flash na nga the nades. Muntik na mapopcorn si J-Vice doon. At yun na nga, sumabog sa popcorn ni Inverse. And Blue Vortex will be taking control of the site. Bomb planted inside of that site. And it's a 3v2. J-Kim Ram manggagaling sa mid. Mochi, can they keep control? Keep ahead? Get the flash going. Inverse. Mula sa batteries, mula sa likod. Gets the double and the round for Blue Vortex.
And a quick swap out into that M14 EBR as well, no? That is crazy. I feel like it will mostly boil down into the timing na kung saan nanggagaling itong mga membro natin here from Blue Vortex, some from bypass and as well as here from the main entrance, which has been definitely phenomenal kasi they caught Zolek off guard and the rest is history. Hindi nila nasuportahan yung isa't isa dito, no, for Sunday Shrooms. They were forced to back out and give some of their comrades away here from Blue Vortex. But now, I feel like they will try a bit more aggressive approach in terms of positioning, which is pretty commendable here for Sunday Shrooms on the B side. Pero wala yung mga miyembro ng Blue Vortex dun ngayon eh.
Yun na nga, nandito sila sa vents, nasa A side. Good flash coming in. Si J-Kim hindi pa rin nabubulag. And Zib will take him down regardless. One player left up top at si Ram ini-USP na nga. Soulcast with a quick entry. And just like that, the players of Blue Vortex have controlled this A site. Bomb planted dito. Retake for the 3 players remaining of Sunday Shrooms. At may hawak pang LA position dito sa Sershi. Zolek will be coming in from CA. Soulcast up close. Hindi in-expect si Zolek. Uy, saan ka nakatingin, bossing? Zolek takes him down, but Sershi is quicker on the trigger. Takes down Zolek. The lurk is down. Blue Vortex will be holding out exits. At si Ephraim lang ang uubos sa kanilang dalawa. Blue Vortex pull the lead by 2.
Grabe yung pag-pop off ni Ephraim so far, ha? Shoutout kay Sir Ephraim, kapangalan niya yun nandito na TSC front. Pero grabe, no? 5-2 scoreline. And kadalasan nakikita natin siya yung umuubos ng mga naiiwang mga miyembro dito galing sa Sunday Shrooms, which has been definitely phenomenal. And sometimes, all it takes here for Blue Vortex get their early pick-up and then push forward and rush forward. Jersey definitely being the spearhead for that one.
J-Kim is down early and Sunday Shrooms, Mochi, they're going back to the pattern of just dry peeking on the GR side. I mean, I get the idea, no? They're trying to be unpredictable, but this is what they've always done. Oh my goodness, Zib! What an angle anticipation. Alam niya na mahilig mag 2F doon si J-Vice. Anticipates it as well. And so the Shrooms, nagpupush na naman sila. This time, Ram lurking and takes down Sershi. That's one sniper down in the ranks of Blue Vortex. All the while, the bomb planted already. And they have to go for the retake. Zolek, umiikot na naman sa mapa. Ephraim holding on to TB. And Ephraim is down. Teka lang, Sunday Shrooms are making this happen, Mochi. Inverse, playing around batteries as well. And it's a 3v3. Pero may dalawang manggagaling sa EB dito. Just bro circling around. Hotel Inverse deals with the RS player. That is Zolek. Si Solcast nakita kung saan yung galing. Yung mga flash at siya ang uubos sa Sunday Shrooms. 5-2. Blue Vortex claiming the lead.
Man, not gonna kaya sana ni Sunday Shrooms yun. Kaya lang kasi nag-o-audition sila.
Ayun na nga.
Which is insane and so sad for us to witness. I feel like if they can work on that one, okay na sana, no? Sometimes all they could do here is to be a bit more patient. If kailangan nilang ibigay yung space, ibigay nila.
Oh
rather
my
than retaking a
goodness!
specific site na may kakulangan or even getting these very notable pickoffs, especially ginagawa ni J-Vice dito ngayon.
Yeah, we need more of those from J-Vice, no? Usually, nakikita natin na may early pickoff. Si Sershi, si Zib, maybe even si Soulcast every now and then, no? But J-Vice have to find more of those. Inverse, paakyat dito sa may akyatan. There's one player right underneath. Zolek. They will call it off the push dun sa akyatan, no? Lipat na lang ng hotel. It is Sershi clearing up the lurk potential. That is Zolek yet again. At mukhang magbe-B-site na nga dito mga players ng Blue Vortex. But the C4 still a little bit deep. Malapit dun sa may bypass, no? So, I think di pa sila magko-commit dito unless they call for Ephraim to pick up the bomb. At mukhang yun na nga ang mangyayari. 3 stack yet again in this B-site, Moch. And this is a risky play for Blue Vortex if ever they commit to this side push. Sershi, nakaabang at sakto. Ang angulo niya doon. Zolek is down. And that should be a giveaway. That B-site is the target with 1 minute left on the clock. Pero mukhang nilipat. A bait flash down in RS. Hindi pa rin alam ng Sunday Shrooms kung saan magpupush ang Blue Vortex.
Sershi is definitely on tip-top shape right now, no? And as much as possible, Sunday Shrooms is trying to be passive in terms of position as much as possible, especially na critically low na ang kanilang sniper player na si J-Vice. Pero mukhang siya talaga ang minamata dito ng Blue Vortex, no? If they can take that one more player here para sa E-side natin. Ako po nag-push po si Jacob. That's the worst decision you can ever do.
Uy, babalik pa sa likod dito si Ram from Vents. Pushes up. Nahanap niya si Sershi dito, but the bomb already penetrating that site. Mag-isa si Inverse sa RS. Sakto yung huli niya doon kay Soulcast. It's a 2v2. Ram has to reunite with his teammates. Pero okay lang, he will take down the life of one of the Blue Vortex players. Inverse from up top, covering his teammate as Ephraim goes in for the plant. Inverse covers. It's a 2v1. Ram mula sa vents, mula sa ilalim, mula sa E entrance, at yun na nga, sasagot si Ephraim. Sabi niya, bawal ka pumasok sa taas, boss. And Blue Vortex pick up one more for the 4-round lead.
Quite of a good off angle done from off Ephraim as well, no? Definitely acknowledging the time of adjustment needed in order to opt that crosshair sa kanyang ulo. Pero, man, ang ganda ng tip ng shape ngayon ni Blue Vortex, especially in terms of their discipline, no? Their pick-offs, their angles on point. Definitely expecting some players here from Sunday Shrooms to push forward, and they're continuously being punished from time and time again. I feel like as much as it is important for them to take a bit more aggressive in terms of position, dapat may kasama sila or do it a bit more earlier dito sa ating mga round, because if not, man, they're just gonna be continuously punished.
Exactly. That's what's happening so far. So the Shrooms need to make a big move dito, Mochi. Now have to be drastic, even more so than they've already been, kasi predictable na yung mga push na ginagawa nila dito on the start of the GR rounds. And Inverse, komportable na naman si Idol. May dala-dala siyang balde doon.
Yeah.
In the form of a chainsaw, magsisibak na naman siya dito ng puno.
Na
And
naman.
Blue Vortex gearing up for an LA execute. 4 players down in LA. 3 in vents. Flashes coming in. Jakim receiving a lot of the flashes, pero hindi siya nabulag. Ephraim is down. Zib coming in
Wow.
to deal with Jakim. And just like that, Mochi, bomb planted ka agad. Naku po, si Ram hindi pa nga nakatama. At may isang lurk na manggagaling sa likod, pero parang sakto ang tinitingnan ni Sershi. Don Zolek! That's important. That's the important pick of the round. Just because Zolek went down, I think hindi na makakabawi ang Sunday Shrooms. At yun na nga, Blue Vortex with a steady 5-round lead, Mochi.
Alam mo, such as possible, ito yung mga pagkakataon na hindi dapat pinapakita ni Sunday Shrooms yung mga kahinaan nila, no? So, we can note down 3 bullet points in terms of discipline, angle occupation, and as well as yung body system nila. Some of the stuff that hindi natin nakita kanina from the defense, pero malay mo naman, mag-iba ngayong nasa BL na sila.
Yes, second half, J-Bice this time okay. Takes the helm of the aggressive sniper. Will be taking down Ephraim early dito sa BL side nila. Ram nanalo din sa duel against Zeb. Invents opening up that A site execute. Isa na lang ang tao doon. But it is Sershi. You can never count out Sershi dito. Lilipat na nga siya ng vents to try and dip his toes into the fight. LA position for 3 of the players for Sunday Shrooms. Sakto yung shot down ni Sershi to take down Zolek. Good shot in. Ram coming in from CA as well. And that is simple to take down Sershi. But Sunday Shrooms push their way into the sites. Inverse all alone. Coming in from exit. What can Inverse do dito, Mochi? With nothing but a chainsaw in hand. Gets the 1 kill. Can he find 2 others? Low dito si J-Bice. Something of note. But Inverse is spotted. J-Bice making an impact here. Pushing the rounds a bit in their favor. 3-7.
Sabi ni J-Boys, ang kulit mo, nag-chainsaw ka na naman Yun. They one tap lang sa likod, but Inverse already back in the TRG, man. The mind games that this dude is doing sa kanilang mga kalaban is just insane. J-Kim spotting out din ito si Solcas. Alam mo, man, not gonna lie, when it comes to putting them into their place, sometimes J-Boys is all you could ever rely on. Pero ang tanong dito, minsan, kung gaano kakulit etong si Blue Vortex in doing so, kasi tignan mo naman, ang popcorn pa etong si Zib ngayon.
And this is the adjustment that we need. Pero si Serchi, na-timing na naman doon si Ram. Our snipers seeming to have a sixth sense. Parang alam nila lagi kung saan titingin, saan dapat nakabantay dito. Pareho si J-Bice tsaka si Inverse, who this time is playing the sniper. J. Kim spots out Ephraim, opening up that B site with the kill onto Ephraim. And that should be the bomb planted dito sa B site. Makakapag-retake kaya dito si Inverse at si Sershi. 2 of the snipers players dito ng Blue Vortex. Inverse picking it up with the EBR. And will be coming in from EB. Zolek, nakabantay, nakaantabay dito kay Sershi. At kay Inverse, flash coming in. Zolek playing for a closer angle. And Inverse not expecting Zolek. Unexpected. And the pistol is even more so. Double kill for Zolek. And Sunday Shrooms, 2 rounds in a row.
It seems like Sunday Shrooms has been giving Blue Vortex a taste of their own poison, no? Doing this really fast-paced executes. Definitely a different one from what we have seen from our first series so far. Cersei, though, already good for 1. I feel like they should definitely capitalize more with the one-tap potential na meron dito ang ating mga players for Blue Vortex na nagagawa nila yun na maganda ngayon. They do.
Yun na nga, J. Kim to take down 1, pero 2 ang naisagot ng Blue Vortex dito. 3 pa nga. Ram, J. Kim down. Zolek out for the count as well. And that's a steady defense dito sa Blue Vortex. Isa lang yung pinadala nila doon sa hotel. And it was also effective. Ngayon, standard ang depensa ng Blue Vortex. 4 players with reserved angles. And J-Bice, task is his to find a kill with this TRG.
This is gonna be quite a tough task to do, especially after the crime scene that just transpired dito sa ating hotel area. But regardless, they will still try to do so. I really like the positioning here dito na Blue Vortex, making it more passive than ever to ensure na walang makukuhang information from them. Denying that sniper from J-Bice as well. But shots already gonna be let out. Already got an idea. Someone's at mid. And possibly na doon din patungo dito si Simple.
Sunday Shrooms, wala pa sila nakikita dito as J-Bice still with the sniper.
Ooh.
Poking and prodding at that piece. Pero
Wait,
yung angulo ni
okay.
Ephraim dito sa may hagdan. Naku po, J-Bice, mali ang tinitingnan mo. And Ephraim with the double. A rat angle for Boss F to put the lead back in the hands of Blue Vortex and the momentum to 8-4. Blue Vortex, Mochi, 2 round na lang kanila nang angkara. Pero sabi ni J-Bice, wait lang, hindi pa ako tapos. Inverse is down.
Naku po, nag-audition
Umisa pa.
insane. And it's also crazy that J-Vice also look at the same exact angle right after taking that first pick, no? Which just means that the game says it's game sensing, pero that's the same for Cersei as well. Answering back with the pick-offs na na-inflict sa kanila kanina lang.
Still not enough yun, no? Kailangan pa rin makakuha ng isa pang kill sana, pero si J-Vice ang gagawa noon. Blue Vortex, down to the last 2 players. Ito na nga yung sinasabi natin na audition mochi. Ito na nga yung ginagawa ng Blue Vortex ngayon. And Sunday Shrooms just punishing them. Same way that Blue Vortex was when Sunday Shrooms was peeking on the GR side. Kumbaga, balik loob lang dito. Returning the favor. So she will be left alone. Nakita siya ng isa. Oh, what a flick onto Zolek's head. But he has to do that 3 more times to deny the C4 from getting planted. At si Ram, hindi niya nahayaang mangyari yun. That's gonna be the round for Sunday Shrooms. And they are getting closer and closer. Blue Vortex have to start thinking. Teka lang ha. Their time is slowly ticking dito, Moch.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like ito na rin siguro yung light bulb na mabubuo sa taas ng ulo ng Sunday Shrooms, no? Na the fact na once that they get a pick-off here na ibinibigay ni J-Vice, they tend to be a bit more careless because they really want to trade off kung sino yung nawala dito sa kanila. So they can actually capitalize on that fact. But also, seems like they're trying to replicate the early round win na nakuha dito ni Blue Vortex with allocating 2 people here in the hotel area. Pero imbes na si Inverse, si Ephraim naman ang kasama ni Soulcast ngayon.
Exactly. So that 2-man push here in hotel gives them a little bit of info. But I dare say it's not enough. Hindi nila alam na nandito lahat ng players ng Sunday Shrooms sa LA. And they're gearing up for an execute. Si J-Vice yung unang lalapit. And what a peek from J-Vice. Cersei is down for the count. The sniper in a sight is down. Mag-isa na lang si Zib dito. Kailangan niyang mag-buy time. Kailangan niyang ubusin ang mga miyembro ito ng Sunday Shrooms. Pero wala siyang makukuha. The entry USP. Si Simple naman ang gagawa this time around. And 2 players down for Blue Vortex means it's gonna be a really hard retake, Moch. But the bomb gonna be planted by Ram. And Ephraim cannot push the site yet. Through the smoke, Soulcast will go in. Simple, kitang-kita siya doon. Si Jakim ang kukuha ng kill doon. Ephraim through the smoke. Okay, gets a double. Jakim Simple taken away. And Inverse will be coming in with the chainsaw yet again. Teka lang, tingnan natin ano magagawa mo dito, boss. Chainsaw, okay, finds the one. Is it a double? No, it isn't. It's Sunday Shrooms with the round 6-8.
It's very difficult to control the chainsaw as well, no? Especially in those types of very high-intensity scenarios. Pero you still try to do it either way. Sabi ni Inverse, okay lang yan, ako na bahala. It na bagay. But also, we are already seeing a couple of PRGs here. I feel like this is a really good adjustment here. Si Ram, yung isang kasama dito ni J-Vice na makakuha ng mga pick-off here for Blue Vortex. I feel like Blue Vortex should keep their patience and as well as their discipline in check kasi they're starting to falter. Especially here in their mid-area control. That's something na kailangan nalang ingatan, lalong-lalo na tumatao dito si Zolek at makasuportahan pa nito ni Simple.
Soulcast hasn't had his highlight performance, no? At least kada game may dapat isang big performance si Soulcast eh. But we haven't seen that yet. This could be the opportunity. Pero mali siya sa TV, ah. Seems like nakakaamoy ng maling information dito ang Blue Vortex. Lahat sila pumunta sa A and mid. But it's B site the push. Oh no! The defense a little bit lopsided here in B kung saan naroroon ang Sunday Shrooms. Papasok na nga sila. Simple. Not spotting anyone as of yet. The entry is here. Sunday Shrooms are here. Cersei has to find a kill at makakakuha siya ng isa. Simple is down. Zolek.
Ay, muntik na.
Uy, nakatakas doon sa bala ng sniper dito ng Blue Vortex. But they could have the retake with a man advantage if hayaan nila na magtanim sa ngayon ang mga players ng Sunday Shrooms. 5v4, J-Kim. Soulcast peeking. Muntik na maka-timing doon. Soulcast has to wait for the team to come in, pero Zib finds J-Vice and J-Kim finds Soulcast naman for this early encounter in the post plant. 30 seconds left on the C4 timer. Ram playing around the boxes and Ram is making it happen. Inverse with the kill and Zib with the pistol. Blue Vortex, a successful retake, set point for them.
And it seems like Blue Vortex definitely proves that they're still one of the teams that thrives through chaos here on the retake. Actually, despite of the fact that allocating 3 people here in A and playing passively in B, it seems like that is indeed a retake position. I feel like they already got an idea there is going to be this commitment upcoming dito para sa Sunday Shrooms, and they've been able to address that so well. Sept onto the TRG as well. Man, this is not doing anything good para sa Sunday Shrooms right now.
Double sniper from Blue Vortex. The early picks has been working, but simple answers back in kind. Punishing si Zib dito sa LA sa vents. And Sunday Shrooms looking for more actually as Inverse does go
Flank?
down. Oh no, Blue Vortex. They are
Ooh!
committing some serious mistakes dito. Mochi might have just cost them the round. Another one coming in from behind at kakagat din siya sa lupa dito. Sabi nga ni Michael Jackson, another one bites the dust. It's just Sershi on a 1v4. Okay, good quick scope onto Ram. But this feels impossible for Sershi.
Oo. Ang hirap. And all the way from exit, iikot siya.
Ayun na nga.
The best time possible, si J. Kim pa ang makakatapat niya.
A little bit too aggressive doon for Blue Vortex, no? I mean,
True.
Once they lost one player, they should have backed off. Pero tinuloy-tuloy pa rin. Ng 4 na miyembro nila, no? All the while, Sershi was just waiting for something to happen. Waiting for an angle with that sniper. At yun din ang gagawin niya ngayon, J. Kim. Makikita niya rin, Zolek is down, Simple is down, J. Kim nakapuslet, pero yung C4 kitang-kita niya doon. Ram denies Sershi of the other kill, but 2 players down already. This is a good start for Blue Vortex to keep control of this round, but the C4 retrieved by Sunday Shrooms habang si Ephraim nakabantay dito sa bridge inside or just barely in hotel. Nasa A exit. Dito si si J. Kim nasa RS. Naku po, intayang malala to, Mochi. Because the players of both teams isolated and no one's got a lot of space. Mid is so far in control for Sunday Shrooms, but the moment they step out of mid, makikita nila si Soulcast, si Ephraim, o kaya si Zib. At mukhang lalapit na muna dito si Soulcast mula dito sa CA, pero medyo napalalim masyado. Ram takes him down. Zib with the popcorn onto Ram. 2v2, 2v3 sa ngayon, rather. At si Inverse, papasok na naman siya dito with the chain sa Mochi. Tatalon. And Ephraim to take the kill. Blue Vortex will win set 1 in Ankara.
Ang lala naman talaga na ng performance ng Blue Vortex dito, no? Definitely showing that they can be the Kingslayers that we are waiting for here in Impactful. Definitely denying that prestige na meron dito for Sunday Shrooms so far, which is definitely a crazy sight to witness, to say the least, no? Lalong-lalo na when it started, akala natin Sunday Shrooms would be able to make this to a really close match, pero instead, they got demolished time and time again by the members here ng Blue Vortex. There are some moments na medyo nauubusan sila ng pasensya, but they always try to change that and fix that in the next round as easy and as quick as possible. Although hindi natin masyado nakita na nag-pop off dito si Soulcast ngayon, what's important is that the rest of the squad has been able to show na every single one is capable in their own right.
Exactly, no. And what I love the most about Blue Vortex sa set na to in particular is after they made the mistake, they minimize the next round, no. Talagang kita mo na nagbabawas sila ng risks going into the next round after a punishment in the previous round, which has made a big difference in terms of scoring dito sa set na to, no. And I guess this map is a testament to just how similar these two teams are. Talagang pareho yung mistakes na ginagawa nila, you know? The playstyles between these two teams are very, very similar. Kita mo, si Sershi on the sniper, naghahanap ng early pick sa BL side. Ganun na ganun din yung ginagawa dito ni J-Bice, no? The only problem is Sunday Shrooms make a little bit more mistakes compared to Blue Vortex, no? Kapag nag-isa-isa sila, tinatawag natin na pag-audition, minsan nauulit nila yung mistake na yun, eh. Blue Vortex, they're better at minimizing the same mistakes. They're better at learning from previous mistakes that they've made. And that just gave them a slight edge dito sa mapang ito, no? So, there you have it. Blue Vortex taking the cake dito sa set number 1 natin in Ankara. And yes, as you did say, Moche, walang pop-off moment for Soulcast in this particular game, but still actually providing good numbers para sa team na to. I want to see
And info.
kung ano yung KD dito ni Soulcast going into the set summary. But for the rest of the Blue Vortex squad, man, maganda yung mga hold na pinakita nila even on the GR side.
Yes, of course. I feel like J-Bice has been able to unlock his element doon sa mapa na angkara natin. Pretty different from what we have seen from Cersei so far, no? Apakadalas niya kumuha ng mga aggressive angles dito in order to ensure that there will be a very certain pick-off galing dito sa Sunday Shrooms. Unfortunately, J-Bice doesn't have that ability or that freedom to do so kasi parang nagkakaroon ng kakulangan when it comes to the support, and let alone na may mga oras na nagkakanya-kanya sila, especially when it comes to mid-round calling. So that is something they should definitely fix, especially when it comes into sub-base. And siguro dagdag na rin dito yung kanilang disorientation kasi ang matindi dito kay Blue Vortex, pagka na-inflict nila yung kaguluhan dito on the counterpart, mas natutuwa sila doon because they always capitalize in strength in terms of numbers and their fast pushes. So, knowing that, those are some stuff na kailangan talaga yusin dito ni Sunday Shrooms. I hope na ma-adapt nila yun dito sa sub-base. Lalong-lalo na sobrang fast-paced pa naman yung galawan dito sa mapang to.
Yeah, let's see kung ano yung magiging playstyle dito ng dalawang teams. I mean, sub-base is a map where a lot can be done. You can play fast, pwede ka rin maging slow. You can be very aggressive on the GR side. But in my opinion, yung GR side ng Sunday Shrooms was a little bit too aggressive, especially in the first couple of rounds na meron tayo sa game na to, no? They didn't necessarily need to pull an early push, isolated pushes mula dito sa Blue Vortex because parang unang round pa lang dapat pinapakiramdaman mo muna how the enemies play. And Sunday Shrooms parang naglabas agad sila ng alas doon, and Blue Vortex just punished them for it, no? Parang nakita natin nung nasa BL side yung Blue Vortex, naka-double sniper sila because they know that that is a tendency for Sunday Shrooms to do, and they were absolutely right. I feel like masyadong maaga nilabas ng Sunday Shrooms yung ganung playstyle nila, and that's definitely a learning point as we head into sub-base.
Alam mo, to be fair, okay lang naman din sana yung mga ganung galawan nila as long as merong suporta, may backup, may rest back, which is hindi ito na-supply ng ibang mga members natin dito from Sunday Shrooms. Pero also been witnessing here, no, yung mga galawan din dito ni Zolek, not gonna lie. I feel like he's doing quite a really decent and great job, especially when it comes to the lurks here on the mid area through bypass and whatnot. He's been able to narrow down the numbers here dito for Blue Vortex. It's just that nagmistulan siyang band-aid, no? Hindi siya long-term solution. It's not sustainable here for Sunday Shrooms. And as much as possible, they really want to rack up the certainty sa mga rounds na ginagawa natin para mas mapulong at mas mapaganda ang ating mga laban so far.
At yun na nga, no, yung pinakamataas na kills natin dito is Cersei and Inverse, the sniper slash chainsaw duo. And taking a look at the set summary, silang dalawa ang may pinakamataas na kill to death ratio sa buong team natin, no? Inverse with a 1.67 and a 1.58 kill death ratio naman para kay Cersei. Pero yung nakakatakot dito, yung consistency ng pagsasnipe ni Cersei, both on the BL and on the GR side, netting him a total of, I believe, 18 kills, 19 kills in the entirety of this game with a kill per round ratio of more than 1. And Cersei always so consistent on the snipers.
Yeah, totoo, no? Dagdag na rin natin yung mga cheeky positioning ni Ephraim. Kasi kalimitan, hindi lang isa yung nakukuha niya dito kay Sunday Shrooms once they do their execute, no? Once na makapag-plant sila ng C4, laging nandyan si Ephraim, minumulto sila. Nasa likuran, and before they even know it, there's already a couple of people down for them. Pero sino nga ba ang umangat, no, dito para sa Blue Vortex? Naku po, it's no other than Inverse.
Wow. Of course. Inverse with a 1.67 KD. And I feel like Inverse really deserves the spotlight this time around for Blue Vortex, no? Talagang siya yung laging consistent dito sa ranks ng team niya dito ng Blue Vortex. I mean, in the previous game that we saw, in the previous matchup we saw, it was Soulcast that was constantly popping off. Si Zip din, mataas din yung KD niya dito, no? But this time around, Cersei will come out on top. Ang ganda namang angulo na kinuha niya dito eh. No? I mean, and you could see as well in so many scenarios just how versatile Inverse is. Yun nga, lumilipat-lipat siya ng barrel, minsan picking up the EBR, and of course the chainsaw, and of course the sniper. So Inverse this time will be recognized as the MVP. And how often do you see a chainsaw player becoming the MVP of a game? You don't.
Yeah, you don't. Ngayon lang natin din siya nakita. Pero not gonna lie, I am not laughing because natatawa ako na siya yung MVP. Natatawa ako because this dude is an all-in-one package. Is very flexible, pretty good in the sniper, pretty good in terms of the chainsaw. Minsan also inflicting quite a tilting notion dito sa kanyang mga kalaban, no? Yung mga mental games, mapapaisip yung kalaban ko naka-TRG siya o chainsaw. 'Di ba? Bahala ka na.
Exactly. So isipin na lang ng kalaban paano nga ba lalaro kalaban sila. Paano kaya isipin ng Sunday Shrooms ang sub-base against Blue Vortex? Malalaman natin yan sa pagbabalik ng Cfs Impact Fall PH.
through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At tayo nagbabalik sa Impact Fall dito sa Crossfire Pilipinas. Kami pa rin ang kasama nyo sa seryeng ito, sa matchup na ito between Sunday Shrooms and Blue Vortex. At yun na nga, Mochi, isa na namang koponan ang nakapagpatumba sa angkara dito ng Sunday Shrooms.
Yeah.
Sub-base ang susunod nating istorya. Mababago kaya to?
That's also a really good question to ask, no? Especially, I feel like na-point out na rin naman natin yung mga kulang dito for Sunday Shrooms so far. I feel like it's just a matter of time before we even see kung ano ang gagawin nila on that one, on something high intensity and such a fast-paced map dito, like in the likes of Subbase. But hopefully, no, na makabawi sila dito kasi I feel like when Blue Vortex finally gets that momentum going, magtutuloy-tuloy na sila dito eh. They are pretty much known with pretty quick games, but hopefully makahanap ng break dito si Sunday Shrooms in order to prevent that from happening.
Problema lang, walang break eh. Tapos na yung break natin, Mochi.
Yeah.
Yung 3 minutes na break, it's done. Naghahanda na mga players natin. Pero pag usapan muna natin tong mapa na to, no? In set number 2, sub-base tayo tutungo. We've seen Blue Vortex play sub-base before. At ang natatakot ako para sa Sunday Shrooms dito, Mochi, yung huling beses na nag-sub-base ang Blue Vortex, Fervid ang nakalaban nila. Ever since then, ano ang sinimulang laruin ni Inverse? The chainsaw. Ito na naman tayo sa nakakatakot na chainsaw dito ni Inverse. Makikita kaya natin ulit yung chainsaw na yon ni Inverse. I dare say with the playstyle na meron ng Blue Vortex sa ngayon, I think mas madaling makakuha ng space with a chainsaw. Especially when you're lurking. I mean, Inverse, hindi natin nakikita na naglalurk siya masyado, no? I think that's going to change dito sa Subbase.
Tsaka hindi malabo, no, na ilabas niya yung chainsaw. All the more reason for him to do this is the fact na mas matindi into CQCs or close quarter combats itong mapa ng Subbase natin. So, pwede na nang ibigay yung sniper duty kay Zib, pwede nang ibigay yung sniper duty kay Cersei, tapos siya, mag-e-enjoy na lang siya sa chainsaw niya kung sakali. Pero, let's see kung hahayaan man talaga siya dito ni Sunday Shrooms, no? Lalong-lalo na, I'm pretty sure iniisip ni J-Vice, wait lang. Parang hindi ako yun nung nasa Ankara. And that would also be the time for him na mas ipasiklab o mas ipagpakitang gilas niya itong sarili niya kontra dito sa kanyang mga kalaban para maihugot nila itong ating ikatlong mapa.
Syempre, that's a good point, no? J-Vice, of course, is kind of like the bailout man minsan ng Sunday Shrooms dito, no? So, siguro, makahanap ng kakaiba dito si J-Vice sa ating sub-base na mapa. But going back into the close quarter argument na nilabas mo dito kanina, Mochi, no? I could think of so many scenarios in sub-base kung saan lalo na magiging katakot-takot itong chainsaw possibility from Inverse. You remember that box dito sa A site, sa harap ng missile, sa luwag, sa ilalim ng luwag, and also dun sa second mid natin, the vents position. There's so many different ways you can approach with that weapon, especially on the GR side, kung saan magsisimula ang Blue Vortex dito sa Subbase. Let's see how things go in set number 2. Sunday Shrooms, can they make the comeback?
Question na si Sunday Shrooms lang ang makakasagot. Not to mention, no, when it comes to pick-up potential din dito sa ating A side, that's gonna be pretty much of a crazy challenge that Sunday Shrooms has to take, especially maaaring merong mga executioner na magsilabasan dito, pero
Ram, take down the early pick against Cersei. Speaking of second mid, si Cersei ang tatao, si Ram ang papasok, and Ram will be unstoppable in that regard. Nasan si Cersei, still inside of that B site. Pero sakto lang naman ang position niya dito. Just waiting in passage for that lurk to come in. Pero mukhang hindi papasok ang Sunday Shrooms sa ngayon. Remember, Mochi, this map is a Blue Vortex pick. At sila ang unang mapupuruhan dito with Cersei going down. They have to adjust.
Sim, Efraim, nakakaramdam, makikita na merong manggagaling sa Venceria, anticipating na makapag-push dito si J-Vice, pero hindi sobrang ingat. Although ang dain nilang inilapag na utilidades dito. Uy! The trades have been prominent!
Pasok dito si Ram to Efraim. Siya ang makakatuha ng double kill doon sa may shutter. And J. Kim jumping down from the site will be taken out. Taking out Efraim. And yung C4, makukuha dito ni Ram ha, pero wala silang ideya saan magagaling si Zeb. Yun na nga, nagparamdam na si Zeb from passage. Nakikipagsayawan dito kay J. Kim. Nagpapaka-Spider-Man dito sa may taas ng site. Zeb, hindi niya kita kung nasan yung bomba. And Ram, bobombahin si Zeb with his EBR. And Sunday Shrooms pick up round number 1.
Okay, really good diversion tactic din meron dito kay Sunday Shrooms para sa ating unang mapa, no? Force them to assume na kung saan sila pupunta. Definitely led to their demise here. Simple, critical lalo in terms of HP though. And also, si Zib, ang tatao dito sa ating luwag.
Si Zeb will be taking down the double entry. That is J. Kim and Simple. HK lang, sapat na para kay Boss Zib. Siyempre nakasupport naman si Sershi with the flash and the smoke. Pero si Ram, uy, na-timingan si Inverse, si Zib din. Zolek picks up a kill. And Blue Vortex, ito na nagtawag na ng kanyon dito in the form of Sershi. And Sershi will bring down the thunder. The double kill for the sniper player.
Grabe talaga yung aura ni Cersei dito
Ayun na
ngayon, no? Simula no unang map natin until now, he is carrying himself better than ever. Definitely force itong si Sunday Shrooms to opt for a bit more slower and passive approach here, occupying the right hemisphere nitong ating mapa. Maaaring magparamdam ng kaunti dito sa bandang MR, pero hindi ko konekta ang granadang binato nila.
Soulcast will be the one holding locker. Saan ba dito ang sniper ni Sershi? It is currently holding second mid. Hintay niya na may mapasok. Hintay niya pumasok dito, mawala yung smoke frame. Nandun din sa position na yon. Vents though, walang nakatingin doon sa CR. For the moment, pwedeng mag-vents play. Sana siguro dito si J. Kim. Pero yung MR lalayo sila even without the presence in locker. Lilipat muna ang Sunday Shrooms towards second mid dito sa woods. At nandun naman si Zib sa may boxes in a site. But still, very good defense. Very standard defense rather for Blue Vortex. Si Ephraim, uy, nakatiming kay J-Vice and the sniper in the ranks of Sunday Shrooms are down. At nakakaamoy dito si Zib inside of Luwag. Flash is coming in. Zolek titingin sa baba pero si Zib buhay pa rin! Naku po, hindi na-clear ni Zolek! Pero okay lang. Malitirig naman dito sa simple ni Ram to open up missiles. Bomb getting planted and the CR push will be botched by Ram. Sershi good for one. At malapit na dito makapasok ang mga players ng Blue Vortex. Iikot pa nga papuntang Luwag. Si J. Kim ang mag-aabang sa kanila doon. But Blue Vortex playing the time, playing together, playing it smart. The flash is coming in. The utility, binabato na nila dito. Soulcast manggagaling sa sikip. At mukhang masyadong masikip as Zolek will be pinning him up against that area. Si Ram din kukuha ng isa pa ang Blue Vortex. Hindi makakapasok. Sunday Shrooms making this round theirs.
Feeling ko, alam mo men, kaya sana yun kung sa luwag sila dumaan, no? Kaya lang kasi siguro medyo na paranoid sila kung meron silang madadaanan pagkalabas ng control room. Pero maaga ang kanilang pagtrabaho dito, no? For Sunday Shrooms, they really want to capitalize on the momentum that they're trying to racking up against dito sa Blue Vortex. And ang ating locker serya, bakante na.
Uy, what an angle from Zib, ah. Will be peeking out. It's Luwag, nakakita siya ng dalawa. Will be running away. Soulcast, meanwhile, gets taken out. So that's already one player down for Blue Vortex. Naggranada na nga doon si Zib just to buy a bit of time. At lalayo muna, lipat muna siya ng CR dito. And again, vents left open kanina. Sana no, pwede mag-push ng vents ang Sunday Shrooms. But either way, kahit na hindi sila nag-vents push yet, they are making the rounds work, picking up the lead in the last round. And the execute happening in A side. Zib, good shot onto J-Vice. Pero matitrade agad ni J. Kim to open up missile. And that's gonna be the C4 planted soon enough para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. May lurk naman gagaling sa likod si Sershi on the TRG at na-timingan ni Zolek. No lurk for the sniper player. And Inverse will be left all alone. Wala nang change sa ngayon. And Blue Vortex, it feels like they're getting a little bit too comfortable, Mochi.
Masyado silang natutuwa sa mga pinaggagawa nila dito. Tignan mo si Inverse ngayon, medyo nahihirapan 0-4 siya ngayon. It seems like he has been able to learn his lesson. Kaya naman, lalagyan niya na ng 1 ang kanyang mga patay dito. as of the current time. And I feel like there is a bit more credit that they can do here, especially when it comes to doing aggressive pushes, especially here from MR, which has been benefiting them well. Pwede pa nila gawin yun, but now that they have a really good situation right now, they better move back. And nagawa naman nila din yun.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good start, good adjustment from Blue Vortex. All it takes is 2 kills and now they are ahead in this round. Ephraim, good job holding down MR. Speaking of which, pupush na nga siya dito pero medyo napasobra ata yun, Boss F. Zolek and J. Kim nakaabang lang to keep control of MR. At mukhang magbaback off mula sa passage dito. Si J-Vice nagtatawag na ang mga kasapi niya. Clear ang MR. Pwede tayo mag-push ng locker pero with 1 minute 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left rather, pwede pa silang lumipat dito. Yung C4 still in the hands of Zolek. Going back into forklift. And Sunday Shrooms taking their time. Mukhang magpapassage sila, play sila dito Mochi. Kaso lang andun si Sir Shi. Saktuhan ng posisyon. And Sir Shi, quick adjust. Good for 2. And it's inverse for the third. The USP makes noise. And Blue Vortex pick up the round 2-3.
Nang balagbag si Sir Shi man. And ang ganda rin ng suporta ni Inverse doon, no? Definitely getting the job done in doing that dirty work. May suporta din naman. And not to mention, I feel like they're racking up this certain amount of discipline para sa kanila, which is great here for Blue Vortex. And if they are gunning up for this 4th position in order to head into the playoffs, talagang pag-iigtingan ng Blue Vortex as much as they want to keep this lighthearted. It seems like hindi nila yun magagawa for the entirety of the time because the pressure is there, the prestige is there, and what they're fighting for is there.
Soulcast, matatimingan si J-Vice pero uy! The jumping USP still gets the headshot. Para kay Soulcast dito. Partida, hawak-hawak niya pa yung flash kanina doon, ha? And J-Vice getting the pick that Sunday Shrooms need. And Blue Vortex a little bit too aggressive again. Is it though? Full control. A forklift of mid pero yung bomba na itanim na sa A site. Ang makikakakitaan doon si Ephraim tsaka si J-Vice. At si J-Vice lalapitan na ng 3. J-Vice still gets 1 before falling down. At si Rodek magagaling sa ilalim ng luwag. Zib, kailangan matingnan to. Kaso hindi siya nakatingin. Zolek, ang security guard ng A site kasama pa si Simple. At si Ram tatalon mula sa itaas. And it's Sunday Shrooms keeping the lead 4-2.
They made A site their playground here, Daydom, no? Wonderfully done na ginawa dito ng Sunday Shrooms, and it seems like they're wreaking havoc on B as well. Pretty much became a bit more predictable din na mukhang mag-a-allocate sila ng tao dito sa A, and they definitely did do that. Pero ngayon, immediate inverse already out of the equation here. Parang naamoy na natin. May possibility na baka nagsisisi si inverse sa mga ginawa niya kanina, pero right now, wala na silang choice but to face up against them. A lot of shots being let out here pero wala pa man din tayong casualty so far.
Wala pa nalalaglag apart from Inverse actually. Who did go down? Ito na naman tayo, Ephraim.
Wow.
Getting punished for that aggression. Pero si Sershi sasagot ng isa until J. Kim finds his own. Sershi is out. And Blue Vortex getting a little bit too shaky. Si Zib na lang ang buhay. With a 1v3. At least yung position niya, hindi na alam until J-Vice peeks out of luwag. Ayun na nga, Sunday Shrooms call for the rotate. Iwan na natin to si Zib. Hayaan mo siya dyan. Pero si J-Vice, nahuli pa nga ni Zib. This is a doable position for Zib with the EBR. Pero napakaraming angulo ang kailangan niya i-clear dito. Si Zib, nakikita na nga ni Ram and Ram to take him down. Sunday Shrooms finally pulled the Vents play and Ephraim goes down again. It's the round for Sunday Shrooms.
Gustong gusto ko yung itsura ni Ram ngayon so far, no? Napakalinis niyang trumabaho here for Sunday Shrooms, especially with garnering all of the multiple trade-offs na maaari niyang makuha at mai-offer para sa kanyang mga kasama. Let alone the switch up from the rifle to a TRG, whatever is needed, nandyan si Ram in order to support them. Definitely just shows kung gaano sila kakomportable gumalaw dito sa ating sub-base map and also the reason why they even chose the sub-base map. But on the other hand, for Blue Vortex, alam mo, kaya sana nilang i-even out ang ating mga numbers ngayon kung sila ay mas magiging disiplinado, mas maingat sa kanilang mga galawan, lalong-lalo na pagdating dito sa mga gantong pangyayari is need mo lang mag-occupy ng angle tas wait for them to push talaga eh.
Sunday Shrooms. They waited long enough. 1 minute 30 seconds. Mukhang wala talagang magpupush sa Blue Vortex sa ngayon, no? Soulcast sa 2F. Uy, good nade from Soulcast. Keeps a lot of damage onto Simple and Zolek at mukhang aabang na siya dito sa may hagdanan. Just in LR. Zolek, papasok na nga. Nakita si Inverse. Inverse, tatakbo palayo. Pero si Soulcast na makakuha ng kill. JKM is down. Ram has penetrated this B site. And Efraim will be down for the count. Soulcast, hindi ka maka-Spider-Man dyan. Will be taken out as well. And it is the lurk, the late lurk from Ram that might be the key. The key to end this round for Sunday Shrooms. Pero mukhang hindi nila iintayin dito si Ram, who will get the kill onto Sershi as well. Sunday Shrooms 4 rounds ahead. At parang nakita ko na to kanina, Mochi, pero bumaliktad. Sunday Shrooms na ngayon ang may lamang.
Grabe, no? I feel like it's just also a way to show na Sunday Shrooms they've learned their lesson way back in Ankara, no? As much as possible, they're already giving someone a buddy. Lagi nang may kasama, especially that now they're here in the BL side, they need this more than ever. And also the unpredictability na nanggagaling sa kanila, no? Minsan you would expect that everyone is gonna be occupying a specific site, pero instead magugulat ka lang, may nasa likod mo na pala, may nasa woods na, nasa CR na, nasa vents, nasa shutter, whatsoever, no? They are everywhere, which makes it a bit more concerning here for Blue Vortex kasi hindi nila alam kung paano nila i-occupy yung mga space or even trade off ng kanilang mga kasama, because before they even get the intel kung saan napatay yung mga kasama nila, they are already gone as well. So, really great adjustment for Sunday Shrooms so far.
Yes, and Blue Vortex, no, I could say na yung defense nila is a little bit lacking here on the GR side. No, I talk about vents not being held, and in the one round na nag-vents push dito ang Sunday Shrooms, nahuli kaagad si Efraim, no? And Blue Vortex, they've been putting too much attention in one spot in my opinion, na hindi naman naging successful. Nakaka-push pa rin ang Sunday Shrooms. If I were them, I would go for the standard approach, watch every angle, and then play accordingly, play reactively to the way Sunday Shrooms are approaching the map. Remember, this is sub-base we're talking about. There's a lot of room for creativity, but at the end of the day, this is a very big map. And the GR side, it's very hard to hold every single angle, no? If you try to pinpoint your attention in second mid at naubos ang team mo, basically wasak na yung depensa mo dito, no? So playing more standard is, I think, the key for Blue Vortex to sort of make this defense a little bit more viable. Ang problema lang dito, paubos na yung paubos na yung rounds natin dito sa kanilang GR side. 6-2 as it stands, and sigurado nang may lead. At least 2-round lead ang Sunday Shrooms going into the second half.
For sure. Actually, kahit tatlo nga, no? Which is actually something na gusto talaga ng Sunday Shrooms na makuha, especially if they really want to offer our decider map. Pero ito na nga, tayo nagbabalik. And once again, it seems like Blue Vortex is plotting something very interesting here, Dido.
Seems like they are. Blue Vortex. Parang nakita ko nitong play na to mula sa Fervid. They're taking a play straight out of the Fervid playbook. Pero this time, making a lot of noise. Nagpapaalam sila, nandito kami. Bawal kayo dumaan! At si Sershi, pangatlong tao nakabantay doon sa second mid. Takes down Zolek with the sniper. Pero yung Vents play, eto na, si Ram. Manggagaling sa isa. Si Zib, magpipik. Finds the one, but not the second. Jakem takes him down, but at the cost of 88 HP. Paubos na ang buhay doon ni Jakem at si Ram nakadetect na nga dito ni Sershi with the sniper. It's a 4v3 and Blue Vortex, the defense this time working out. Kabaliktaran nung sinabi ko yung ginawa nila, Mochi. Nagtatlong tao sila sa second mid.
It temporarily worked. Pero the question is, would they be able to close this off? Kasi Yeah, it's good that they've been able to narrow down the numbers here, pero with the current status na meron dito ngayon ang Sunday Shrooms, parang okay ata at kita
Uy!
mo naman din kung paano trumabaho at gaano katindi. Eto si Ram, no, all up to J-Kim, critically low in terms of HP right now, yakap-yakap
J-Kim.
yung C4.
Uy! Na-timing siya ni Soulcast halos, but J-Kim takes him down!
Naku!
What is happening? Blue Vortex! 1 HP na si J-Kim kanina pa. At si Cersei maglo-lurk pa nga sa malayo. Kinig niya ba yung footsteps dito ni J-Kim? Hindi. Hindi niya alam saan manggagaling si J-Kim. And out of somewhere, eto na! Manggagaling si Cersei sa likod. Nagkakitaan na sila. Parehong 1 HP. Nabotsa pa kayong granada doon pero okay lang. Tatakbo papuntang B-site. And suddenly, J-Kim has the advantage. Cersei, so many angles so he can take. And Cersei is spotted. Naku po.
Insane.
Moji! Naku po, Blue Vortex. Naku po.
Gusto ko yung stress na yung kasama ko. Alam mo, okay sana in theory ginawa nila, no? Sinabi mo na, kabaligtaran na sinabi mo yung ginawa nila, trying to catch these members from Sunday Shrooms off guard, but once again, that is a temporary fix, no? As much as possible, they want longevity. They want to prolong their strong and solidified defense. Which is hindi nangyari. Quite unfortunate, but it is what it is. But what's really good here for Sunday Shrooms, no, is that they showed na talagang they are in control here on the BL side of sub-base. Ang tindi ng kanilang galawan, especially itong si Ram, no, massive shout out for Ram because kung saan mo siya nakita, para ko may term to, he is anywhere and everywhere all at once. Itong
Wow.
si Ram, no? Parang antindi. Like, makikita mo na, sakitin siya, pupunta sa luwag, pupunta sa vents, babalik ng woods. Alam mo yon? Tapos, every single time na meron siyang pumunta ang lokasyon, may mapipitis siya. Which
Ayun
is
na nga.
crazy because this dude has been able to pop off with the whole entirety of our first half. And I'm pretty sure that siguro, ngayon na meron na siyang gantong amount of confidence boost from that one, baka ma-carry over niya dito ngayon na nasa depensa na tayo.
Yeah, and not just confidence, no? Ang daming nakukuhang space and more importantly, kills dito ni Ram. I've been talking about the Vents position over and over again at yon ang naging kryptonite sa round na ito para sa Blue Vortex, no? Yes, they were able to pull off the second mid defense, nakakuha ng kill si Cersei, tapos na-hold nila yung posisyon ng Woods. But then the Vents player pushed. Si Ram, sabi niya, bulaga. Naubos niya yung players dito ng Blue Vortex. And even securing the 1v2 after that massive lurk from Blue Vortex that did not work. Naku po, they're getting a little bit impatient in my opinion dito, Mochi. Blue Vortex, just hold is all they need. Wait for the positions of Sunday Shrooms to be revealed before making a move. Ang problema, may naiiwan silang position before Sunday Shrooms even makes a decision. Kaya nata-timingan sila lagi. At sino pa ba ang huhuli sa kanila other than the flank player? That is Ram. That's why Ram is creating such an impact here in sub-base. And we already said it at the start of the set, no? There is room for creativity, and creative is what Sunday Shrooms is doing this time around. They are looking, they're ratting their way into the rounds and so effectively so. Ilan na yung advantage natin dito? 7-2, 5-round lead. Parang ganun din kanina no? Ganun din tayo inangkara, pero ngayon Blue Vortex sila naman ang napupuruhan.
Pero malay mo naman, patikimin din sila ni Blue Vortex ng kung anong ginawa sa kanila ng Sunday Shrooms. Sometimes kasi they have a habit of doing that as well, no? Especially when they find themselves in such dire situations. But let us check, no? Malay mo naman mapagpatuloy din itong ating momentum here for Sunday Shrooms, most especially na tulad ng sabi mo, no? So, to be honest, hindi na nga lang pag-lurk yung ginagawa ni Ram dito, pangdadaga na, no, namimeste na siya ng mga membro natin dito from Blue Vortex kasi legit na ganun kabigat yung impact na dala niya dito for Sunday Shrooms as well. This definitely gave a bit more breathing room para kay J-Vice for Simple na makapaggawa ng ibang mga gawain dito since a lot more space is being occupied by Ram in multiple times. But yeah, I guess that is the whole thing and surface level situation that we have here so far. I think for Blue Vortex, they need to be a bit more respectful and as well as disciplined and standard. Dahil pala, no? Tatlo pala. They need to be a bit more respectable, standard, and as well as disciplined. Ayan, tatlong yan here, especially when it comes to BL side. As much as they can, if they are expecting some extends and as well as some pushes dito from Sunday Shrooms, they can capitalize on that one and plan their next move from there.
Exactly. And for the most part, I think they should know. They should expect yung mga push dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Remember, Ankara, round 1 pa lang on the GR side, nag-push na ang Sunday Shrooms. That's one thing that Blue Vortex can start to punish dito sa BL side, no? Lilipat na sila sa BL side, ne? So, it is gonna be a breath of fresh air. And it will be exciting to see ano yung mga approach na ipapakita nila dito. Remember, Mochi, they picked this map and they are trailing by 5 rounds. So Blue Vortex, kailangan nang maghapit, kailangan maghabol as we head back into sub-base. 7-2 ang score natin dito. Sunday Shrooms lead and take the GR side.
Yes, sir. And it seems
Early
like...
contact.
Uy, hala, mid-control?
Zolek, pipik dito. Zib gets flashed on out by Zolek at tatakbo muna siya doon. Si Zib akit sa successfully baiting Zolek. Pero the nade from Zolek is successful for the trade as well. Inverse, papasok dito sa shatter and will be opening up that B side for Blue Vortex. 2v2, Ram and J-Bice. What can you do as the bomb gets planted in B? Nasa missiles dito. Yung 1 HP na si Inverse. Si Ephraim naman is close in contact with him. Pero mukhang alam niya na kung saan manggagaling dito ang dalawang player, ang dalawang koponan dito ng Sunday Shrooms. J-Bice is down. Good flash but it's a little bit too late. Ram will be coming in for the trade but there is none. Inverse and F playing it very, very nicely. And cross position. Mahirap tong i-trade ni Ram. Mahirap i-isolate at mukhang imposible na nga. Blue Vortex splitting up the map. A good start on the BL side.
Exactly. Parang ngayon lang din natin nakita, you know, we never saw that type of approach kanina kay some Shrooms when they are in the first half. Pero ngayon, they're trying to be a bit more decisive in their locations and what they do. Trying to occupy as much as many space as possible. But unfortunately, mukhang merong na-trade dito sa kanilang kampo. J-Bice, naku po, nakikipagpatintero. Pero wait lang, pre! Andae mong kalaban dito!
J-Bice going down, unable to hold missile. Hinabotcha pa kayong granada doon ni Zolek. Pero okay lang, they can still recover from it if they decide to group together. Pero 4v3 to ha. Manggagaling pa sa likod dito si Zib. J-Kim expecting and gets the headshot onto Zib. And now sa 3v3. Oy, Sershi, nahuli niya si Zolek doon sa may second mid. Bawal dito mag-lurk sa woods, sabi niya. And Sershi still holding on to the TRG. Will be going in with the conservative angle. J. Kim is down. So is simple. Blue Vortex, 2 rounds secured.
Nako, ito ba yung sinasabi natin kanina, no, na baka sapawan lang yung fast-paced play na ginawa din dito ni Sunday Shrooms sa first half, pero mabilis din ang galawan ngayon ni Sunday Shrooms dito, no, doing the very same execute that they did the last half, na they're pushing all the way from woods, from shutter, and now definitely denying a lot of space here. Pero pwede nilang ikutan to, no, for Blue Vortex, but instead they're overwhelming them with lots of utilities at na-popcorn pa nga si Zolek.
Bawal kayo mag-hold dyan. Sabi dito ng Blue Vortex, si Simple nakapasok na nga and will be holding that second mid position entirely. At tinanin niya yung Blue Vortex doon. Ephraim still finds Simple though, so that is 2 for 2. Habang yung C4 at least still in control for Blue Vortex for now. At si Jacob naman na mag-aabang dito sa missile inside of that A site. Makikita na nga siya doon ni Sershi. The shot does not connect from his TRG. At dahil doon lalayo muna si Sershi from A site. Yung MR may taong lumalapit dito. Yung daga. That is Ram. His name is Ram. And he is cosplaying the Ratatouille himself. Solcast finding Ram to deny that lurk this time. At 2v2 muna tayo. Blue Vortex. Nako po, nahuli nila si J-Bice. At si J-Kim na lang ang natitira. Ma-expect kaya ni Solcast to. Ang sagot hindi. And malalaglag siya doon. Ephraim playing around the missiles. At si J-Kim mag-isa na lang 1 HP. J-Kim not looking at Ephraim. And that's Blue Vortex 3 rounds in a row.
Grabe, men. Nag-hike sila dun sa mga nakapatong container natin doon. Pero, it all boiled down to Ram. Grabe, no? Okay na sana yung pag-delay din ni Ram and even the pick-up here sa ating MR area. Unfortunately, though, I feel like there's a bit more burden dito kay Ram right now, na parang nape-pressure siya ng pag-perform. This is also one of our worries here pag nagpa-pop off yung mga players natin from time and time again, yung burnout. It is really important that there is really support na napoprovide dito ang kanyang mga kasama, but unfortunately, medyo nagiging huli yung paggamit nila dito, and sometimes it results to overextending, such as that one.
Oh my goodness, Searchy, what a shot. Jump pick lang yun, ha? Nagbabato lang ng flash sana doon. Si Ram. And again, the sniping is wonderful, but this time it's J-Bice to take down Zib. Simple, kasama pa nga si J-Bice, as J-Bice good for one more, pero si Ephraim maghasik ng lagim dito sa site, getting the triple kill immediately and turning things around for Blue Vortex. 2v1, si Ephraim naka-TGR, or rather, naka-EBR, at si Searchy naka-TRG pa rin naman. And si Zolek, nagtataka siya, min. Ano nangyari? Paano na itanim yung bomba? Paano mag-isa na lang ako dito? Galing sa locker. At paano na ine-expect pa ni Searchy kung saan siya manggagaling? Blue Vortex, 4 rounds in a row.
That's insane, no? For Blue Vortex so far. They're definitely denying that momentum dito for Sunday Shrooms kanina. If na-manage nilang makuha yon, well, guess what? Nasa amin na. Sabi nila dito, no? But 6-7. Oh my, isang round na lang, pantay na agad yung mga scores natin dito, which is quite insane. But not gonna lie, if it comes to the approaches na ginagawa ni Blue Vortex ngayon, they're much more creative on this one. Because earlier on, nung nasa BL side si Sunday Shrooms, it's just eyes on papunta sa entrada ng A, eyes on papunta sa entrada ng B, sa MR, or sa luwag natin. But this time, it's different. They're exploring their options here, especially in the second mid and as well as here in sa bandang shutters area natin, and a lot more utilities being expended, which as much as possible, hopefully, mabudget nila because baka kailanganin nila later on once na nakapasok na sila ng site.
Save it for the post plan. But the question is, makakakuha kaya si Zolek? Ang sagot ay oo. So, cast down. Good peek from Zolek. Keeps control of that A site because of that kill. Pero lipat ng Blue Vortex dito sa woods. Walang tao. Second mid, may posisyon si J-Kim at si Ram. So, pwede silang makakuha ng Crossfire setup doon. But a good smoke will net Ram or Ephraim of a little bit of space. Walang tao dyan sa vents. Ram, dyan ka lang tumingin sa second mid. Andyan na silang tatlo. Ram will have to hold, and he does. Nakuha niyo yung isa. Can he get another? The answer is yes. Double kill for Ram, and Zib might just be the third. Yes, it is. Ram with the hold, and Ram yet again gets control of the round para dito sa Sunday Shrooms. 8-6. They stop the momentum.
Parang malapit na mag 30k si Ram. Is it just me? Ewan ko pero feeling ko malapit na siya mag 30k with the previous skills na meron siya dito sa ating first half, which has been definitely an exemplary performance from him. But I wonder what's going to be the answer here for Blue Vortex, no? Most especially that they really want to find Ram if that is possible. Kaya lang kasi ang tindi talagang magtago at dumaga nito ngayon. But now, facing the front line, kasama si Zolek dito sa woods area natin. So fast being spotted out, and Cersei for the trade.
Cersei finds the kill onto Zolek to even out the odds. 4v4 tayo dito. Soulcast out. So is Zolek. Pero ang lalim na sa MR dito ni Zib could find contact in the form of Simple. Flashes coming in, pero yun lang. Simple, good punish onto Zib. At medyo nakatalikod doon si Zib. A big punish coming through from Sunday Shrooms. A little bit of a careless mistake doon mula sa Blue Vortex. J-Bice, nakasniper siya dito. In missile, in A site. Mahuhulihan din siya ni Ephraim ng timing, at yun na nga, Cersei. Uy! Hindi nakatama ng sniper, pero okay lang. The USP saves the day as J-Kim falls down. Ram, eto na siya. Chef's kiss, double kill from Ram Tatooine. Gets the C4 in his hands. At mukhang wala ng oras para makalapit si Cersei dito. Flash is good, and Ram good for 3. Dinakdakan si Cersei at dinefuse yung bomba. Set point for Sunday Shrooms.
Ang lala dito ni Ramin. Grabe, na-miss ka namin, Ram. Ang lala ng performance mo dito ngayon. We miss this type of performance from him, no? Parang whenever that he goes online online. Online as in man. Walang kupas yung performance. Walang nagiging gawain na lang dito. Yung mga kasama niya, kundi suportahan na lamang siya sa mga pinaggagawa niya sa buhay with all of the damage he's dealing here from their counterpart. Pero sabi ni BV, wait lang hindi pa nito ang katapusan.
At wala man lang malalaglag sa Blue Vortex. Just like that, they rush towards B site. And they swipe that round away from Sunday Shrooms. Blue Vortex, buhay pa rin naman sila dito. Much 7-9. Pero kaya ba nila? 2 more rounds to push into overtime without making any mistakes. No room for error for Blue Vortex. Has to be 2 perfect rounds. Si Zib lalapit. Pero mukhang hindi na agad perfecto ang panimula ng round number 17 dito sa sub-base. J-Vice makakakuha pa nga ng isa. The lights are slowly dwindling for Blue Vortex as 2 of their players hit the ground. And there is no answer back. Sunday Shrooms, good 2 picks to start things strong dito sa ating round. At mukhang makakadaga ng posisyon dito sa luwag si Ephraim. Problema lang, Mochi, mag-isa siya eh.
Yeah, that's true. Parang paunti-unti nang napapagsarahan
Uy,
ng kortina. Oh my, the trade. Wonderfully
Nag-trade
done.
na ka J-Vice dito to deny locker position. Si Soulcast na wallbang pa nga. At si Ephraim trying to be the savior. Pero sabi ni J-Vice, ako ang superhero. So Sunday Shrooms pick up sub-base and we will go to set 3.
Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, ito na. Decider map ang susunod natin dito. Compound 2. And it seems like they've been able to answer back to each other, no? Most especially that when it comes to the pop-off dito ni Cersei from the first map, ngayon, si Ram naman ang nagpakitang gilas. And we can also see that J-Vice is doing better than ever alongside with Simple and the rest of the squad. But, ang tindi ng structure nila dito ngayon.
Yes,
alam mo ano yung structure nila?
Ano?
Ram, go kill. Ganun lang.
Totoo naman. Ram, go kill.
Insane.
Ram, go ham. At inubos ni Ram ang mga players dito ng Blue Vortex. No? And a bit surprising for me, no? Blue Vortex making quite a lot of mistakes dito sa sub-base. No? Even Zib, usually very pulido ang playstyle dito. But every now and then, maghagi siya ng nade tapos tatalikod. Nahuhuli siya eh. Ang players ng Sunday Shrooms. And they accumulate ang daming pagkakataon sana na minimize ang risk for Blue Vortex.
Exactly.
But then, they get a little bit careless, no, in sub-base, which is uncharacteristic. Hindi natin nakita to sa Ankara. And medyo na-expose dito yung weakness ng Blue Vortex in sub-base, which is unexpected considering that they were the ones to pick up this map. Mukhang hindi pa pulido ang sub-base dito ng Blue Vortex. And Sunday Shrooms, they are still the team that is worthy of respect. Pinakita nila dito yon, no? Yes, they also create some mistakes every now and then, but their mental fortitude is strong. Even if nagkaroon ng somewhat of a comeback dito ang Blue Vortex with a 5-round consecutive win, hindi pa rin natalo, hindi pa rin naantig dito ang Sunday Shrooms.
And not to mention na rin siguro, no, I feel like a plague that's usually naapektuhan yung mga players natin dito regardless of who it may be is yung pagiging over-complacent, no? Yung parang they feel like, okay lang yan, kaya natin yan or something like that. Sometimes kasi having that type of mindset definitely limits your mental power para makapag-brainstorm ng something better, no, in terms of strategies. Kasi doing so, which number 1, tulad ng sinabi mo, makes you careless. Number 2, nade-deny yung creativity na pwede mo magawa in order to also deny some rounds dito sa inyong mga kalaban. And number 3, it makes you a bit more susceptible with all of the stuff na ibinabato sa iyo dito, specifically si Ram nga here from Sunday Shoes. So hopefully, ma-fix ito ni Blue Vortex later on, no? Lalong-lalo na Compound 2 default heavy and as well as GR side did itong mapang to.
But it will be an interesting one. No? As Compound is a map na maraming beses na nating nakita ang Blue Vortex. Ito yung isa sa mga mapa kung saan mahilig maglabas dito ng chainsaw si Inverse, which is curiously enough something we didn't see at all in sub-base. And one more thing on that note, hindi tayo nakakita ng masyadong maraming BL-sided play from Blue Vortex. In fact, I think di man lang tayo nakakita ng kahit isang Vents push man lang, which is very odd from Blue Vortex. Sub-base as a map is very unique in the sense na marami kang pwedeng nakunin sa mapang ito, no? But Blue Vortex felt kind of linear on their BL side. Kung matatandaan mo yung score natin, Mochi, nung nasa BL yung Blue Vortex, medyo malayo yung score, no? I believe it was a 7-2 differential in favor of Sunday Shrooms because they were able to effectively dismantle yung BL side ng Blue Vortex, which is something that they don't want to repeat in Compound.
Exactly. And kita din naman din dito siguro in terms of our highlights, no? The OGs are still the same. Yung mga nagpa-pop up dito kay Blue Vortex is still the same. But what is not the same is the map control that they have in this one. Especially, tulad nga nasabi mo, they leave a bit too many angles unattended, which definitely gave a lot of room para makapag-execute dito si Sunday Shrooms, no? Kasi minsan hindi lang si Ram yung dumadaga. Sometimes si JK pati si Zolek, no, ay gumagawa rin doon. So, those types of things can be prevented if they're just a bit more careful and a bit more disciplined when doing their execute dito sa mapa ng sub-base.
Exactly. Sunday Shrooms with the resurgence, courtesy, I believe, of Ram. I think nagkaroon tayo ng second wave of confidence dahil dito sa pag-pop off ni Ram dito. No? Let's take a look at the set summary at tingnan natin kung ilan nga ba ang naiambag precisely dito ni Ram. Tingnan natin.
Grabe.
2.63 KD and in 17 rounds, 1.24 kill per round. Ilan yun? Tingnan lang, ikaw-compute ko lang.
So kayo nag-compute pa talaga siya. But other than that, guys, kita din naman din kung gaano kaganda yung distribution nila dito. Biro mo, lahat sila approaching one ng kanilang KD, which just means that they were able to take their own piece of the pie in terms of work and responsibility in order to reach this victory here 21. In the map of sub-base. Diba?
Sorry.
Makakapag 30 pa kills itong si Ram kung sakali, no? Insane.
21 kills for Ram in this particular round. And I think hindi na may pagkakaila sa kanya yung MVP of this set. I'm calling it right now siyang MVP sa set na to, no? Because of the impact that Ram has set. Kasi wala namang ibang lumalapit eh. Kahit dito sa smokes per round, 0.53. Every other round, sigurado nagsasmoke dito si Ram. May butal pa nga na 0.03 at yun na nga, the MVP for Sunday Shrooms in this particular set. In sub-base is Ram. Dinaga at pinagtulong-tulungan ang Blue Vortex.
Alam mo, no, on the contrary, ang tindi nga, literal na para siyang kambing. Alam mo yung mga kambing na parang nanunuwag na lang ng basta-basta?
Ganun ba?
May mga ganun eh, di ba? So, I feel like the behavior is quite the same. Especially when it comes to the impact, no? Na talaga mapapatumba ka na lang talaga on your feet. Babagsak at babagsak ang Blue Vortex dito sa laban nila here in sub-base. And I really looking forward that Ram carries over this type of momentum, no? Especially when it comes to how tricky he is in terms of positioning and racking up multi-kills after multi-kills, no? Yung matinda dito, hindi na kailangan ng kasama. Okay lang kahit siya lang mag-isa. Ayan, no? Tignan mo, that trigger, kahit upload lang siya, no? Despite the fact na malapit doon si J. Kim, parang kinayan-kayanan niya. And man, punong-puno ang highlight reel dito ni Ram during sub-base, which is very much well played for them as a team.
Yes. Well, abot tayo sa set number 3 dito, Mochi, for the second time today. And Compound is gonna be a completely different story. Bigyan lang kita ng pakyaw sa statistics dito, no? In the matches that they've played, Blue Vortex has had a little bit more success. Konting-konti lang success compared sa Sunday Shrooms. Pero bago yun, magpapahinga muna kami. This is Daydom and Mochi para sa ikalawang labanan natin between Sunday Shrooms and Blue Vortex. We will be right back for Compound 2.0.
is a team through grit and grind through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Cross, good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At yun na nga tayo nagbabalik sa Impactful. Kami pa rin ang kasama niya dito sa labanan na ito. It is Sunday Shrooms versus Blue Vortex, Daydum and Mochi nga pala para dito sa ikatlong laban natin or ikatlong set natin sa dalawang koponan na ito na talagang hindi nagpapatalo. Mochi in the first set, 7-10 ang score in favor of Blue Vortex. In the second set, 7-10 din pero in favor naman of Sunday Shrooms. Ano ang mangyayari sa Compound 2.0, Mochi? Ano sa tingin mo?
Overtime. Feeling ko lang may possibility na mag-overtime tayo dito kasi biro mo unti-unti nang nagpapasiklab itong ating mga teams, unti-unti nang nagpapatikitang gilas ang mga umaangat dito, kabilang dyan si Ra, si Cersei, and as well as J-Bias, the rest of the squad here, man, every single one of them parang merong highlight dito sa ating dalawang mapa na pinagdaanan natin kanina. And now na nandito tayo sa compound, also pretty heavy in terms of defaults and passive positioning when it comes to the GR side. Dito masusukat ang kanilang disiplina and as well as how creative they are here on the BL side. They need it now more than ever, most especially with the recent changes na ginawa dito in the new compound, which definitely decreases and balances out more towards in between the two sides. Kasi biro mo, for one, hindi na wall-bangable ang C1, C2 at C3 natin on the A side. Number 2, mas lumapad yung galawan natin dito when it comes to pillars and as well as dito sa ating LA. And number 3, mid-control natin is more than needed than ever before here in our match. So, it's all or nothing dito sa ating dalawang kampo.
And remember what's at stake dito, Mochi, the number 4 spot sa ating playoffs. Of course, hindi pa naman sementado dahil hindi pa tapos ang group stage natin. Pero itong dalawang koponan na to, silang dalawa yung nag-aagawan sa current standings between that number 4 spot. And this will shape things up in the group stage as we head deeper and deeper into our standings. Last 3 days na nga lang ba? Sabi ko kanina, the last couple of weeks remaining sa ating group stage at paubos na ng paubos ang oras para maghapit sa dalawang team na ito. And it's even more important for them dahil sila yung dalawang nag-aagaw sa huling slot. No? So I'm excited to see just how both teams will address that last problem. That is Compound 2.0. Ito, Mochi, I just want to bring this up. There's a lot of mistakes being brought up by Blue Vortex that they need to address. But do you think with their current form, kaya patumbahin ng Sunday Shrooms ang Blue Vortex?
Kaya, not gonna lie, especially kung merong magpa-pop off sa kanila dito, if Ram can replicate and carry over that type of energy here in Compound, man, that's gonna be a crazy thing for us to witness.
Speaking of Ram, kayo naka-sniper siya. Zolek peeking out. And
Oh,
the
si Zolek naman
crossfire
daw.
from Zolek and Simple will be dismissed by the chainsaw of Inverse. Eto na naman tayo, Mochi, with the chainsaw. Pero the snipers finally coming in to find contact. Pero at the end of the day, 3v3 pa rin tayo dito, Moch.
Yes, indeed.
Ito
But
na siya.
Ram, gotta be careful. Kasi wait lang, si Inverse nakaambang. Narinig pa ata yung reload niya dito. They can push forward. May kasama pa dalawa. Immediate trade.
Siyempre, yung chainsaw. Yan pinangkill ni Inverse dito. A 2v2. But the problem is, both Inverse and Soulcast hovering at around 20 HP. Yung C4, andun pa rin naman sa kamay nila, no? They need to commit to a specific area soon enough. Pwede sila mag-A-site habang wala bang tao doon. But ang problema lang, utility is dwindling for both of them. May granada pa. And I believe that is a flash grenade na hawak nilang tig-isa dito. So, they could utilize that to get inside of the side at least. Si JK medyo malayo yung posisyon. Si J-Bice din. This time holding on to the M4. Hindi naka-sniper si J-Bice. Playing for a body approach na hinahanap-hanap naman natin. This is a good way of addressing the 2v2. Magdikit kayo. And then I'd find each and every angle. The question is, saan po posisyon si Soulcast pagkatapos magtanim ni Inverse?
Ayun. Isa sa itaas at isa dito sa malapit sa ating spawn ng GR. Maaaring magkamit sila dito. Kaya lang kasi as much as possible, gusto mo magkadikit kayo dito para may immediate trade no? Kaya lang magkahiwala ngayon. Ang dalawa, may ispatan J-Vice pero hindi daw problema yun para sa kanya. Inverse super low in terms of HP change. So pa ang kanyang hawak dito. JK, magkakasunod pa! Yes! It is gonna be JK winning this duel. Akala ko hindi siya may ispatan dito, but Jake has been able to find this last remaining person out, and not to mention, na low pa si Inverse on that one.
Exactly. A little bit of an impatient play mula kay Inverse. No? He could have just stayed in the same angle at mas makita niya sana si J. Kim. But because he moved, na-expect ni J. Kim na hindi siya dun manggagaling. No? So, round number 1 goes to Sunday Shrooms dito sa ating Compound 2.0. At ang Blue Vortex will be changing their focus towards mid a little bit yung C4 natin. Nasa may gitna ng mapa. But there's still a lot of presence towards LA. At dahil doon, lulipat si Simple at si Zolik in that area. This time, Simple Zolik playing full contact with the HK and the AK. At kasama pa nga nila si Ram inside of the site. Yung curve medyo bukas dito
Pwede tong daanan ni Cersei pero hindi, tumutore lang siya dun no? Thinking and seeing if there will be someone coming from exit here dito sa Bambandi. But, J-Vice, really quick kill dito lang to Zib. Naku po, ang daing tao dito, papunta dito sa B-site natin. Ito yung sinasabi mong butas na iniwan ng Sunday Shrooms na maaaring gamitin na Blue Vortex para makakuha ng isa pang round.
And B-site wide open as well.
Zolik?
Walang tao sa loob ng site. Now, the perfect position to play defense in B-site is batteries! Pero si Zolik, there is no defense. I am the defense. Cersei is down. Manggagaling pa rin sa mid si Zolik. Pero kasama niya si Ram. At tinag-team na nga ni Ram at ni Zolik ang buong Blue Vortex. Sasagot muna ng kaunti si Ephraim, but he is down to 20 HP at malalaglag na rin siya sa AK ni Simple. It's Inverse against the world. Yung chainsaw niya, may pang sasabak na kaya niyang kahoy dito. Ang kaso lang, hindi niya pa rin tatanim yung bomba with 35 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have to play for duels. Pero hindi kakagat ang Sunday Shrooms. Inverse, wala na siyang oras dito. Kailangan niyang pumalag at makikita siya ni J-Vice. The quick scope from J-Vice and Sunday Shrooms pick up 2 rounds in a row.
Alam mong nakakatakot dito kay Sunday Shrooms, no? Hindi lang si Ram yung nagpa-flank, pati si Zolik nagpa-flank na rin. And seems like so far hindi natin masyado nakikita yung benefit for our lineup for Blue Vortex so far. But here for Inverse though, it's a contrary. 4-2 siya ngayon, no? Actually, one of the leading the charge here in terms of taking some casualties out from Sunday Shrooms. And they are yet to play a bit more of a B-side contention as of the current time. Pero J-Vice will say, hindi na kailangang i-contest dahil pick-off lang ang katapat niya.
Exactly. J-Vice good for 1. And this is the J-Vice that we've come to expect. And you have to remember, Compound is his playground, Moch. You could feel J-Vice, how much more confident he is sa mapang ito, no? Challenging a lot more, taking a lot more fights, and scoring a lot more. 4 kills already in the span of 3 rounds. Already, Blue Vortex, nahihirapan sila makapasok, no? At the end of the day, itong mapang to, no, even with the changes, still a very GR-sided map. And Blue Vortex, you can see how much they're struggling.
Wala This is already where the hesitation kicks in, especially na hinahanap nyo kung meron kayong mapipitas dito sa Sunday Shrooms pero walang sumisilip, may iingat lahat. Pero si Zolek, medyo agresibo ang kanyang angulo dito sa STA.
Ito na. Nag-iingay na ang Blue Vortex pero mula sa likod manggagaling si J. Kim.
J. Kim, ay kita!
And J. Kim will be taken down by Zib. Okay, a good start for Blue Vortex. Actually, binibait lang pala nila yung rotation na yon, yung lurk na yon mula kay J-Kim, and this time it was effective. Super effective at that. They take down the lurker, but now they're running out of time. Saan nga ba sila papasok? Mukhang EA ang sagot. Pero may curve play pa si Ram. Inverse is down for the count. That is the C4. Kitang-kita, nasa gitna ng mapa. J-Vice peeking around the corner as a bait. At si Ram ang kukuha ng kill. Oh, what a flick from J-Vice as well.
That is crazy.
And Sunday Shrooms, what a hold, playing the defense to perfection.
Wow, to perfection. Pero ang lalaka ng performance din ni Sunday Shrooms though. Not gonna lie, you can see how these players are feeling right now. 5-1 on both Ram and as well as J-Vice, and every single person here has been able to contribute something to the team, especially when it comes to information and especially in terms of kills. But here on the Blue Vortex side, they're lacking a bit more creativity into thinking which should be the probable execute for them. Especially na as much as possible, they would really want to rack up some pickups na galing sa kanila. Pero instead, hindi eh. Sila yung napipitasan dito ng Sunday Shrooms. And because of their hesitation and their slow pacing here in compound, that might actually be an issue for them. I mean, granted din naman na mahirap talaga pag DL ka dito sa compound. Pero as much as possible, you really want to utilize your sniper. But hindi nila nagagawa yun or hindi sila enable ng Sunday Shrooms to do that.
In fact, Sunday Shrooms pa nga yung gumagawa ng sniper plays dito no?
True.
And J-Vice, eyes are on you to create these opportunities. Sa ngayon isa lang yung pwedeng lumapit sa kanya, and that's Zib. Who, by the way, sniper din yung hawak. So we could be in for a sniper battle soon enough. Pero off-angle dito si J-Vice Zib might not be expecting the bullet trajectory of J-Vice. At yun na nga yung sinasabi ko, hindi allowed! J-Vice good for one more and might just be good for the third. Make it a fourth! Almost the ace! But Ephraim says no. J-Vice, 4 shots, 4 kills. And it's just Ephraim all alone. Hindi niya hawak yung bomba dito. Si Simple mag-aala security guard na lang, at si Zolek then. J-Vice, just as I say it, wreaks havoc in compound.
Ang lala mo, J-Vice, 9-2. Ating scoreline ngayon for J-Vice, no? Insane player. Has been able to be one of the best snipers in his own right. Pero si Ram, pati din daw na mag-shine temporarily because there's an immediate trade here from Zib. And it seems like this is all the more reason for them to take mid control as much as possible. Alam mo, anytime soon, they can actually just push forward dito sa A site natin. Kaya lang walang naghahawak ng C4 sa kanila, no? They are definitely prolonging and stretching our rounds here. But once again, sometimes that is not the best thing for them to do.
Certainly doesn't feel like so, pero si Zib.
Wow!
Down Simple with a big lurk on the sniper. Yun na nga, bukas ng A-site dito, Moch, sakto. Pwede silang pumasok to plant the bomb, but may dalawang lurk na magagaling, isa sa curve, isa sa mid. That one of them is going to be J-Kim, about to make contact, pero pasok dito sa site ang mga players ng Blue Vortex. Ephraim denies si J-Vice, and with the key player gone, Blue Vortex might just run away with this round. 34 seconds on the bomb clock, at si J-Kim na isolate na with the flashes kasama si Zolek. Wala silang matakbuhan dito. C1, C2, C3 positions for Blue Vortex as Sershi takes the kill onto Zolek, pero it's a 1v1. J-Kim down to 1. Sershi has to play patient. Kailangan din siya mag-peek, and he does! Unexpected by J-Kim. And finally, Blue Vortex on the board.
Ayan ang unang puntos dito for Blue Vortex, no? Seems like that would give them an idea, you know, what if let us spam mid control. Total kaya naman natin to fend to ourselves and look at every single possible angle na maaaring paglurkan dito ng Sunday Shrooms. It narrows down their options into the approaches na maaari nilang gawin in whichever site we may choose. And not to mention, no, they were able to Narrow down yung mga numerong ko control ni Pero wait lang, dalawa ang kanya makikita dito. Sokas, Jacob Mendramo already falling down in his hands. That has been not the right call here for Sunday Shrooms kasi di nila ina-expect na magiging ganun ang kakalabasan ng pag-push dito ng Blue Vortex so far.
Exactly. Sunday Shrooms a little bit too deep in that two-man push. Ang kailangan mo i-clear doon eh. You have to have due diligence and Sunday Shrooms just did not have that. Paving the way for Blue Vortex to get the bomb planted dito sa B site natin. Tingnan mo naman yung position dito ng Blue Vortex. It's a killing squad. Soulcast nakita ng isa si Zolek yon coming in from pillars and Soulcast will be taken out. Kailangan umiba ng position dito ni Ephraim dahil si Zolek manggagaling sa likod. Okay lang, sabi ni Boss F, I will deal with the lurk. Taking him down will be hard though as Simple will be coming in from the same position. Pero okay lang, Zib has got it covered. Blue Vortex. Eto na naman, yung Sunday Shrooms, a little bit of a mistake. Getting too deep in the lurk.
I feel like they should keep themselves on this passive position that if applicable, no? Kasi pwede naman nasa CB sila dumaan but not something that greedy as pushing forward dito sa ating spawn ng BL, no? Although, seems like Zolek makikiramdam, no, na maraming nagbato ng utilities sa ating STA and a quick shot here onto J-Bice is all it takes in order for them to get further control. Buti na lang J-Kim ay nandyan para mag-trade.
Ayun nga, Jakim good for 2 at Ephraim to trade it back. Jakim is down for the count. And it's a 3v3 dahil doon. Hero play mula kay Jakim working out, keeping Sunday Shrooms in contention of this round. Teka, mukhang hanap pa nga si Zolek dito with the push. Peeking out. Saktong-sakto andoon si Zib at si Zolek ang matatalo sa duel na yon. Blue Vortex keep the lead in the war of attrition. 3v2 tayo dito, Mochi. At yung mid, nasa control nila. Pero yung likod nila, hindi na lang tinitignan. Parehong si Simple at si Ram doon manggagaling. They have to move right now. Buti na lang pumasok na sila ng curve.
Two more people. I wonder if i-expect nila na magkadikit ngayon si Ram and as well as itong si Simple, no? I feel like ngayon lang sila nakakuha ng idea that they already finally committed here into B, but they better act quick, lalong-lalo na natatlo pa yung kailangan nilang i-secure dito, no, sa kampo ng Blue Vortex. And not to mention, every single one of them is looking at the same location, no, sa kung saan maaring manggali itong dalawang membro natin from Sunday Shrooms. It's all about utility usage after all.
Good flashes coming through from Sunday Shrooms pero hindi yun sapat para mapigil si Ephraim. Simple, good for the trade but Soulcast is even better. Blue Vortex, halos wala na yung lamang ng Sunday Shrooms. 3-4.
Grabe naman talaga. Grabe yun. Ano kaya nakain ng mga players na to, no? Pagka hindi lang sa Blue Vortex, pati sa Sunday Shrooms. Kasi tignan mo naman yung mga galawan, yung mga playstyle sila ngayon worthy of fighting for that fourth slot natin here sa ating Impact Fall group stage. Definitely showing, no, that every single one is sufficient. It's just a matter of carrying out what is the strategy that they want. Especially when it comes to gatekeeping and as well as narrowing down the numbers dito ng kanilang mga katapat. It seems like Blue Vortex though will be using a bit more time before they even carry over ang kanilang execute into whichever side. I feel like they're trying to deny the pick-off potential ni J-Bice, no? I observe na parang yun yung mga galawan nila so far here. And not to mention na J-Bice is not even on B side right now. That everyone's hovering there.
Still 1 minute 16 seconds to play with para dito sa atake ng Blue Vortex. Mukhang pillar ang pinili nilang posisyon. Nasaan si J-Bice? Malayo. Holding mid from EA. Wala siyang tinamaan. Fires off a warning shot through the smoke. Pero papasok na dito sa Store B yung mga players ng Blue Vortex. Si Ram off angle behind the box. At kailangan siyang maklear dito. Flashes coming in. Ram nag-peek out. Napaaga. But still gets a kill before going down. J. Kim nasa loob ng B site at kailangan na mag-rotate ang mga players dito ng Sunday Shrooms. Blue Vortex may isang naiwan sa likod. Pwede pa sila mag-rotate with 40 seconds on the clock. At yun na nga, ililipat nila yung C4 sa mid. And now it's a guessing game. Saan tutungo ang Blue Vortex? Smokes papunta sa EA. Mukhang lilipat ng LA kung saan nakaabang this entire time si J-Bice. Strikes down Zib. And now, nakatingin naman siya sa EA. Soulcast nakita si Simple pero si Inverse sasagot din. It's all over the place. It's a bloodbath but Sunday Shrooms win the duels. J-Bice good for 3 and Sunday Shrooms pick the lead 5-3.
The J and J tandem, no? Pagka talaga pinagsama mo si J-Vice at si J-Kim sa iisang site, imposibleng merong makakapasok. At kung meron man, matik may mamamatay. Which is a very great round for them to play because you can see ang tindi ng kanilang pag-anchor and even yung spray down dito ni Zolek sa STA. And patahimik lamang siya no si Ephraim na ang tumapat sa kanya. But with control ang kanilang balak dito. But with all of the utilities, they're gonna be delayed further.
Zib and Soulcast biting the dust early dito sa round na ito. Uy, nakita na si J-Vice dun sa position niya. Double pick. Will it be there? Or is it gonna be the triple pick? Inverse Ephraim, sir, she has to do something about that pesky sniper. Mukhang manggagaling sa likod si Ephraim. J-Bice not expecting and that evens out the odds. Paano nakapasok dun? Si J-Bice, ang lalim-lalim niya ng sniper yung hawak niya. And Blue Vortex will be punishing him for his mistakes. Pero si Ram, nasa ilalim ng tower. Smokes onto EA. Nandun sa tower si Cersei, still holding on to the sniper. But they decide to back off. Masyadong mainit yung mid eh.
And what I really like here is, never mind, sasabihin ko pa lang sana magkakadikit sana sila. But I feel like they're trying to divert their attention into a site on this one. But some shots will be connecting dito kay Cersei, no? Which is not entirely good. But they will still try to commit here dito. Ideally sa B-site natin. That is, if mache-check nila si J. Kim dito sa sulok natin and if they can challenge etong si Ram. But, naku po, ang liit na ng oras dito. 30 seconds na lang at Ram has been able to take down pa si Inverse na caught off guard.
Ngayon na nga Ram, they couldn't take him down and J. Kim already
Ayun
inside of this B-side and J. Kim with the perfect timing. The 1v2, Ephraim has to salvage this somehow. Pero si J. Kim, sakit sa ulo, will be taken down by Ephraim. Pero na-trade din naman agad ni Ram. We go into the second half and Sunday Shrooms have a 3-round lead.
Man, ito yung sinasabi natin. I feel like it is checking the corners and ensuring that the duels that they are taking is well calculated. Kasi biro mo, if Ram hasn't been able to put himself onto the curve ng B, man, that could have been a different story for them. Pero hindi, tindi lang din talaga ng control dito ng Sunday Shrooms so far on that defense. I really do wonder what will be the changes here ngayon na nasa BL na sila. Contrary to what we have for Blue Vortex kanina, inalis nila yung TRG into Cersei, which definitely shows kasi nahihirapan siya. But now that they're on the defense, nabalik na kay Cersei ito ngayon. A double sniper lineup here for Blue Vortex. But here for some Shrooms, hindi eh. Si J-Bice, naka-TRG pa rin. Hawak-hawak pa rin yan. Despite in being on the BL side, but who knows, malay mo, they would get the advantage that they want from that one.
More on the weapon argument dito ni Inverse, no? The last time na nakita natin siya on the GR side with the chainsaw, he made some magic happen. Ang dami niyang multi-kills, especially in that exact same angle dito sa A site, no?
Favorite niya yan eh.
Particularly in A site, ang dami niyang off angles na you wouldn't expect the player to hide in. So kaya niya talagang makaubos ng isang buong roster dito ng kalaban just with a single clip of that chainsaw. Pero si Soulcast na makakarinig ng mga footsteps dito from the side of Simple and Zolek, taking them both down. Pero sila makakasagot ng isa. Soulcast is going to be going down. Eto na si Inverse, time to shine with the chainsaw, about to peek from the angle. Pero J-Kim, a disgusting double kill. At nilabas na kanya yung USP niya dito. Ephraim will be shot by Ram, and just like that, J-Kim turns things around in favor of Sunday Shrooms. At papangatlo pa nga si J-Kim doon, 7-3, and J-Kim penetrating that A site.
Disgusting indeed, no? Ang lalahan ni J-Kim doon. The moment that we are anticipating a play here galing sa chainsaw na meron dito si, what do you call this, Inverse? Hindi. Denied. Instantly denied. Because that's just how crazy J-Kim has been able to anticipate some presence dito close sa ating A site, which just means that it definitely threw off the balance dito for Blue Vortex. Wonderfully done. Especially also a testament na heading here dito sa ating second half. Akala nyo may magbabago? Hindi. Kasi nagpa-pop off pa rin dito ang ilang mga miyembro ng Sunday Shrooms, which is definitely challenge here for Blue Vortex. Kailangan nilang masolusyonan ito, and there's no other good recommendation than to, keep themselves intact, but retake as a complete squad and try to preserve their utilities, especially when it comes to our members here from Sunday Shrooms na makapag-push or makapag-commit sa isang specific site.
I think it's gonna be even more important na predict dito kung saan mag-hit ang Sunday Shrooms.
Yes.
Like, remember, yung sniper ni Sershi, medyo malayo yung position. In fact, it was Soulcast that was able to turn a little bit of an advantage para sa Blue Vortex dito, holding the close angle dun sa EA. Ang problema lang, inubos sila ni Soulcast. Rather, inubos sila ni J-Kim dun Yung unang tap niya pa nga, headshot kagad, taking down that sneaky play from Inverse. At nabuksan agad yung A-site dito. I mean, sometimes there is no answer to that kind of play. Sometimes there is no answer to someone who's popping off. No, so I guess the best course of action is try and predict to the best of your ability where the contact play is going to be. Ilagay nyo doon yung mga sniper player nyo. I'm talking about Sershi, I'm talking about Zib in this case, and then go on from there. I don't think it's a good idea for Blue Vortex to be too aggressive at this point, kasi nakita naman natin nung napalalim yung push ng Sunday Shrooms ng GR side nila, na-punish na sila ng Blue Vortex. So I think Blue Vortex can just play the double sniper. Magaling naman sila mag-double sniper and in Compound, it's one of those few maps that it is actually the standard.
Yes, indeed. And we're gonna find out if that would also be possible here for Sunday Shrooms. Kasi actually, yeah, that's also a really good point to bring out, especially when it comes to detecting and allocating or getting as many information possible here, especially when you're on the defense here, specifically for Blue Vortex na kailangan maghabol ng 4 na round kontra dito sa Sunday Shrooms. If they really be the ones to be or hailed as the title of having Kingslayers dito sa kanilang pangalan, men, it takes a lot in order to beat Sunday Shrooms on this one. Kasi biro mo, they just keep up rising into the occasion here. If it's not J-Bice, we have Ram. If it's not Ram, it's Simple. If it's not Rimple, so on and so forth. Laging meron nagsi-step up sa kanila, which is pretty different from what we have seen here for Blue Vortex so far. Kasi right after that fumble na nakita natin sa kanila from sub-base, na marami-rami silang mga naging careless rounds na ibinigay dito kay Sunday Shrooms, medyo naging limitado yung mga plays na inilalapag nila dito kontra sa Sunday Shrooms. So I hope that they can mentally reset from that one, kasi if not, then everything could have been over, if ever.
Yeah, and Blue Vortex, remember, they're on the GR side dito, which is the favored side ng compound map, so they don't really have to do a lot just to win their duels, but that in itself is a big challenge when you're playing against Sunday Shrooms. I mean, this team is very heavy on the firepower, to say the least, at lalo na kapag confident sila. Pero guys, hindi lang yung dalawang koponan natin na pwedeng manalo dito. Kayo rin, you can win 4 permanent weapons. Kung makikita nyo, meron tayong ongoing Stove PC client event. All you have to do is mag-log in sa Crossfire using the Stove PC client launcher at gawin nyo yung daily requirements para makakuha ng up to 4 permanent guns doon sa point shop natin, no? Pero guys, you have to make sure na nakapag-migrate na kayo into the Stove PC client. Madali lang naman, no? You can just use the same credentials as your old one, and yun na yun. Just to use the Stove PC client launcher. Meron tayong showcase event nyo lang. If in case you haven't seen it yet, punta kayo sa website, sa cfph.onstove.com/stove client official. At also, Mochi, kung hindi nila natatanong, pwede silang sumali sa usapan natin dito. You can see the pinned comment, tinatanong dyan, what's on your mind? Kasi pwede kayo magtanong dito sa amin ni Mochi.
Record yun.
Pwede yung ma-feature sa ating broadcast. Kami gusto rin kayong i-shoutout. No? Kung spicy yung take nyo, naku po, lalong mataas yung chance na ma-feature yan even in the preview show. No? So, hindi lang dito, pati sa ating other broadcasts such as in the preview show. Tuwing kailan ba ang preview show natin, Moji?
Kada Biyernes yan, no? And also, kung interesado silang makita ang live updates natin, especially for the best of the CF Crossfire teams dito sa ating Pilipinas, well, check out during Saturday ang Sunday para sa regional finals natin. Magkakaalaman sino ang mga magre-representa sa Pilipinas at ipapadala sa China. And syempre dito sa Impactful, no, wherein we are seeing prodigies and as well as players and teams with potential rise up and introduce themselves na they exist dito sa ating local Crossfire scene. Impactful whenever there is Wednesday and Thursday. So, yan
Yes.
i-marka nyo na sa inyong kalendaryo.
And we're going back into compound. Saktong-sakto yon, Mochi, ha? Parang ni-rehearse lang. 7-3 in favor of Sunday Shrooms as we head into our second half dito, no? With the Blue Vortex struggling a little bit on the GR first round. But, hindi pa naman tapos ang labanan natin dito. Blue Vortex still has a chance to turn things to their favor. Sunday Shrooms playing with a lot of patience. Medyo mabagal ang approach nila dito.
Yeah, sir. I feel like this can benefit them one or two ways, no? Especially that there are certain occasions na medyo nagiging makulit si Blue Vortex and nag-overextend sila. They can make the most out of that one. Even throw a few grenades na just na inflict na yung damage dito kay Zeb. And they can capitalize more with a couple of pick-offs on this one here for Sunday Shrooms. And it seems like that is the very thing na sinusubukan nilang gawin dito. Playing on T-Foot, getting info. But a lot of flash grenades already being expended here for both teams and the possibility of an A-take.
Yun na nga, A-execute coming through for Sunday Shrooms. Pero si Inverse ang nakatago dito. This time on the HK. So palag kung palag, hindi na siya naka-chainsaw dito sa LA. Playing the close angle towards exit. Uy, simple. Nakakita ng bahagya. In Inverse, immediately down wall bangable kasi. Yung box na yun sa exit. At tinan mo naman ang disiplina na pinapakita ng Sunday Shrooms. Lalayo muna sila from LA. So Blue Vortex, they're gonna have to play the standard defense with Inverse down.
I'm really liking what we have so far dito kay Sunday Shrooms, no? They're doing massive rotations, but it's not for nothing. This is thoughtful thinking for them. But Cersei, naku, nakaantabay. Medyo kinakabahan ako dito. Kung sino man dadaan from Sunday Shrooms, maaaring matanggalan ng ulo. At meron nga.
Blue Vortex, Cersei, the sniper, gets two. Si Efraim dito rin to get two of his own. Mag-isa na lang si J-Bice, and he is gonna try his best to get all the kills in the world, pero hindi niya magagawa yon. It is Blue Vortex taking them all down to sheer firepower.
And they're just 3 more rounds away before mahabol nila itong Sunday Shrooms, no? And it seems like little by little mukhang sinusubukang bumangon ng Blue Vortex and try to show na they can definitely prolong this fight and even secure that 4th slot here heading into playoffs ng ating Impactful. Ganon ka-importante yung bigat nitong seryeng ito, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Ako po, munti ka na mapopcorn si Zeb na naman into our mid area. Even garnering the very aggressive position. I'm not sure about this one, Daydum.
Exactly. Bit of a risky play to commit to it. Pero mukhang babalik na naman dito sa LA. Ang mga players ng Sunday Shrooms hoping to catch Inverse yet again. Pero sa ngayon, naka-sniper na. Si kuya mo Inverse ha. Not gonna play for the peak anymore as well. Very conservative. Mukhang natuto na si Inverse from that last round. And it's a triple stack towards that A site. Ano yung position nila? C1, C2. At doon sa itaas.
Isa-isa.
Tigi-tigi sa silang mga office worker. Mga Blue Vortex natin sa ngayon.
Ang
Pero
cute
mukhang saktuhan lang because the flashes are coming in. Smokes into EA at lalabas ng bahagya.
Ay,
Si
naku.
Zib, parang saktuhan lang ang posisyon niya dito. Nakikinig niya na tumatalon-talon! And Zib strikes from behind, gets the double kill immediately. At yung C4, nakita na nga, nakuha ni Soulcast. Oh no! Sunday Shrooms, nalaglagan ng bomba. And that perfect play from Zib is what caught them off guard. Mula sa likod naman si J-Kim, okay, naiwan doon na mag-isa. Hindi nakatingin si Inverse na puslitan. Pero si J-Kim, iikutan pa nga siya dito. Inverse, mahirap yung angulo yan, boss. Pero lalabas doon, hindi sila nagkakitaan. Inverse, playing through passage into curve, will be able to retrieve the C4 at mukhang B-site ang pupuntahan dito. Inverse! Perfect timing onto J-Kim, and that is again the bomb in control of Blue Vortex. At si J-Vice na lang matitira at wala siyang magagawa na naman. Blue Vortex, 3 rounds in a row. Teka, parang ito rin yung script dun sa last map natin, Mochi ah.
Totoo, no? It's just a matter kung sino kung ang magtatapos at sinong matututo in order to adjust accordingly sa kung ano mga naging butas at pagkakamali from the previous rounds na meron sila. Man, oh man, this is some good Crossfire then as well, no? Because you can definitely see kung ano yung train of thought ng ating mga players and even as a team, how they were able to adjust in every single round according to what just transpired from the last one. Or even use some strategies na galing dito sa kanilang mga kalaban and apply it to their own. But so far, Blue Vortex, they are definitely vouching to evening out the numbers here despite of the fact of keeping themselves a bit more deeper ng face-to-face ang harapan nila dito kay Sunday Shrooms ngayon mas nag-iingat sila and they're much more in control than ever.
Can they keep that control though? That's a big matter. Para dito sa round na to. 75, remember, Sunday Shrooms still has the lead. At ngayon, there's a lot of positions towards curve. Uy, si Soulcast in the exact same position as Zib last time. Si Soulcast naman ang lalabas, aarangkada, getting a shot onto J-Kim. And just like that, Sunday Shrooms, hirap na sila agad makapasok dito. Zib, look to push yet again. And, mukhang nadala na ang Sunday Shrooms mula doon sa EA. Lalayo muna si Zolek. Si J-Vice, uti-uting pinapasok doon yung EB. Pero si Zolek gets a timing onto Zib. And there is going to be a trade of kills. Pero it's a 4v3 in favor of Blue Vortex. Still, a very strong defense. Mukhang papasok na nga si Ram mula sa kabilang dako ng B-site in B-store. Curve play mula kay Zolek. And it's a triple crunch threat mula sa Sunday Shrooms. I like the way they're playing this round even if they've already lost 2 players. Kaso lang, do they have enough smokes to cover off RS? Do they have enough flashes to take down this site? Ang sagot, hindi. Sir, she has enough bullets for the 2 of you. At si Ephraim ang makaka-double kill. Blue Vortex, nakakahabol na sila.
7-6! My, oh my. This is gonna be an issue here for Sunday Shrooms. Knows especially that seems like they were pretty good in having someone support them but they're not necessarily looking in such of a close angle para madepensahan ng isa't isa. Pero mid-control na naman muli ang balak dito ng Sunday Shrooms. If they can get an additional kill and be a bit more wary dito kay Zeb and as well as kay Soulcast, which is probably gonna be done once again here by Blue Vortex. Man, this can already be around for Sunday Shrooms. Pero ayun, na-overwhelm si Soulcast. Pero may sa kabaliktaran at kabilang dako, biglang susulpot itong dalawa from SS Man. Inverse with a popcorn kill here for Zolek as well.
Starting strong din sa retake nito. Pero Inverse still 1 HP sitting. So medyo mahirap yung retake na to. Inverse, pwede rin siyang masabugan dito ng granada. 30 seconds left on the C4 timer. Vortex have to make a move and Ephraim takes down J-Vice pero si Ram, si J-Kim hindi nila hayaan makapasok dito sa Ephraim. And just like that, nabotcha ang retake ng Blue Vortex. Sunday Shrooms, 8-6.
Gusto ko yung call nila sa mid-area natin na alam mo, araruhin natin yung mga makikita natin sa daan dito. And with J-Buzz getting this very first kill here and our potentially na match point para sa kanila, no? But we're not denying the possibility of getting another round here for Blue Vortex. But with what is currently happening right now, wala. May kalugihan talaga in terms of the defense eh.
Uy, si Zolcast napapa-1v2 dito pero Zolex says no. Zolcast again going down early and Ephraim on the peak. J-Bice is prepared and Sunday Shrooms walking away with this round. Dalawa na lang ang natitira sa Blue Vortex. Again, Mochi, it's the risky play that is not working out. Zib will be coming in from a different angle.
Man.
At si Sershi down in mid. In-expect pa nga ni Zolek. How do you know? Zib has to try his best. But against 4 people, walang may papalag si Bossing Ziv. 9-6, Sunday Shrooms, 1 round away.
Definitely a no bueno, no, for Blue Vortex, despite of the fact that Ephraim has been able to get that 8-2 dito sa kanyang KD. Hindi, may kakulangan talaga eh, you know? Despite the fact that they're trying to even out the numbers, hindi, may match point na. Ito si Sunday Shrooms, the pressure is greater than ever and it seems like they're trying to do their best in order to take down every single one here onto the B side. Pero yung efforts ni Cersei, not gonna be in vain. Kasi, tingnan mo, it's a 2v3. Malaki ang kalamangan ni Blue Vortex ngayon. Definitely gonna be gunning down the remaining members here. Trying to fight for their life here dito sa baterya. Nakipagpatintero halakang daga. Pero mukhang nanalo ang mga pusa. Blue Vortex taking another round here. And prolonging their lifeline.
Yeah, loving it. The playstyle from Blue Vortex, maximizing the changes dito sa B-site natin here in Compound 2.0. Remember, binago na nila yung struktura ng batteries tapos mas madali nang buksan ang B-site because of that. And Blue Vortex, knowing that, just played retake. Minadali nila dito ang Sunday Shrooms. A nice approach. And catching Sunday Shrooms off guard, that's exactly what they needed. But the problem, Mochi, persists. Set point pa rin dito ang Sunday Shrooms. There is no room for error.
Totoo. Tapos inaabangan pa ata ni Zib na merong sumilip din dito sa tower. No, it's either here in the main mid or dito sa tower natin. Pero may idea na siya. Kung nasaan si J-Bice, narinig pa ata ang pag-asa. Pero, so, as much as possible, they're gonna keep this pretty careful. J-Boys, baka pumwesto ka sa crosshair dito ni Zeb. At yun nga ang kanyang ginawa. But, good kill here from Zeb.
Yes, good start for Blue Vortex as well. Zib surviving the first encounter. Yung mga round na ganito pag nabuhay si Zib after dipping his toes into the fight, ito yung maganda para sa Blue Vortex, statistically speaking. Soulcast, close angle, nakasilip dun sa itaas nung office niya, inverse na flash out, pero hindi makakataka. Simple, good for 2 before going down. Andito na si Zib, pero isa lang ang mapapabagsak niya. 3 versus 2, Blue Vortex playing to stay alive in this group stage in the playoff standings. At uy, muntik pang malaglag si J. Kim doon. A good start for the split approach of Ephraim and Cersei. Si Cersei nakasniper pa rin naman manggagaling sa itaas. Ephraim from EA, time at 24 seconds. They have to make a move soon enough. Ephraim, walang napala at Sunday Shrooms will be taking compound. The win for Sunday Shrooms.
Wonderfully done and well balanced as all should be. Sabi ng Sunday Shrooms dito, definitely defending that title for them na sila pa rin ang mga kampiyon and there will be no Kingslayers made in this series.
Yes. Sunday Shrooms come out on top against Blue Vortex. Pero ito, Mochi, sinabi natin kanina kapag naka 2-0 win ang Blue Vortex, sila na ang may mataas na tsansa makapasok sa playoffs. But because it's a 2-1 victory from Sunday Shrooms, hindi pa rin sigurado. Hindi pa rin sigurado ang posisyon dito ng Sunday Shrooms sa top 4. We'll have to wait and see for the standings at the end of the day para makita kung saan nga ba nalalagay. So hindi pa rin tapos ang trabaho ng Sunday Shrooms dito. But at least it's a step in the right direction.
Totoo, no? At what matters is progress, and they've been able to show that dito in the whole duration of the series, despite of the fact that it's been snatched away yung unang mapa natin. They've managed to pull out a reverse sweep dito sa Blue Vortex. Nice try for Blue Vortex. Kasi biro mo, there's already a lot of potential dito sa ating players. Tulad nga na sinabi natin, this team has been star-studded. It's just that their discipline could have been something that can be improved on their end, and especially na rin yung creativity nila when it comes to doing BL executes. Kasi in terms of defense, ang lakas no? Ang lala rin dumaga ni Ephraim, ang lala dumaga ni you call this ni Soulcast, but yun nga lang there are some certain areas that they can work on, and it's just that Sunday Shrooms has been able to show na sila talaga ang alphas dito sa ating serye, and man, what a way to end our third map second match.
Yes, Sunday Shrooms will be coming out on top, and I think the biggest difference maker dito, that mid-rounding for Sunday Shrooms, no? Mas magaling sila mag-pattern recognition sa mga tendencies na ginagawa din dito ng Blue Vortex. Parang alam nila no? Kung ano yung tendencies na gawin dito ng mga player nila, the mistakes that individuals make here in compound, at least na-recognize dito ng Sunday Shrooms. And at the end of the day, when it comes to dueling, hindi mo magkakaila sa players ng Sunday Shrooms kung gaano sila kalakas when it comes to the fundamentals of the game, of course. And I think, of course, that the key players deserve a lot of recognition. I'm talking about J. Kim. I'm talking about J. Bice. These two players put a lot of the numbers for this team to be able to secure compound. And you have to remember as well, no? Compound is a map that is also very comfortable for Blue Vortex. Pinilit ng Sunday Shrooms na hindi maging komportable ang mapang to para sa Blue Vortex.
Which is pretty crazy if you ask me, because talagang sinabi or talagang pinakita ng Sunday Shrooms dito na sila ay isang force to be reckoned with, lalong-lalo na kapag pinangunahan ni Zolek ang kanilang mga push and control dito sa ating mid area alongside with Ram, and as well as the firepower na may offer ni J-Bice dito. Not to mention that there are also some critical plays na nilalapag dito nila Jaken and as well as ni Simple to the table, especially when it comes to doing these last person kills, when it comes to opting for a retake nung sila ay nasa GR side pa.
And ultimately, it is Sunday Shrooms that was able to make the most out of their BL side. You can see just how much preparation goes into this map of Sunday Shrooms.
Yes.
They know to which angles to look at, no? Yung isang angulo na tinake ni Inverse at the start of the second half, and expect kagad ni JK, man. That's the kind of thing that comes with comfort and experience only. Let's take a look at the set summary at investigahin natin kung sino nga ba talaga ang naging pinakamalaking sakit sa ulo dito ng Blue Vortex, at si Ram yon. Just like in our sub-base map, Ram pa rin ang may pinakamataas na kill-death ratio, kills per round, and I would argue the biggest impact as well of this entire series goes to him.
Definitely the Doombringer dito, no, for Sunday Shrooms kontra kay Blue Vortex. Hindi man lang masyado nakapag-online dito si Cersei and si Inverse, which has been very a different look for them, especially during our map noong Ankara. Definitely denied them in going online and giving impact sa kanilang mga kasama na force na mag-step up itong si Ephraim and si Solcas, and with that and doing so medyo kinulang pa din. Pero sino nga ba talaga ang nagdala ng delubyo dito sa Blue Vortex? Si Ram pa rin naman yan.
Oo naman, Ram still had the highest kill per round ratio dito sa ating compound na mapa, no? And surprisingly, Sunday Shrooms finally able to mitigate the impact of Cersei. That's not something you see every day. Parang ngayon ko lang nakita, Mochi, na malayo sa 1.0 yung kill per round dito ni Cersei. It goes to show you just how much preparation went into this compound map of Sunday Shrooms, no? Kailangan talaga mag-step up ng players dito ng Blue Vortex and not rely on the lethality of their sniper. And you can see just how ineffective it was, at si Ram pa rin ang nanguna sa leaderboard in terms of creating space, in terms of finding that impact. Man, oh man, Ram is a magician. At yun na nga ang ating match result dito, Mochi. It's a day of 7s and 10s. And it is Sunday Shrooms to come out ahead of the pack. Dito, kalaban ng Blue Vortex. 7-10 in Ankara, 10-7 in sub-base, and 10-7 in compound. I mean, Blue Vortex, I feel like pinangunahan sila ng confidence dito sa Ankara kasi nanalo sila sa favorite map ng Sunday Shrooms, but then the reverse sweep hindi ata in-expect ng Blue Vortex.
Definitely. Nice try for Blue Vortex. I hope that they also learned their lesson on this one, no? For dito naman kay Sunday Shrooms, it seems like they've been able to go better and better in every single map that we played here dito sa ating serye ngayon. And man, this is just pretty much a really crazy one kasi dito sa mga 2-1 natin, dito din natin malalaman mamaya sa standings natin kung sino nga ba ang makaka-secure ng ating 4th place. Pero sino nga ba ang match MVP natin for this series? Naku po,
Yes.
sino pa nga ba?
Alam naman natin na si Ram yan, no? Kahit hindi natin pag-isipan masyado, he has made the most impact in all 3 sets today. Kahit dun sa game na losing sila in the first set, that is Ankara, ang ganda pa rin ng mga numero dito ni Ram, no? Stepping up the KD and of course the smokes per round as well. Grabe ang pinakita dito ni Ram, no? Finding so many angles, particularly in that sub-base. Kahanga-hanga yung pinakita ni Ram in that sub-base. Single-handedly turning tides around up against Blue Vortex and becoming sort of a next level player. Kung ika nga nila, the next level play mula dito kay Ram. Paulit-ulit niyang pinakita sa mga set natin today.
Yes, of course. Congratulations for Ram, no? Finally, nailapag niya sa kanyang sarili ang spotlight na deserve niya right after racking up 21 kills noong mapa natin dito sa sub-base, no? Definitely an unforgettable moment for Ram himself, which definitely lay down the red carpet para sa kanyang mga kasama in order to do their thing and of course, make it a much more comfortable execute and play para dito sa kanyang mga kasama at sa sarili niya.
Exactly. And I think part of the reason why Ram was able to take the set and match MVPs is because siya yung laging na-assign mag-lurk. Siya yung nag-a-assign na maghanap ng kills. And most of the time, when Blue Vortex makes a mistake, nagkakataon din na si Ram yung nandyan, nasa tamang posisyon. Tulad nito, nakatalikod yung ibang player dito ng Blue Vortex whenever Ram makes a move.
Yeah.
And it's circumstantial as well as undeniable how impactful Ram can be. Napaka-confident niya rin. Yun na naman, no? Another instance. And this one as well, another example of the players of Blue Vortex just having lapses of just in their playstyle. So, kita mo rin talaga yung points of improvement for Blue Vortex dito. And particularly in that sub-base map. I feel like madaming iwang dun sa playstyle nila in that sub-base map on the BL side, which is something that Blue Vortex need to address. I think they're still in the game of the playoffs. I think kaya pa rin nila mabawi yung lead dito na nakuha ng Sunday Shrooms. So, both teams still in contention for this team. Pero yun, Mochi, that concludes our 3 sets. Pero alam niyo ba guys, hindi lang Sunday Shrooms ang pwedeng manalo. Kayo din, paano nga ba sila manalo ng 4 permanent guns dito, Mochi, sa CF?
Abay, pwede na makuha yon sa magitan ng pag-exchange ng points sa point shop. Madali lang din naman makakuha ng points, men, kasi kailangan lang nila dito is mag-login sa Crossfire gamit ang Stove PC client namin at gawin yung mga daily requirements or tasks or quests para makuha itong mga kapanipalibik na mga rewards and to get points and exchange sa point shop natin kasi mintig naman may chetak and as well as any other cosmetics that they can use in order to slay and style sa kanilang mga laban dito sa Crossfire.
Ayun na nga, no? Just log in daily to rack up rewards. Syempre, kung mas malupit yung gusto nyong baril, kung yung chetak, kailangan yan 1,000 points. No? So, medyo madaming days na kailangan na everyday humahakot ka ng rewards. But it is absolutely free of charge to make sure to move to the Stove PC client para sa Crossfire games natin. Pero sa ngayon, Mochi, magpapahinga muna tayo before we end our day with the 3rd series, with the 3rd matchup. Pagbalik namin, it is going to be another banger of a matchup. Pero sa ngayon, magbabalik muna after this quick break ang Cfs Impact Fall.
Sa mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind and years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets one and two. Beautiful timing.
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
Sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
At dahil dyan, Daydom, we are back on the desk. This is the Cfs Ph Impact Fall 2025 kung saan kanina puro tayo 2-1, kung saan puro tayo magandang laban. Ngayon, mas gaganda pa because this is the number 2 spot versus the number 3 in terms of standings. And this is gonna be great. It's gonna be Querdas versus Fervid.
Yes. Fervid and Querdas. Ito mga bipolar for the most part, konti na lang safe na sila sa ating
Yeah.
group standings going into the playoffs. Sabi mo nga, top 2, top 3 sa sila, no? Yung laban kanina, it was Sunday Shrooms that took the win at sila yung medyo napaangat ng konti pero hindi pa rin sigurado kung top 4. Kumbaga ito, labanan kung sino ang mas safe, mas efas sa ating group standings. At parehong magandang performance itong dalawang team na to, only dropping a single matchup and sila yung nag-agawan para nga sa number 2.
I mean, totoo na, tama ka naman dyan, no, Daydom. Querdas actually surprising us every time. Kahit may sub in, kahit may sub out, parang everyone on that team is crazy. Everyone on that team is actually playing insane kahit anong oras pa ng gabing ito or ng any kind of day in Impactful, they are always on top. Nakita lang natin sila to falter up against our number 1, which is Kadiliman E-Sports. Ito namang Fervid natin, it's Fervid. It's from the Masters. We know them and we know we love to look at their gameplay. Pero let's look at the map veto here. Daydom, kung ano nga ba talaga ang mga paglalaro natin dito. Ankara, Eagle Eye, Black Widow, sub-base is gone. But it's Port, it's Mexico, and it's Compound 2.
Naku po, makikita natin yung pinaka-paborito kong mapa sa buong Crossfire.
The best.
Bipolar. Favorite mo rin ba to?
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's the best.
Oh my goodness, it's the best map in the whole of Crossfire. Mexico 2, yes. I'm so happy that we're gonna see this, Bipolar. Pero ito seryosohan muna tayo. Fervid, blocked out of sub-base. Mukhang ayaw tapatan ng Querdas ang Fervid dun sa signature map nila.
I mean, Port is really good for them. They're happy with this. Plus, Compound 2, they're also gonna be happy with that as well. Pero what's interesting for me naman, Daydom, is that every time BL side ang uumpisahan dito ng Querdas, so I might be a little bit concerned for them just because mas nakakita tayo actually ng magandang gameplay sa kanila when they were starting on the GR side. So baka magulat dito ang ating Querdas, but they ultimately picked that on Port So I don't know, baka may iba na namang ibubuga dito ang buong Querdas. But yeah, Port becoming good map. Pero Mexico 2, man, this is just like Ankara and Black Widow for Querdas. I feel like this is gonna be an all-out push, all-out plays, and they're gonna be activating their snipers once again.
Oh yeah, absolutely, no. Port, of course, it's going to be a map na very comfortable ang Fervid, no, especially because they are starting on the GR side dito. Bipolar, alam naman natin ang mga snipers at how you can make the most out of that dito sa Port and how you can get that momentum from the GR side start.
Yeah, very much so. Right now, Daydom, abalahin muna kita ng saglitan lang kung ano nga bang prediction mo for this matchup. One of our toughest, if in my opinion, just because of how good these two teams are. Fervid and Querdas, anong prediction mo dyan, Daydom?
Ito it's gonna be a bit of a curveball dito, Bipolar. These are the top 2 and top 3 teams, but I think this map veto is telling of Querdas. I think because they picked Mexico, I think hindi sila confident going up against Fervid. You have to remember, Fervid is a previously Masters relegated team.
Yeah.
And Querdas kind of handed a silver platter kasi sila yun lang yung team na may dalawang 4-feature wins. Yun ay up against Team Micro and up against Reyes 7 GAON. And because they picked Mexico, I think hindi sila confident na kaya nilang talunin ang Fervid in standard maps like Compound, like Black Widow. So I think this is gonna be a 2-0 in favor of Fervid.
Ay, nako po, Tatum. Huwag ka na mag-alala kasi magkaparehas tayo ng prediction sa mangyayari natin dito. I'm also going in favor of 2-0. But yeah, that was actually a deep thought coming in from you, Tatum, na yeah, possibly that's why they chose Mexico here for Querdas para lang may malaki silang advantage that they don't know the map, ganun, na parang maybe it wasn't practiced by Fervid, but let's see kung ganun nga ba talaga mangyari dito. But I do trust in Querdas using Mexico here just because they are very unpredictable, they are very shifty, and they're also a team that thrives off multiple angles in terms of getting into these matchups. Pero yeah, Tatum, I think we're on the same boat here. Baka ito na talaga yung pagkakaiba natin for baka ito na yung curveball din para sa atin for the entirety of of day number 8 ng Impactful. Baka kanina puro 2-1, ngayon puro naman tayo baka ngayon naman 2-0 naman ang series natin.
Yun nga no? I mean, it is still very telling yung Mexico. It's about the mind games din.
Yeah.
But you can never discount out the players of Querdas. No? You talk about Yobs, Jake, si Justin dito. No? Itong mga players na to, very talented din. You know? Giving a run for Sunday Shrooms, a run for their money na 2-0 nila ang Sunday Shrooms. Even teams like Alliance Gaming. Yun nga, Kadiliman, the only team that they lost to. But even then, even against Kadiliman, nakascore pa rin ng isang mapa dito. That is Port ang Querdas. Kaya nagtataka ako dito, Bipolar bakit nila hindi pipiliin yung Port given na dun sila nanalo against the top 1 seeded team in the moment? It is very curious for me, no? So let's see just how they will address that. Pero syempre, support naman din tayo magtutungo. Anyway, dito sa ating map number 1, set number 1, yung Compound, yun yung isa pang palaisipan natin, no, kung aabot mo tayo doon sa mapang iyon. But we've already laid out our predictions dito, Bipolar, and I believe, tama ba? May narinig ako nagbabarilan?
Ay, Diyos ko po.
Ayun na.
Andito na nga,
Ayun
naglalakaran,
na. Okay.
nagtatakbuhan pa lang naman. Pero kasi kanina, may nagbabarilan din. Siguro pinapanood din naman dito ng Querdas pero Fervid. But now, again, every time na tayo po ay nasa sets dito for the entirety of these two teams, palagi po magsisimula ang QD on the BL and magsisimula naman ang Fervid on the GR side. So, still nyo na yan sa inyong mind. Pag 0-0 until the 9th round, sila po ay nasa BL side. But Tatum, quick succession, MDY patay na agad.
Yes, exactly. MDY with the early push dito sa may or rather LA area natin. At nalaglagan agad ng isa ang Querdas dito. And you have to remember the way Nice Katol approaches these maps. Very refreshing. Sometimes aggressive, pero most of the time, it's a curve. Ito yung sinasabi natin curveball, yung playstyle ni Nice Katol. No? Lagi siyang pumapasok sa kung saan saang angulo na hindi mo i-expect. Querdas, humahanap ng angulo dito sa may house B. And there's 3 players gearing up for a B-site execute. May isang tao sila dito sa mid, si Ilaga. Pero mukhang may ispatan siya dito ni Aris at saka ni Haj. At si Jam yung mag-isa dito sa may B-site. Smokes inside the site to buy a little bit of time. Pero good shots from Chris and Ilaga to start things strong dito sa B-site. Haj is now alone inside of the site with a flash to his face. At si Haj na lang makakapagsimula nitong retake na ito in a 3v4. Pero Fervid, kailangan makahanap ni Lance dito. Haj is down, Skies is down, Querdas with the dueling. And we talked about this. Querdas coming out on top in the firepower. And Lance is now all alone. Wala siyang sniper at wala siyang makikill. Querdas, round 1 is theirs.
Querdas really is doing some wonders here, just instilling a lot of things despite getting MDY killed in the initial 10 seconds of the map. Nakita natin dito, Querdas hindi natinag, hindi sila nagpatalo. Alam nila yung pwedeng win potential, and na-pick up pa nila si Hatch na talaga nag-aantay lang talaga dun, no? So that is a good awareness coming in from Querdas. But Moving on to round number 2, nakita rin natin ngayon, Lance actually needing to move around the map now just because Querdas really is kind of respecting this angle sa long A position. We see the same thing na ginagawa ng EVOS and as well as Stallions, if you guys don't know, na they just really respect the sniper sightlines. Pero for D squad, this is how you play. And this is how at number 2, number 3 team actually should play. So sobrang ganda na nakikita natin ngayon. But the CA control is already being taken by Skies. Baka magkakitaan sila dito ni Crits.
Yun na nga, no? Ilaga, poking and prodding at mid. At yun, lumipat na nga dito si Lance. Kailangan niyang humanap ng ibang angulo. Ilaga, chipping down himself to the round half HP. Skies! What a flick onto Chris's head. And just like that, yung pang-entry dito ng Querdas wala na agad, no? Chris going down early. And Fervid getting a little bit aggressive once more. CA control as well as LA control. And it's a good defense from Fervid, no? Querdas, sila yung kailangan naman maghanap ng ibang angulo sa ngayon. Si Aris, pupush na nga. Nice shot from Nice Katol. Justin is down. Or actually, siya pa yung makakuha ng kill kay Aris dito. And Querdas making things a little bit easier on the attacking side. But now they have to rotate towards LA. Tingnan mo ang position dito ni Skies. Bipolar.
Skies is so close.
And Lance still holding on to the sniper. Skies, uubusin sila. Pero isa lang makuha niya doon. Si Lance nagtatago sa likod ng kahon. Aakyat sa itaas, flashes coming in.
Ooh.
And the nades are beautiful. And Lance, kailangan niya makuha ng kill dito. Si Jam coming in from bridge as well. And Querdas, ubos ang oras, Polar.
I love the grenades, man. Para akong nanonood ng YouTube video ng ng Dude Perfect. Pero right now, 10 seconds left. It's Haj and as well as Jam able to spot them out. That's how you defend the site. Dalawa sa A, may insurance sa likuran doon sa may stairway, tapos may nakatingin towards that long position. And Skies, despite him having low HP, hindi siya natakot, hindi siya umalis doon sa pwestong yon. Aris with the M14 able to spot them out, pero sabi ni Yobs, easy lang ako dito with the HK417 taking an instant trade here on House B.
Chris down again, pero si Yobs nakahanap naman ng encounter sa may House B, no? So opening up the sightlines towards that B site, pwedeng lumipat ang Querdas. Remember, mahirap mag-LA execute dahil kay Lance still in the exact same position sa itaas ng site. So kailangan nilang maging creative for this B-side crunch. Kailangan nilang i-challenge yung mid siguro with Yob still in the same angle. At yun na nga, 3 players in House B. Si Aris, lalapit na naman ha. Kakagat na naman dito si Aris. Justin waiting. At nakita nila yung balikat ni Aris. So lalayo muna si Nice Katol.
Nice Katol needs to play for his life here and looking at it, hindi na pala kailangan kasi headshot wallbang ang magagawa niya. MDY with the wallbang onto Aris provides him more firepower. And Ilaga finds him out of nowhere. It's all up to Lance once again. Pero TRG ang gamit niya, peeks out and he gets taken care of. Yobs with a double heady.
And Querdas with the 2 rounds on the board, making this BL side look easy. Aris, maganda sana yung hold niya doon, no? Pero caught in the middle of the site, na wallbang din siya katulad nung ginawa niya dito sa Querdas. At yun nga si Jam, nag-sniper na rin. Tamang-tama lang yung tinitingnan niya doon. Yobs is down already. And the snipers alive and kicking. Lance and Jam at TRG apiece. At si Jam, uy! Nahulihan doon ni Ilaga. At mag-house bin na naman dito ata ang Querdas.
This is crazy. This is great map control mula sa Querdas. They're always getting things that they want. It provides them breathing space. At dahil doon pinaglalaroan nila, they're not committing fully. Tikim lang dito, get back, get more information, and then do your takes. Kasi this is the great thing about Querdas. They know that they can use the timer as a weapon against the enemy team, and alam nila kung paano gamitin yon on the BL side. Kasi last time nakita natin dito when we were casting with Mochi, yung pinakaunang matchup, it was Rhea 7 GAON and as well as Team Micro. They were using the timer pero it wasn't being used as a weapon nung nasa BL side sila. Sila pa yung nagagamitan ng timer ng GR side. Pero Querdas, they used it perfectly right now. But Ilaga, caught off guard. Gusto sana mag-line up para ma-distract ito mga players. But Skies picks him off easily. Aris sticks out towards House B. Ngayon, alam na dito ng buong Fervid kung saan dapat lumipensa.
At yun ay sa B site, andito na si Haj reinforcing that defense from Nice Katol, and Haj with the wall bang takes down Justin. MDY dinikwat yung kill case guys doon, pero okay lang, Aris still holds on to that site at mag-isa na lang si Chris andito sa may house. At wala na siyang bahay doon, wala na rin siyang buhay. It's Fervid with a good defense, keeping themselves in control of this GR side.
Oh my godness. Oh my godness. Oh my goodness.
Oh
2-2
my God.
ang score natin dito agad. Daydom kung saan no one is budging. No one is entirely looking towards dominating it right now. Talagang trade-offs and perfect crossfire ang nakikita natin dito. Aris and MDY going at MDY with a double kill now. And this is what you're gonna be seeing. Aalis agad sila dyan. Daydom, hindi sila mag-fully commit.
Ayun na nga. Medyo nasaktan kasi ang Fervid, no? 2 players going down. Pero si Skies na mataan ni Ilaga dito.
Si Aris
naman. Ayun lang, Skies. Hindi mo in-expect na ikaw ang mapepeke dyan sa mid. Si Haj malalaglag din. And in these rounds that Fervid take these risks at hindi gumagana, parang nalalaglag na ang mga players ng Fervid. They have to try and be a little bit more cohesive when pushing for the aggressive push. Pero sa ngayon, si Lance na lang ang matitirang mag-isang buhay dito with just the sniper and 4 players in front of him. Okay yun, good shot from Lance, no? Pero mayroon pang 3 na lalapit sa kanya. Sapat ba ang mga balas sa TRG niya? Ang sagot ay hindi. Hindi naman lang matitake down doon si Justin, and Querdas take the lead 3-2.
Yeah, that's crazy. Mula sa Querdas, they know really how to play this BL side. And you can see the respect they're giving towards the players in A. They give respect towards Lance, but Haj able to take out Chris here in mid. Aris also, medyo di gumagana yung magiging double-edged sword niya ngayon. Medyo nasasaktan ang buong Fervid as Yobs able to take him out. But now, it's a 1-for-1 trade, pero sugatan agad dito ang QD. Both Ilaga and Yobs actually have HP.
And Yobs, literally, chipping down himself because of the nade again. Medyo 30 HP, 20 HP na lang dito ang buhay ni Yobs, pero wala pa rin nakukuhang espasyo ang Querdas habang si Skies nakaakyat na agad sa CA. Medyo paligroso ang posisyon ng Querdas ngayon na kailangan nilang mag-isip kung anong susunod nilang galaw. Kahit na 4v4 pa tayo dito, Bipolar, madali silang maubos eh. Hindi sila pwede mag-LA unless they have utility. So I guess that's one of the options, no? Hagisan nila ng napakaraming granada si Lance tapos mag-commit sa LA.
1 minute 20 seconds. C4 still not in their hands.
What?
Lance ngayon, nakatikim na, and that is what you that is what you respected for the past 5 rounds. Lance, initial shot, tatama agad dun sa katawan ng ating mga players. Almost a collat, by the way, if nagsabay-sabay sila paglabas dun. But now, sabi nila, ay, ayaw na namin, never mind, tikim lang muna, alis muna. Balik tayo sa B.
Oo, wag na dyan kay Lance. Ang hirap eh.
Pangit naman ang trip ni Lance. Ang bala.
Ang hirap ka-banding, sabi ng Querdas. And Yobs, Justin still around 20 HP, no? Hindi pa rin sila makapasok sa kung saan ba nila gusto. Yung C4, andito pa rin, hawk-hawk ni Justin sa may mid. Once the smoke dissipates, magwawalang yan. Nandito si Jam, naaamoy niya na si Yobs. At yun na nga, through the smoke, Yobs go down. Yung mga bala ni Jam hindi niya nakita. Justin takes down Haj, but the C4 gonna get retrieved. Uy! Nabuksan ng A-site! Iniwan ni Lance!
That's not what you want. They have all of these things. At pwede nila backstabin to. They cannot commit already kasi pwede pa naman sila pumunta ng BE. Pero sabi ni Lance, huwag kayo pumunta dito. Diyan kayo sa A. Sige, magplanta ka lang ng bomba para 3 yung kalaban mo. Sige, testingin mo ako. Sige, hawakan mo kamay ko. O, hawakan mo
Okay.
tenga ko. O, sige. O, 30 seconds. O, bomba. O, tatama. O, diba? O, sabi sa'yo, mag-AK. Ganun lang kadali. Sabi ni Jam and ni Lance, 20 seconds. Fervid goes for tie game.
Yes, 3-3. At ang akala natin, katapusan na ng Fervid, panimula pa lang pala nila. Lance stays alive through it out. And Jam with a perfect nade toss to end things on a high note for Fervid. But you have to remember, Bipolar, sa GR side, kailangan mong mag-ipon ng kahit isang round man lang na advantage. Sa ngayon, wala pa yun ha. Kaya naghahapit ngayon si Aris. Si Nice Katol, good for the first kill of this round. Ilaga is down.
7 kills actually on Ares now, despite him just pushing every time. Plus, he is performing. Nonetheless, nabibigyan niya pa rin naman dito ng onting up firepower dito ang Fervid, despite him already always falling down early. Ngayon, with him still alive after that successful take onto Ilaga, siya ngayon, he's gonna be moving around the map. He's gonna be a distraction, a nuisance pagdating sa BNA. But this is what you're looking for QD now. They wanna get a pick-off with Chris and this TRG. Gusto niya ma-infiltrate at least yung CA position and as well yung bridge dito sa GR side.
Ito na nga, successful si Skies pag-akyat dito, pag ninja sa CA. Nakakaroon siya ng mga tumatalon-talon! At si Skies, nakuha si MDY. Chris, can you find something in response? Aakyat siya dito, trying challenge Skies, pero masyadong mataas ang lipad ni Skies. Masyadong malayo. Si Yobs naman ang susubok. At sinong makikita niya? Si Jam! Nice shot! Headshot onto Jam! May isa pang malapit sa kanya doon, si Aris yun. Uy! 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 Haj! Saan ka nakatingin, bossing? Napustitan ni Chris doon. Pero si Aris ang sasagot. Si Lance din makakaisa with the USP. At si Yobs na lang mag-isa ngayon. Takes down Aris, pero si Skies, sabi niya, bawal boss! Andito na ako sa RS mo, and Fervid will take the lead.
Yeah, good, beautiful plays there coming from Fervid. Medyo nag-slow down pa sila actually. Kasi sabi dito na Aris, mag-antay na lang tayo. But Yobs was able to get beautiful kills there. And now Chris able to spot Outlands out of nowhere. And this sniper matchup is so good to a point na nag-iinit na yung buong teams natin dito. Yobs falling down low in HP but gets away quite carefully.
Is a 5-man strong team para kay Querdas dito. And the most important thing, nahuli nila si Lance. Uy! Si Chris nakakuha ng isa din. Ilaga takes down Jam in that B encounter. Pero still, Aris nakasagot din ha. Justin going down means Querdas down to 4 people. Pero buhay pa rin naman si Yobs. Andito na si Judge trying to keep control of this B site. May polar pero mukhang lalapit siya. Sumilip sa bintana, sabi ni Ilaga. Hello. Takes him down at si Skies andito na rin, 1 HP and that's all it takes is 1 bullet. MDY to get the round and get the kill. Querdas 4-4.
I mean, it's not just the aim na talaga nakikita ko dito, Didom, na sobrang ganda, pati yung nades na ginagawa dito ng mga players. If napansin nyo, si Skies was in a 1v4 and he had a beautiful entry shot para magawang 1v3. Kaso nga lang, there was a grenade already going into his face at saktong-sakto, it dwindled down his HP into like what 10 HP department. So dahil doon natigil agad yung clutch potential ni Skies. Intense grenades from both side and intense decisions as well. Very very nice. But ngayon ibang sitwasyon ang ginagawa dito ng Fervid. Good defense, put Aris in a position na he is comfortable with. Kunin natin yung CA, no one's taking it. Let's take it for ourselves. Tapos 1-1-1 setup. Let's put one more player here on that bridge position. Gamitin natin si Hatch of all people. Tapos hayaan na lang natin sila gumawa ng milagro. Aris now activates and as well as Skies. Ito na ang timing ng Fervid and they get 2 players out. Nag-flashbang out papunta dito sa long A. Pero si Lance to, feeling ko naman hindi muna lalabas dyan ang Querdas.
Ayun na nga, no? They have so much respect for this sniper player of Fervid na kahit na may smoke na, hindi pa rin nila i-challenge. That's the presence that Lance commands. Kasi ba naman yung Lance na yan, week in, week out, MVP ng Fervid. Kahit talo pa yan, MVP pa rin, no? So kita mo talaga yung respeto na binibigay ni Querdas sa kanya. Pero si Chris walang respeto kay Haj. Takes him down through that mid encounter. Ang lalim dito ng mga players ng Querdas. Kailangan lumingon ni Lance papunta dito sa RS. Pero tamang antay lang habang si Jam naglalurk. Chris is down and Jam has made his presence known. Eto na, nasa house B na. Justin, saan ka manggagaling? Si Jam hindi alam at Justin will be able to find Jam. MDY alive and kicking. And this B site suddenly in control for Querdas. At suddenly, mag-isa na lang si Skies Polar.
Suddenly, it's a 1v2. Skies cannot get in. So much utilities being used. Ubos na dito for QD. But Skies, we know him to be a frag Man, we know him to be a headshot machine, pero wala na muna siya matatamaan ngayon. There goes one, and there goes the second. Pero yung pangalawa, si Skies pala. QD starts off the GR side in a fashionable 1-point advantage.
And this is everything you need going into GR of this map in particular. Once you have the lead, mahirap na yung bawiin, Fervid. Have to work double time. Ano kayang ilalabas ni Nice Katol dito? Sarili niya. Pero mukhang muntik pa siyang masabugan ng granada dito sa may mid. Uy, si Jam. Nakaakyat sa CA. Naunahan niya doon. Si Ilaga. At mukhang irerespetuhin to ni Yobs, throwing out a smoke, a flash dito sa LA just to make sure he's got both angles covered. Pero si Chris, yung sniper player dito ng Querdas, nasa B. This might not be something that Fervid expects.
And this is the great thing as well from Querdas, no? They're very shifty. They know that they can play off of any angle, especially with this TRG. Nakikita nyo ba yung contrast na si Lance? They are more comfortable with him just taking that very long position, that very long sight line. Pero Querdas, they're risk takers. They know that they can use these angles for their own good. Nakikita mo yun. If they go out of this house B, I am betting 2 pesos para makakuha agad dito ng isang pick-off si Chris, pero mukhang hindi pala B ang kukunin dito. I think they wanna go towards Z. Possibly, kasi isang distraction play lang ang ginagawa dito kayo ng Fervid going towards B. This CA position from Jam is actually gonna be crucial on taking something here out of Querdas.
Nagmamalarabbit dito sa house, ha? Nalagpasan niya na si Chris, but a good nade from Chris. Keep
Solo.
sure na si Aris ay makakapasok pa rin dito sa site. Low na nga dito si Chris. Si Aris din down to 1 HP pero nakapuslit sa loob ng site dito. Si Aris hindi alam ni Chris, ha. Nakatingin pa rin sa smoke si Chris dito. At si Haj lalapit na. This might be an A execute na talagang nilalaro lang ng Fervid ang isipan ng Querdas. Mag-isa lang si Yobs doon. Si Haj nakita na rin. Chris playing whack-a-mole with this TRG. Pero nag-iingay na sa A-site. Uy! Chris gets the shot in. Justin takes down Iris as well. Pero si Jam, si Skies nabuksan na nga yung A-site dito. Ilaga tumatalon-talon pa nga. Takes down Jam at Skies to open up that site. But now he's all alone. 1v2. Ang dime pang smoke dito. Bipolar, wala siyang makita.
13 seconds, kailangan magmadali dito ni Skies. He has so much time to plant this bomb. 70% in this headshot, trying to keep it up. He has the bomb, and what a headshot mula dito kay Skies. It's Justin becoming very sneaky dito sa smoke. 30 seconds in a dream. 6 HP onto him, 25 onto Skies. Sino ang mas magaling? Si Skies iyon with a wide peek towards exit. We are having a tie game once again.
Yes, immaculate decision making mula kay Skies doon, no? Hindi niya kasi alam saan manggagaling yung kalaban niya. Pwedeng LA, pwedeng CA, pwede ring RS. So pinush niya yung RS hoping na may cover siyang angle, not knowing din na nandun yung kalaban niya, no? Saktong-sakto lang yung tinitingnan niya doon at saktong-sakto yung desisyon na ginawa niya, giving the way for Fervid to take the first round of BL. At tablado na naman tayo dito. Bipolar 5-5. Querdas kailangan makabawi ulit dito sa GR nila.
Mukhang yung 1-point advantage dito ng Querdas going into the GR side, it's not really giving them a lot of breathing room, no? They don't parang Fervid pa nga ata dito ang very much more crafty in terms of their pushing, in terms of their executions. We're not really seeing that, we don't really see yung push ng B tapos bigla kayong mag-CA push as 3-man. Very, very unusual. Pero it works nonetheless kasi it's Fervid. They know how to play off of these angles from one another. Pero again, distraction play lang muna tayo dito mula sa Fervid. Use up all of the utilities dito na ng Querdas. Make them commit something para pagdating dito sa executions, meron kayong advantage.
Skies na naman, nakaantabay dito sa ating B site, ha. Pero hindi niya tatamaan si Aris na nakapuslit na naman sa loob ng site. Good smoke lineups coming through from Querdas to buy a lot of time. Pero this time, lalapit si Chris to get that information. Papasok sila sa House B. Tapos makikita nila, naku po, walang tao. walang tao din sa B. Lipat tayong A. Andun lang si Aris, pero na-timingan siya ni Chris. Diyos ko, it's Querdas taking the proper decisions as well. At yun na nga, magro-rotate papuntang A side, pero Fervid hindi nila alam, 5
MDY.
tao ang nandito. Pero si Sky is trying to be the hero. Aakyat, mala Spider-Man, the triple kill from Skies. After the last round's clutch, uubusin niya naman ang mga players ng Querdas. Nasa ilalim niya na nga dito si Chris, who gets his own double kill. And Querdas turns things around. Kulang pa rin yung ginawa doon ni Skies.
What a turnaround play mula kay Chris there, able to get 2 kills with the M14. Look at that statistic mula kay Aris. 10, 10, 10 onto him. That is crazy. And Sky's 15 and 8. That's 8 headshots, by the way, out of 15. So that's around 55%. In terms of headshot percentage. Pag tignan mo nung dito yung Querdas, everyone is playing their role respectively. Equal distribution. Pero Yobs will go out. Gagamitin nila sila Yobs si Lance dito. And instantly, alam niya kung saan mismo tututok. Check him, PC. Papasok sila 5-man strong. MDY with the trade. Ngayon 1 minute 40 seconds. Hindi pa rin sila nakakakyat. Pero MDY still alive. Namamatay dito. Isa-isa ang Fervid. Aris is still alive. For the first time, matitira siya dito in a 1v2 situation. Chris, malayuan, doesn't want to go for the TRG shots, goes for the M14, and Lance finds him in the scope line.
And Lance with the bold swing, challenge niya dito yung anggulo ng sniper player in LA. At dahil doon, tingnan mo, tumiklop yung mga players ng Querdas. Sabi nila, lakas mo mag-sniper edi mag-EBR na lang kami. Kahit si Chris, napa-EBR na lang Deny those angles from Lance at mukhang gumagana. Si Aris ang nalaglag sa ngayon. So Lance have to find a pick with this sniper advantage. Pero without Aris, without their lurk, ano nang gagawin ng Fervid dito, Bipolar?
Aris, crucial part of at least taking some space here. And with him out of the picture, yeah, I believe so na mahirapan na sila pumasok dito. It's all up to Lance to possibly get these multi-kills from all across the board. They're slowly creeping their way towards B. And kung naalala nyo nga, Chris is using this site para makakuha siya ng kills para di mapapasok yung mga players dito. Pero interestingly, wala siyang TRG ngayon. So he has to rely on that M14. Skies looking quite carefully. Looking at the top position. Pumasok na sila in instant. What was that? How? How did they kill Chris?
Ewan ko rin, but Sky is able to weed out Chris. Pero papasok na ng site dito ng B-site ang Fervid. Ang daming granada ng Querdas. At si Haj ang masasangkot. Sumabog doon ang granada sa mukha ni Haj. Pero si Jam, uy, nahuli! Ilaga, good for 2! And what a retake from Querdas. Minadali at nilampaso ang Fervid.
I mean, binigla na lang talaga dito ng Querdas yung buong Fervid. And that is what you wanna do in this kind of situation. Actually, alam din nila na wala nang utility dito. So, wala nang pipigil if tatakbo sila papunta sa site. So, sabi na dito, gas on the pedal, diretso na lang tayo, guys. And that was a beautiful play mula sa Querdas ngayon. Everyone in their team are doing wonders. Multi-kills, double digits for 3 players. Meanwhile, Fervid, medyo nararamdaman natin that hindi pala sila ang may hawak sa mapang ito despite them being the ones picking this map. Mukhang Querdas in this GR position right now, they might go for the win here. Sobrang lapit na nila, just 3 points away from Fervid. If makawala lang sila dito from this 1 point advantage, they might have this in the bag. Pero Fervid going slow now, taking it easy. C4 still not in their hands, pero they want to go towards B.
And you have to remember, Querdas, this is one of their comfort maps as well. Probably one of the top 3 maps din dito based on the group stage performance. At least dito sa mapang ito, no? So Querdas, a tiny lead might just be what they need. 7-6 tayo dito. Papasok na ulit si Aris. Si Chris done playing the sniper, consistently picking up the M14. Pwedeng maka-timing sana si Aris doon, but deciding to back off kasi wala silang impormasyon kung ilang tao ang nandito, kung may sniper ba na hawak-hawak ang Querdas, at kung si Chris lang ba ang nag-iisang tao sa loob ng B-site, Bipolar.
I have to say, inaral to ng Fervid kung paano laruin ng Querdas because they always look towards, alam mo yung jump spot dun sa may entrance ng paglabas mo ng House B. But later on, pag-usapan natin yan because here comes the push, here comes the grenade once again. Multi-angle approach, 4-man strong dito ang ating Fervid on B side. Haj gusto tumikim agad. Justin, nakikita ng malapitan dito pero wala pa rin man nakikita mga players. Chris is still there, naging distraction. Mamamatay dito yung mga dalawang teams. The bomb is not yet planted, Daydom.
Si Yobs manggagaling sa likod, hindi nakatingin si Skies at mauubos na nga ang Fervid. Yobs with a massive lurk and Querdas with the round 8-6. Sinasabi nga natin bipolar, maliit lang ang lamang ng Querdas pero yun lang ang kailangan nila. 2 more rounds to secure port.
It was actually crazy. Si Chris doon was just waiting for the right time. Tapos naging enough yung distraction niya doon even without getting a lot of kills na nakuha niya atensyon ng mga players doon ng Fervid and it stopped the push and stopped the plant of that C4. And it bought time para kay Yobs para umikot ng todo. And now, welcome to the team wherein everyone has double digits. 11, 13, 10, 10, 12 kills on Chris, MDY, Yobs, Justin, and Ilaga. That is crazy. And up against Fervid pa, of all people. Pero on the other side, it's Skies with 19 kills. So, kailangan din natin abangan kung paano nga ba lalaroin yun. And again, they respect it a lot. Despite them being on the GR side now, hindi sila nagbibigay ng a lot of mid presence. Unlike other teams like battling here in this bridge position. Pero alam nila kasi na dun din titingin sila. So, they just don't want to do that. They want to go for even passive approach. Here comes the flashes, here comes the smoke once again. Ares sets it up. Ano nga pa gagawin nila sa B?
Yan natin magbe-execute na naman dito ang Fervid. Talagang ayaw nila lumipat ng LA but here comes the push, the nades, the action happening. Justin down to
Good
half
flash.
HP. Pero andito na si Aris for the entry. Justin, hindi siya nabuhay doon. Si Haj dito na sa loob ng site pero yung MDY backed up by a lot of the flashes from Querdas. Can they keep control of the site? Ang sagot, hindi! Jam! Haj on the board! Dealing with Querdas at si Ilaga na lang ang natitirang buhay. 1 HP to his name and nothing to be done. Fervid brute force their way into round 7 on the board.
That was actually nice mula kay Aris. Nag-set up ng smoke dito, tas after that, sumabay kayo sa pagbato ng flash ko. Pag nag-pop, diretso tayo dyan, barilin nyo na lang lahat ng nasa harapan nyo. And napansin din ata dito ng Fervid na hindi naman marami. Wala naman masyadong naglalaro dito sa may gen. Wala namang nasa God box. Merong tao sa baba ng B. Pero we have all of this area para paglaruan. All we need to do is just great aim. And hindi na agad nila tinignan yung likuran kasi wala namang full lurker dito for Querdas. Hindi na kailangan tumingin sa likod para mag-contemplate pa if may tao nga bang gagalaw sa likod nila. But now, coming in to our 16th round, it's a slow-paced game. Mas finortify tuloy dito ng Querdas yung B-side.
And for Vid, I think they might be overthinking this A position. Kanina pa walang sniper dito. If they just challenge it, mararecognize nila na gano'n na nga ang position nila. Pwede nilang pumunta ng LA kasi pwedeng makakuha ng kills dito si Lance. At yun ang gagawin nila ngayon. Entry coming through pero si Yobs, hindi niya kailangan ng TRG. Just the HK, enough to deal with Jam. Pero si Aris, a big lurk down in mid na timingan si MDY. Pero may isa pang position dito si Chris na pwede siya makakuha ng kills ha. Uy, Fervid, parang alam nila. Pero hindi. Haj with the trade. Nakahanap pa rin ng isa si Chris. But at the end of the day, after all that, bipolar, 3v3 pa rin tayo dito.
3v3, what a play mula sa ating players from A to B. From outside of House B towards Long A. Ganun yung labanan natin. Sobrang hirap pa makapasok sa mga sites na to just because of the sheer aim na ginagawa ni Yobs here on Long A. Some grenades going towards exit, trying to check if someone is there. Damage will not be dealt. Wala naman natamaan doon. Lance enters it with the USP and he gets it. While in the air ngayon, they will go towards B kung saan si Justin nasa gitna, able to get to sugatan si Skies.
May Skies is a 1v1. Yung bomba, hindi niya pa rin naitatanim. Si Yobs na flash na nga ng saglitan. Enough timing para kay Skies para magtanim. Si Yobs, nakita niya na! Pero siya pa rin ang mananaig dito. Skies, bawal ka ng kumlatch. Kota ka na, boss. Yan ang sabi ni Yobs. Set point for Querdas.
Set point! And we are now in a very, very bad spot for Fervid here. malayo pa ang laban at dahil dyan, Querdas is taking advantage right now. They have all of B and they are pushing outside of House B. They're going towards LA as well. Pero look at this, naging aggressive na si Aris.
Ito na Aris, back to his shenanigans. Can he find the kill? Si Chris down to 1 HP. May backup pa nga siya dito. Lipat muna ng House B. Pero si Aris, di pa siya tapos. Lilipat naman dito sa Z into RS. Babalik ng House B. Teka lang ang daming ginagamit na util dito ng Fervid. Baka maubusan sila mamaya. Polar.
They used too much already. Wala nang grenades. Nakagamit ng isang at least util outside of that. So, medyo something's done mula dito sa Querdas. I just wanna add first time natin nakita dito in Querdas, they don't use these utilities. Palaging 0.1, 0.2. Pero ngayon, I feel like everyone is gonna be like 0.38, 0.42. Pero first time gagawin nito yung signature move ng Querdas. Palagi nila ginagawa to, kaya kung nakita nyo kanina bago pumasok ang Fervid, they always look up towards going outside of House B just because of this position every time. Palagi to ginagawa ng Querdas. First time pa lang nila nilabas to in this matchup, trying to secure it once and for all, pero they're going to a long A.
Anong tinutungtungan ni Chris doon? Teka lang, patingin nga nung angulo ni Chris. Chris, nandito, akyat bahay siya dito sa B-site. Si Skies, nagpapaka-ninja din dito sa may mid-area. Pero si Chris, hindi nila alam na nandun siya. Pero hindi na siya papansinin ng Fervid. Dilipat na lang sila ng A-site. Si Haj, nandito pa rin sa B. Uy, nakapuslit din! And Haj finds the kill, pero Ilaga with the double. Keeping Querdas alive in this round. Pwede pang ipanalo to ng Querdas. Si Ilaga, naku po, Lance, ba't ko tumalikod? Kailangan mo tumingin dyan sa taas! At si Ilaga ay mahihuli niya. It's 2v1. Chris, all alone. At yung akyat bahay niya kanina, Polar, hindi gumana. 1 HP. Alam pa nila kung saan siya manggagaling dito? Chris, pwede siyang pasabugan ng bomba! Uy! Chris! What is that shot? Hodge is down! And Lance, suddenly hindi niya alam saan manggagaling si Chris dito. At kinakabahan si Lance. Diyos ko po, bipolar, kinakabahan din ako. Chris is coming in from RS! And Lance, the old reliable. Fervid, stay alive.
They're still alive, man. And this is becoming possible every time that we are seeing these two teams. It was so crucial. Hindi lang talaga akala kasi dito ni Chris nung nakaangat siya doon na may magfa-flash out of House B. Kaya nakatingin siya ng todo doon sa pader, doon towards the other side of the buildings. But wala So nakalagpas lang talaga yung isang player doon ng Fervid undetected, at si Haj talagang napatay niya pa yung tao doon sa baba ng B. Siguro nag-aaward na dito ang QD, pero kailangan niya mag-reset just because it is now a crucial round. The round that decides if we are going to overtime or we are giving a big advantage series for Querdas. Haj trying to lurk once again, pero sobrang passive bigla tuloy ng Querdas.
A chance for Fervid to keep themselves alive in their own map pick, bipolar. At si Skies, siya nga ba maging solusyon o si Aris? Remember, these two love playing for lurks. Particularly si Aris, no? At mukhang lilipat na ng LA dito ang tatlo sa mga player ng Fervid. Nag-iingay si Aris, trying to bait Ilaga to peeking LA. Pero tingnan mo naman kung gaano kadaming respeto ang binibigay ng Fervid. Ang lalim ng posisyon ni Chris at saka ni Justin sa B-site. Si Ilaga nag-iintay lang ng pwedeng lumapit sa kanya. Flash is coming through, pero wala pang lumilipat sa posisyon ng Querdas. 50 seconds left on the timer. Fervid need to make a decision soon enough. At yun na nga, pumasok na sila mula sa House B. At si Chris ang nag-iintay makakuha ng kill dito. Flash is coming in. Chris with a nasty crossfire setup. Pero si Justin ang unang kakagat. Chris has found nothing yet. Justin is down. 1 for 1. Jump inside of the site. Si Aris nahuli ni Ilaga. Crucial kill for Querdas. Pero yung bomba, hindi pa rin naitatanim dito. Chris from down under. A hold! That is beautiful for Querdas. They take port.
What a hold and what a defense for Querdas there. Nakita nyo, hindi makapasok, wala man lang maplantang bomba ang buong Fervid there. And already our predictions are down the drain, pero okay lang yon kasi this is a beautiful map for Querdas. Sobrang ganda, pinakita nila na alam nila kung paano laruin against Fervid when they were on the BL side. And ngayong nasa GR side sila man, multiple ways para mapatigil yung mga push nila from going on top of entrances, from delayed pushes, and from flanks. It was crazy for Querdas.
Yeah, grabing mind games ang ginawa dito ng Querdas, no. Pag isipin mo nung nag-GR side sila, hindi na humawak ng sniper ang players dito ng Querdas. Talagang binigyang respeto nila si Lance at hindi na lang nila pinansin. The moment na nakakuha ng isang entry pick dito ng sniper si Lance, after nun wala na. And Querdas specifically crafting this strategy to steer away from the sniping is what gave them the win. Alam nila na si Lance yung laging impact player dito eh. Yeah. Paano na pag wala si Lance dito sa BL side nila? Ano nang gagawin ng Querdas? Ng Fervid, sorry, napaghalo ko na. But effective ang ginawa ng Querdas dito.
So, sobrang effective man to a point na parang hindi natin talaga hindi natin maisip kung paano nga ba na marinate at na nagawa ng Querdas yung wag na lang talaga natin pansinin si Lance to a point na pati na rin sa GR side makipagbarilan na lang tayo gamit yung mga rifle natin, no? Dumiretso lang tayo dito. We don't even need to look at mid. And what's crazy there, Daydom, is hindi nagamit ng Fervid. On the BL side pa, si Aris to be infiltrating the backlines. Parang, hindi man lang nabigyan ng option si Aris to push out to get at least like a 1-for-1 trade. Wala eh. Parang, it was really stopped by Querdas just because they were so default, they were so good in their defense. Ngayon, may kita natin na ating set highlights in just a little bit. But yeah, Daydom, parang wala. Pulidong-pulido ang ganda ng depensa doon ng Querdas.
Exactly. And the decisiveness to do that, no? I mean, ngayon ka lang makakita ng ganong team na nag-prioritize ng rifles over the sniper dito sa mapang to, no? Big shoutout sa coach dito ng Querdas, si Coach Jans, for coming up with these strategies na ngayon din natin nakikita lang sa Impact. And Querdas, taking the win already dito sa port. Ito pala yung dahilan, Polar, kung bakit hindi nila prioritize yung port kasi gusto rin nila ito laruin. Okay lang na piniin to ng Fervid because Querdas are prepared. They are ready for this Fervid approach and they come out on top. Impressive stuff from Querdas dito.
Yeah, amazing plays mula dito sa Querdas. And it was from the start napansin nga talaga din natin na despite Fervid choosing this map, it was Querdas slowly getting control, slowly dictating kung paano nga ba talaga laruin or how the plays should happen and how it should end. Grabe talaga dito yung ginawa ni Chris when he was in a situation na he was just jumping all around pero napapatay niya pa rin yung mga players dito. And the defense nonetheless, nung nasa GR side sila man, hindi pa rin na mag-get over na they are so, wala sila sa God box, wala sila sa gen, wala sila close towards that entrance papunta sa house B. Lahat sila na malayo, almost to a point na nasa GR spot na sila pero they are still able to defend that quite carefully. Ngayon may kita natin ang set summary kung paano nga ba ang breakdown in terms of statistics dito after 18 total rounds. Papalit-palit lang tayo dito ng rounds pero once nakakuha ng 2-point advantage dito ang Querdas, they are wrecking havoc. Looking at Fervid first, 1.47 on Skies and that is just nice. 0.50 as well on headshot percentage. Aris, first time natin makita yon. Lance still, despite him being out of the picture most of the time dahil nga hindi siya pinapansin dito ng Querdas, nakakuha pa din siya ng solid 1.0 KD in 18 rounds. Pero yung Querdas man, ano ba makikita natin dyan?
Lahat sila men 1.0 pataas ang kill to death ratio and that shows you just how ready, just how impactful each and every player was dito sa Querdas. Talagang inuubos nila ang Fervid. In every opportunity they have, panalo sila sa duel nila, no? That's how impressive Querdas performed in this map. And Suffice to say, no, Lance, na napuruhan talaga siya dito in terms of strategy. Mataas pa rin naman yung kill to death ratio niya, but I think what's telling is that kills per round. Ito yung mahalaga sa pag-sniper. Kailangan 1 or higher yan for a sniper, and I think this is one of the few times na na-minimize yung impact ni Lanzo because of how Querdas approach this map. I'm sorry, I was not familiar with your game, Querdas. I was not familiar with your game, Ilaga, who is the Sept MVP dito sa Port.
Yeah, crazy. 1.06 KR and a KD na talagang dumodoble pa halos 1.36 on this man. Ilaga was a silent killer nonetheless, going for long range fights at nakakuha talaga siya ng multi-frags in terms of these rounds. Plus, he was able to stop the pushes when they were on the GR side, and he was able to go for trades when they were on the BL. Iba ang galawan dito ni Ilaga. In just a little while, we'll be seeing some throwback plays kung paano nga ba naglaro dito si Ilaga on Port and how he enabled his team on getting that dub for Port. Iba talaga dito, pinamuka at sinampal niya ang buong Fervid dito na pinili nyo pala yung Port hindi nyo ba alam na dito rin ako magaling?
Yun na nga no, Ilaga with the MVP plays dito, but honestly I wouldn't necessarily have pinpointed any single player from Querdas dito. Syempre si Chris, meron din siyang shining moments, meron din si MDY, no, and hindi mo pagkakaila na lahat ng players dito mataas ang impact ng Querdas. And it was just Ilaga that happens to have the highest kill death ratio para sa team na ito in this particular instance. But man, still mighty impressive stuff para dito sa Querdas, no. And you love to see it as well that Querdas hindi rin talaga fluke yung mga panalo nila dito. Kahit sabihin natin na marami sa mga games nila is na default na panalo, itong team na to, they can back it up with the strategies and the aim.
Yeah, and up against one of the top teams natin dito, they are performing nonetheless quite impressively. Pero magtutuloy muna ang labanan natin, ang bakbakan between Fervid and as well as Querdas after this short break.
revenge story sa mga nagduda sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para sa
Zefrax, uubusin na lang
Sa
lahat.
isang bala lamang, matutupad ang lahat ng pangarap.
Hey, what's up guys? Kayo po ay nagbabalik sa Crossfire Philippines, the Impact Fall. Kami pa rin inyong casters for today. Bipolar at Dadum nga po pala. Wink wink. Pagdating dito sa ating labanan, 1-0 po agad dito ang Querdas, sinampala, binalahura at pinagbababato ang mga katawan ng Fervid dito coming in for QD. Mexico 2.0, dun naman tayo dadayo dito.
Naku po, Mexico, banibagong sakit sa ulo na naman to ng Querdas, no? Dahil Fervid ang magsisimula sa GR side dito. So, kailangan from the get-go, makaipon sila ng kahit 3 round siguro. I would say bipolar kung makatatlo, makaapat, maganda na yun ang panimula para dito sa Mexico. No, remember, in my opinion, Mexico still the heaviest GR-sided map. Even with the changes from Mexico 1 to Mexico 2, talagang very GR-sided pa rin itong mapang ito, no? So,
Yeah.
medyo may hirapan siguro makabawi dito ang Querdas. Pero, they are the ones that picked it. So, feeling ko may niluto din sila. Pwede dito, bipolar.
Yeah, I mean, with them starting on the BL side, baka paparamdaman mo nila dito kung paano nga ba ang laruan ng Fervid on Mexico 2. Pero feeling ko it's not they will be prioritizing a lot of like alley and as well as mid pushes para makuha ng wins dito on these rounds. Pero unfortunately, we actually noticed na si Jake is not on the roster right now for Querdas. So, it's a full force muna dito with MDY in and in Mexico 2.0. Feeling ko din baka ang 2-0 pala will be on the side of Querdas just because on how they've been playing against Fervid. It's a top 2 team for a reason, so we never know, baka ganun nga talaga yung mangyari.
And with the brainy approach na pinakita nila kanina sa port, no, wouldn't be surprised kung may mga niluto din sila dito sa Mexico. Remember, Mexico, a map that is very, very default heavy. Magkakalapit lang kasi yung mga angulo dito, no? So you can take up to a minute, even like a minute and a half sa mga mapang to para lang mag-set up, para hayaan na mag-push yung mga kalaban. And this is why we love this map, no? Sarcasm yun, guys. This is why we love this map so much. Kasi a lot of teams use the time maximally dito kasi madaling maubusan ng pasensya dito sa Mexico ito. It's kind of constricting from the player's point of view, pero walang iintay na oras dito. Ang parehong team natin magpupush si Skies at makakuha siya ng isang kill. Yobs is down at nandito na nga si Lance trying to get a kill with a pistol. Successfully does so. Chris is down. Querdas, nahihirapan na agad sila makapasok dito. 2 players out.
Naipit na nga sila dun, no? But nonetheless, it's Jam left alone. What the kill mula dito sa QD. Now it's all up to him. He's behind all of them. Hindi pa siya nakikita pero nakita niya agad si MDY and he gets spotted out. 2 kills for Jam. Will this be a clutch in the very first round? Jam, alam niya na dito. And Ilaga is so low in HP. 9 HP para sa kanya. Carefully falls down without leaving a lot of noise. Jam, kailangan mo tumingin sa taas if gusto mo manalo. Ilaga, kailangan mo puminteriya ng paa dito ni Jam. Jam doesn't commit doon sa window. Ilaga going through the cracks, shooting through the windows of these crates. Ilaga wins a kill. Arriba!
Ilaga, the last set MVP, tuloy-tuloy ang arriba dito ni Ilaga. The 1v1 with 4 HP. Bipolar umikot. Tapos tumalon, nabawasan pa kayo 9 HP niya ng 5 pesos eh. Tapos naging 4 HP na lang. Tapos pinaglaruan doon sa may forklift. Ay, Ilaga. Parang bahay niyang Mexico, men.
Sobra. And ito rin talaga yung may kita mo sa Mexico pa. It's very, very hectic. It's a map wherein matetesting talaga kung gaano ka maging ka-chaotic. Ilaga want to push out though, pero Ares, Hindi po na wallbang, yun ang medyo matigas sa mapang ito. Pero yung push outs with the flashbang in, Chris caught off guard, able to push in. Alam niya meron pang is dito, pero Justin will kill him off. 1-for-1 trade. Yob finds someone through the smoke and Jams falls down.
Querdas, they are getting scrappy with it. Hindi nila hinahayaan makapasok si Aris at makakuha ng kill. And Lance on the sniper. Sakto yung timing doon against Yob. So we're back to a 3v3 after Yob's going down. And yung C4, iikot muna pabalik dito kasama si MDY at si Ilaga. We're still struggling for control. Parang dun sila sa ilalim ng galing at si Lance. Sakto lang yung tingin niya doon kay MDY. And Querdas down to the last two players. At least ngayon magkasama na sila, magkadikit na ang dalawang player dito ng Querdas.
Yeah, magandang puwersa ang ginagawa ngayon ng QD, able to spot out Lance once as well. Pero ngayon 2v2 situation, Ilaga and Justin very low in HP pero they still have the C4, will plant it right now. Mula dito sa ating market will be Skies and the HK in his hands falling down instantly. Mag-isa lang dito si Haj trying to go for the push pero Justin falls down. Ilaga na naman ang natira at siya pa rin ang mananaig. Dire-diretso si Ilaga.
Ridiculous win for Ilaga. Literally 1 HP to spare. Anong kinain ni Ilaga? Huhulaan ko ni Laga.
Ay!
Men, Querdas 2-0 off of Ilaga's gymnastics and heroics. And this BL side is not something you see every day.
Kakaiba ang pinapakita dito ng ating mga players and this is what you want to see. Forces being spotted and forces being stopped. Haj able to kill off MDY. Magandang simula para sa Fervid pero alam naman natin in terms of closing out these rounds, it's QD to get that win. Pero Yobs will fall down. Pinakita yung paa. Ilaga ngayon rushing him down. Skies falls down.
Yes, Sky's going down pero dalawang players na naglag ng Querdas dito. Ilaga entrying. Nag-gymnastics pa siya doon, umaakyat. Ilaga again, good for another kill. Aris is down. No more pesky lurk. Uy! Si Chris nakahanap din ng isa. Jam peeking up and about. Na-timingan na naman dito ng Querdas. And a lot of this mid-control. Pero yung outer, dun lang nakabantay si Haj. Walang manggagaling dyan, boss. Nandito na agad sa stairs, sa where, sa slide. And Querdas have already taken control of the site again. Si Lance nagtatago nandito sa may forklift. Pero wala siyang tatakbuhan, bipolar. Inuubos na naman ng Querdas ang Fervid.
Opo, isa-isang natutumba ang Fervid dito and QD now. Even from port towards Mexico, sila ang nagko-control ng laban. Mukhang mid-take na naman to from both angles coming in for QD. Gustong puntriyahin. Skies now, pikon na. Headshot onto Ilaga. Aris pushing well. Dito, papunta sa arco. Kills of Yobs.
Yobs and Chris going down early and Querdas this time getting challenged. Medyo iba kasi yung position nila. MDY coming in from water. Uy, nagbukas ng pinto. Mukhang pupunta dito sa may ter. Pero si Lance nakaabang nakaagad sa panggagalingan nila na posible dahil narinig nila yung pinto. Ang sagot, is it a bait? Dito pa rin ay si Aris. Tama na yung tinitingnan niya pero hindi niya na-expect na meron dong dalawa. At mukhang lilipat ulit dito sa secret passage natin into ter. I love this play from Querdas. At walang tao dun sa pupuntahan nila sa B-side. Perfect mula sa Querdas bipolar.
I mean, it's the first time na pupunta sila dito, able to get in. Nandito na nga sila sa second floor and wala pa rin ditong pinapadala ang Fervid. Pero sa EB, may tao nang nakita. It's Lance being spotted out. The grenades will not connect. Pero it's enough for them to get into the site. Nililikuran na nga sila dito ni Jam and as well as ni Skies. Tinatakbo, hinahagod yung second floor. Justin, mamamatay. MDY spotted out and he also gets killed the first round for Fervid.
Ayun lang, hindi nila tinignan yung pinanggalingan nila. Sabi nga nila, ang di dumating sa pinanggalingan, walang nilaga. At natalo si Ilaga dito. Fervid finally getting around on the board. And Aris, oh what a shot from Aris, the headshot onto Ilaga. At finally, na-takedown na nila yung key player na yon. Ilaga is down from Querdas.
Kakaibang labanan ang nakikita natin yon. First time na hindi masyado naging agresibo ang buong Querdas. Prioritizing holding down the arc and as well as Ali push mula dito kay Yovs. Spots out Skies. Chris ngayon also putting a lot of firepower onto Ares. Pero may kita nga dito si Jam. Sobrang daming kailangan tignan. Na caught off guard tuloy siya. Ngayon the C4 running its way towards mid. Pero Ares spots out Yobs. It's MDY against 3 players.
At wala siyang magagawa dito. Paglapas niya ng outer, may 3 nakatutok and FV thinning the distance up against Querdas. 2-3 ang score natin dito. At hindi na gumagana yung mga rush dito ng Querdas ha. Ayun lang ba ang tinatago nilang strategiya dito, Bipolar? Or meron pa bang iba? Si Chris lurking dito sa water kasama si MDY. Mukhang dadako ulit sila dito sa pagbukas ng pinto. Playing for 2F dito sa B-site. Pwede kasi nilang gawiting bait yun eh.
Yeah, yun nga eh. I was about to say that. So, medyo they can play around the map. Palagi tayo nasa kaliwa ng mapa ngayon but there's still a lot more things to look at. But mukhang gusto nila makipaglaban dito sa mid always and it's becoming a bloodbath as well. Ares able to do some damage pero di naman siya mamamatay. And what's actually fun here is nauubusan lang ng utilities dito ang Fervid and pag nawala na nga yun, looking at this, Querdas just takes advantage, getting 2 kills right off the bat.
Already. And it's Aris Skies, 2 of the heaviest contact players dito. Si Hutch na lang natitira na
Lance?
pwede mag-push at si Lance nakaabang lang sa mid with that sniper shot of his. Pero si Hutch nakuha na ni Yobs habang may isa nang nakapasok ng A-site. Si Jam nagwawala pa rin, getting a double kill, keeping Fervid alive. Pero sabi ni Yobs, isang bala ka lang, Boss Jam. And Querdas keep the lead and extend it by 2, 4-2 ang score.
Pinagbababaril ni Jam pero hindi pa rin tapos ang laban. Sobrang daming na-trap for QD and he was overwhelmed. An alley push once again dito kay Yobs has been fruitful para sa kanya pero for now Skies taken aback. Malayo muna siya dito from that position on stairs A. Nandun muna siya sa warehouse. At ngayon, it's a 4-man push possibly papunta dito sa stairs A for the side of QD. So medyo kailangan mag-ingat dito ni Skies if magde-decide nga dito ang QD to push this out.
At least ngayon nagbentay na ang Fervid nung stairs. Palagi kasi silang nadadali doon sa alley push dito ng Querdas. At least si Skies nakaabang na ngayon, nakaantabay in case mayroong mag-push doon sa likod ng ware. At maganda mga posisyon dito ng Fervid ha, covering every angle. Meron sa EA, meron sa outer, meron sa EB. But the question is, saan nga ba unang sisilip ang Querdas? Remember, mas maraming utility na pwede gamitin ng Querdas dito pero paubos na yon sa ngayon. Flash coming through. Aris ay nakarinig na pero si Ilaga ang makakahuli ng isa. Hodge is down. Skies sa tamang pag-aabang lang dito sa alley takes down Yobs pero mukhang kailangan lumipat na ng posisyon ng Querdas. Hinahagisan nila ng mga bomba dito ang posisyon ni Aris. B-side open. Jam! Why would you push? Nahuli tuloy siya ng Querdas dito pero si Lance nag-ingay na rin with the sniper. Mukhang nilipat na ng B-side dito si Skies. Si Lance maiiwan mag-isa sa A-site kung saan nandoon ang bomba, andoon ang Querdas. At si Skies, wala pang matatakbuhan. 48 seconds left on the clock. Magtatanim na si MDY sa A.
39 seconds now though. With this bomb being planted, malayo ang approach ni Justin. Pero malapit pa rin naman siya dito sa mid kung saan pupunta ngayon si Lance and si Skies.
Uy.
A defense kung saan na kay MDY lahat ng pressure. Justin now peeks out, able to spot out one. What a play indeed! At titingin na lang si MDY. What a headshot onto them. And 5 rounds now in the BL side. QD is gonna be happy.
Ito lang Polar, I would like to formally apologize for Querdas for predicting 0-2 against
Kenkoy
you.
ka kasi dito,
Sorry boss, I wasn't familiar with your game. What is that 2v2 play? Pero mukhang sa ngayon makakauna ng isa si Skies. Dinalwa pa nga. Yobs is down. Ali is denied. At paano nga ba magre-recover ang Querdas dito? 3 players left standing.
Let's see kung kaya nga ba nila to, Chris. Able to infiltrate towards stairs. Jam ang mamatay ng ganun-ganun lang. Isang headshot para mapatay siya. Pero meanwhile, MDY lurking in the shadows. Gusto pumunta ng B. Spots out one. Yung kaninang 3v5 naging 3v3. Yung C4 hindi mahanap din ng Fervid kasi hindi naman kinukuha dito ng QD. They wanna go to A. One more kill. And a trade-off mula kay Chris is Haj trying to go for the pick-off para mapatigil yung planta na ito. Pero MDY malapit na sa mid. Magkakakitaan sila ni Lance. Lance spotted out. Lance cannot get a kill.
Yun lang. At nasaan ang bomba? Nilalakad na dito sa A site ni Chris. Magtatanim si MDY. C4 down, 40 seconds on the shot clock. And MDY, ayun na nga! Hinarabas si Haj at si Lance. Bakit ganun, men? Alam nila kung saan saan pupunta, saan titingin. At laging panalo sa duel ang Querdas. Parang Mexico lang yung pinractice nila buong off-season
Diyos ko po, kung hindi pala Black Widow yung magandang mapa dito for QD, hindi lang din pala port, it's always gonna be Mexico. Kung ako sa'yo, iban nyo na yan first phase pa lang. Pero Haj, interesting angle dito sa rampa na ito. 2 kills, might possibly 3, pero siya ang mamamatay. Headshot mula kay Justin.
Headshot nang galing doon sa water, pero binuksan na ang pinto. Eto na, the mind games have begun. Si Aris nakatingin lang doon sa second floor o sa 2F. Pero may isang naglalakbay sa malayo, si Ilaga yan, naglalaga ng isang play dito. Iikot sa RS Mukhang iikot pa siya ng alley. Anong niluluto na naman ng Querdas dito? Uy, what is this play? Si Justin, si MDY, manggagaling sa taas. The flash coming in. Aris, mabubulag ng bahagyaan. And Aris alive. Not for long. Justin dismisses of nice katol. At yun na nga, papasok na ng B-site dito. Lance shuts down Justin. Pero kailangan na lumapit ni Ilaga dito. Oy! MDY! Nakakuha pa ng isa. Ali play coming through mula kay Lance. Pero ito, hindi nila alam si Ilaga. Manggagaling from the long lurk. At si Skies ang mukhang mananagot. At least matitake niya doon si MDY to turn the herd for Fervid. And Ilaga is the only one left standing. Kailangan lang hawakan ng Fervid dito ay yung bomba. Ang problema, hindi nila alam saan manggagaling to si Ilaga.
Kung nakikita nyo lang yung minimap natin, paikot-ikot ng tingin dito yung dalawang players natin for Fervid. They don't know where to look. Pero finally, they find them. The first half concludes with a 6-3 scoreline in favor of Fervid. Fervid now entering the BL side with so much despair. Tatlo ang lamang ng QD dito. And kung gaano nga ba ka-agresibo ang QD on the BL side, gano'n naman sila kadisiplina pagdating dito sa GR.
Ayun na nga, tinan mo, not a single player pushing up yet. It's an angle that is aggressive mula kay Yobs pero naghagis lang kasi siya ng granada. Uy, inakyatan ni Chris Nagcha-challenge! At sakto lang ang hawak niya doon na TRG to shut down Aris. And that is the lurk that is effectively shut down by Querdas.
Amazing shot mula kay Chris. And able to spot out one. And ito yung hindi natin hindi ginawa ng Fervid kanina. They never put players on B. They were always playing out on mid, which was a massacre every time. Hindi tuloy sila nakakapag-play for information or map control. That's why it gave a lot of breathing ground for QD when they were on BL side. Pero ngayon, they stabilize. C4 still not in their hands, trying to go for some kills muna bago mag-execute sa ating B or possibly A. But they're moving their players towards B, which is gonna be interesting kasi dito mas maraming forces ang QD.
It's gonna be a hard take kung mag-execute sila dito 3 players struggling for mid control. And you can see already the difference in approach, no? Querdas kanina ang dami nilang setup dun sa BL. For Fervid, it's a lot more standard. At si Justin, isang pick lang kailangan to take down Jam. And again, alam nila kailan magpipick, kailan makikita yung kalaban dito ng Fervid. Ito na, nag-alley play na nga si Skies to try and open up a bit of space dito sa Where. Pero buong round, nakabantay lang si MDY. Hindi niya alam, nandun sa kaliwa niya. Pag bumaba si Skies dito, si MDY iintay lang din. Justin getting a double kill and MDY will be dealt with, but at the same time, kulang yung double kill ni Lance. Querdas push to 7 and again, the discipline is beautiful, Bipolar.
Yo, check mo yung guns natin dito sa QD.
Uy!
Check mo. Sila naman ang gagawa nito kay Aris. Naku po, ano kaya mararamdaman dito ng Fervid? What is that, Yobs?
Ikinakasa niya na, nakikinig ko na. Uy, bumabomba
Chris.
pa nga. Pero si Chris, lalapit muna. Medyo masyadong napainit masyado si Bossing. Aris to take Chris down. And that is 2F in a bit of a power struggle para dito sa Fervid. Pwede na lang kunin ng B-site.
The battle slowly goes silent now, Doom. With Chris being out of the picture, medyo maluwag na ang pakiramdam dito ng Fervid. Some distraction plays, some multi-prong angled dito para sa Fervid. Simultaneously taking a lot of the control. 50% of the map already taken by Fervid. Kapag naka-push out dito, si Aris, it's Yobs. Again, so
It's
close
again.
by. Diyos ko po.
Yobs.
Ilagay mo lang dyan direct. Okay lang kami dyan. Kasi this cinema, pag namatay dito si Aris, magpipick out si Yob!
Ayun lang.
Pero pinakita niya ang laki daw ng dinadala! Ang bigat! Kaya dahil dyan, pinagaan ni Fervid ang pakiramdam nila by taking 1 point away!
Crucial mistake yun na. Kung nag-hold lang sana si Yobs, hindi na siya i-check dun sa corner na yun eh. Naisulat na yun. Kaso lang, nagbago yung script. At si Lance ang unang makakakuha ng kill this time around in round number 12. Lance makes noise with the TRG. And just like that, Fervid again off to a good start. Querdas, masyado nang napapasarap dito sa depensa nila. At tatahimik muna ang mapa. Naku po, kailangan hindi maggawa ng mga mistake na naman ang Querdas katulad nung kanina kay Yobs.
Crucial plays. Pero Fervid now finally feeling themselves here. May presensya na pinapakita dito ang Fervid. They're not taking the bullets anymore. Sila naman ang nagbibigay noon. Going towards EA now. Malapit lang sila dito. And sobrang lambot ng depensa dito ng QD. Papasok na nga sila.
Uy, teka lang, MDY with the perfect position to receive. Haj will be taking him down, pero si Haj, literally, 1 HP na si Aris. At ngayon, manggagaling sa likod mula si Chris. The C4 not planted yet, but Querdas gearing themselves up for this retake. Iikot muna dito sa market yung isa sa mga player nila, that is Ilaga, pero si Lance nakaabang lang. This is deadly. Ilaga, kailangan mo mag-utility. Nakikita na yung baril mo, and Lance is just prepared. Pero si Chris, playing off the contact. Aris is down. Si Lance nagtatago lang, waiting for any engagement. 20 seconds left on the bomb timer. Uy! What a flick from Yobs! Pero si Lance magki-quickscope. Chris, kailangan mo na mag-push. 1 HP! And Lance with the pistol. Double kill! Lance to save the day. Fervid, 2 rounds from evening the rounds.
Lance out of nowhere. Cowering like a child pero enables like a man. Pagdating sa labanan na yon, from flicks to instant scope kills towards people. What a play mula dito sa Fervid. Pero ngayon, once again, nahihirapan pa rin naman sila pumasok dito, QD, with a formidable defense every time they go towards mid now. Possible engagement coming in from these players, pero sa baba pala yun. Dun pala sila papunta sa second floor ng B.
Ito na naman si Yobs, yung angulo niya dun sa 2F. Pero wala pa siyang nakikitang tao. Si Aris ata, yung mga kasalubong niya doon. Ayun na nga. Uy, Yobs, good contact. And the flash smoke combo to come in as well. Si Haj, challenging 2F. Pero mababalikwas muna si Haj doon. Parang napa-double take siya. Isip niya, baka meron na namang ditong nakahawak ng chainsaw. And Yobs this time will be the same player but with a different weapon. Taking down the first kill. Fervid, 4 people left standing at si Aris yung nawala.
Medyo hindi rin naman nag-overcommit ang QD right now on B despite the action na nakita doon ni Yobs. 4-man strong pa rin naman sila dito on outer end as well as here on A site. Mamamatay nga lang si Chris with Hadj finally peeking out once again. A 1-for-1 trade now, Daydum, kung saan iikot bigla ang ating Fervid. They wanna go and try and take B from EB. At naku po, si Yobs na iwan mag-isa dito sa ilalim ng balkonahe. Mabibig out ata siya and he falls down.
Ayun na nga, Ilaga gets the trade at least. Pero si Justin makes this trade more solid for Querdas. Taking down Lance. Wala na yung sniper dito ng Fervid. This retake is gonna be very hard to defend as Fervid. Pero at least natanim nila yung bomba dito. Jam with an off angle. Naglalaro around the site. At mukhang iikot muna. Uy, I like this play. Mula kay Jam ha. Has a chance to catch the players of Querdas off guard. At yun na nga. Kaso si Jam. Okay. Finds one. Traded out by MDY. Si Hadj manggagaling sa loob ng site. Takes down MDY. And Jam will be falling down as well. Hadj playing around the time. Justin can play and stick this defuse. Pero napasara shadow. Justin, alam mo naman na pipi yan ni Hadj. And Fervid on this BL side on a roll.
It's just the sides now that is giving some advantage for these players. Sa BL side pala ang galing ng ating Fervid in terms of Mexico. Their set plays are not as aggressive as before. Nakikita natin dito, they're taking their precious time and they're going for multiple angles. Nang pupunta sila sa A, pupunta sila sa B, and they determine na lang kung saan nga ba mas magandang approach by getting some initial frags. Pero ngayon, medyo mas dikit na ang mga players natin dito for QD. They put up a player finally here in mid. First time nila ginawa to in mere 14 rounds. Chris, very much close by.
Up close and personal. And Querdas have to stop making these over-aggressive peaks. Yun yung dahilan kung bakit sila natatalo sa mga defensive rounds na ito ng GR side nila. That's the only thing really that I could think of. That's the reason. Because in Mexico, the map is complicated enough. You don't need to make unnecessarily aggressive plays. Querdas, have they finally gotten the memo? Ang ganda kasi ng attacking side nila on the GR, or the BL rather, but on the GR, there's too many mistakes to count. At sa ngayon, si Ilaga mukhang hahanap na naman ng kill doon. It's not something you would expect from a player here on the GR side in Mexico. Oy! Teka lang! Naka-tap-tap doon sa ulo ni Lance, and that's a good start for Querdas. Okay, at least now they have the opening pick and they can play a little bit more standard.
Giving them a lot of breathing room, Daydom. Pero iba ang approach dito ngayon ng Fervid, going towards B once again, wanting to push out of this B house. Kaso nga lang Yobs, he has pristine aim to stop this push. Siya lang ang nandito ngayon, pero nagpo-flash in na ang buong QD. Here comes the push coming in from Hadj.
Hadj will be entering the site, pero andito na sa alley si Ilaga. Dismissed early on. Hadj good entry, and Hadj good for 2. Fervid taking control of the site, pero andito na si MDY making his name known, and Querdas will be winning off of his double kill. 8-6, Querdas stay ahead.
What a turnaround mula dito sa QD. Akala ko it was Fervid going for a tie game, pero wow, it was the double crossfire na nakita natin from that Z position, and as well as coming in from EB. Grabe ang plays dito ng QD, multi-layered every time. Pero ngayon, medyo Fervid not really phased by that kasi alam na nila kung saan sila pwede pumunta. First time nila ata ulit pumunta dito towards Ali. Justin very close. Jam, medyo hindi pa nagpapakita dito ng presensya. Chris also here in mid. A lot of aggressiveness mula sa QD ngayon.
Yan na naman no? Pero this time, at least they haven't lost a single player yet. Remember, in rounds where they play aggressive dito by Polar, napapunish sila ng Fervid. Apart from the last round, at least na si Ilaga yung nakakuha ng early pick. This time though, Fervid steering clear of the angles na hinahawakan dito ng Querdas so far. And Querdas double reinforcing that B position. Okay, sa ngayon wala pang early pick na nagaganap. Both sides just poking and prodding. And it is quiet so far by Polar.
Sobrang tahimik, nakakabingi, Daydom. 5-man dito ngayon. ang ating players ng Fervid and as well as QD. Ang sugatan lang naman ng mga players is Justin Ilaga and Hadj. First one to fall down si MDY pa. Skies picks him off. Nanggaling na sila dito sa market papunta ng B. May ipit dito si Ilaga. He has low HP at sabay-sabay na sila magpo-flash in. Ilaga falls down. Yobs able to get one pero mamamatay na lang din siya. All of B is taken by Fervid.
Yep. Only losing a couple of players in the process, and now they've got the C4 planted that they need. And Justin to take down one just for good measure dito. Chris, Justin, what can you do? Flash is wonderful, perfectly timed. 28 seconds left on the clock, and the pistol play from Lunch is just too much for Chris and Justin to handle. Fervid, what an execute! Nag-alley play sila into stairs tapos hindi na in-expect, hindi na alam yung market play dito ng Fervid. Querdas was not expecting.
Yeah, humahabol na talaga dito ang Fervid eh. Unti-unti na nilang natitikman ang tie game and this round win. But still QD stabilizing, not going for like a 5-3 man approach on mid. They still wanna go for default plays para alam mo yun, para mas defense mechanism pa rin talaga ang mindset dito ng buong QD. Pero Fervid doesn't really care anymore. Alam nila in terms of shots, in terms of getting into the site, magiging mas maluwag lang, mas magiging malambot ang depensa dito ng QD just because sobrang lawak ng mapa natin. It's just a matter of saan nga ba sila pupunta. Sobrang ganda ng games dito ng ating QD and as well as Fervid that we need to look at the kills right now. 15, 14, and 12 on MDY, Justin, and Ilaga. On Fervid though, merong gumagaling, merong maganda ang headshot percentage natin. It's Hadj, 15 kills and 9 headshot onto that guy. And almost all of them already have double digits.
Yep. Querdas though, this time around, ready to receive. Pero si MDY at Justin mahuhulog lang. It's a full force approach. And Lance, nagbato pa nga ng granada at pinaulanan si Yobs ng bala. Fervid, another decisive A-site execute. And again, kailangan mag-retake ng dalawang piyembro lang dito ng Querdas. Si Chris, wala pang makita through the smoke. Napakaraming smoke dito ng Fervid at si Ilaga aakyat dun sa bintana. Pero si Chris, X-ray vision muna. Skies to take down Ilaga and Chris. Wala na itong patutunguhan para sa kanya. Fervid equalize. And what is this BL side? Teka lang, bakit yung BL side yung gumagana sa parehong team natin dito? Bipolar, hindi ko naiintindihan.
I mean, the bigger question here, what is these GR sides for these two teams? This should be a GR-sided map in my opinion. And with that, it's QD now enabling themselves. Binabaril pati yung box, gustong patayin. Aris with the kill. Trade-offs now for both teams.
And MDY going down pero si Ilaga hindi siya magpapatalo. Will be taking down Aris as well. Uy! Jam, what was that? How do you find Chris through that angle? And now it's a 3v3. Yung Querdas talaga, hindi pwedeng di sila maging agresibo dito as Ilaga takes the fight to Jam. Wins it barely. And Yobs, what a shot onto Lance. Just Skies to do nothing this round. Querdas finally making the aggressiveness work. Set point for Querdas.
Set point for Querdas. Gusto ko makita mamaya sa breakdown ng statistics natin kung gaano karami ang binigay dito ng Querdas para makaabot ang Fervid into 8 points. By the way, it was a 3-round deficit in favor of Querdas. Ngayon, it's just 1. And mukhang hindi pa yan set in stone kasi sobrang lapit lang palagi ng Fervid into taking these maps, into taking these rounds, especially on the BL side. Masyadong maangas na dito ang Querdas. They finally have some footing towards underneath dito sa may water, dito sa ilalim, dito sa sewers natin. And si Hadj lang ang makakita dito ng forces ng QD. MDY 16 kills onto this guy, wants 17. Nag-push out na sila dito. What a push! Ang ganda nun!
What a play! Pinuksan yung pinto tapos may tatlong nakaabang sa kabila. Fervid definitely wasn't expecting that. Pero si Chris malalaglag lang. Fervid opening up that A-site yet again. Hindi talaga mapigilan ng QD itong push sa A-site. Pero si Justin nandun sa may bintana. Binato pa nga ng bola dito sila sa muka. Aris, 1 HP. Si MDY lumalapit-lapit, gumigilid-gilid, iniikot-ikutan dito si Lance na para bang tatalunan niya na nga. Aris, san ka na? Sabi ni Lance, bakit mo ko iniwan, boss? Aris down to 1 HP and Querdas, naaamoy na nila ang panalo dito. The 2-0 victory is all but complete. 2-0, Querdas take Mexico.
Querdas taking care of Fervid. Sabi nila, anong gusto nyo? Gusto nyo mag number 2? Talunin nyo muna kami. Wait lang, hindi nyo kami natalo. Kami pa rin ang number 2 pagdating sa Impactful. Despite them giving a lot of rounds when they were on the GR side, sabi dito ng QD, pinahabol lang namin yan. Gusto lang namin interesting para naman may spiciness tayong may kita dito para sa ating Mexico. A closed out a game wherein QD from map number 1 until map number 2, they got all of the wins.
Alam ko to Alam kong mananalo ang Querdas dito,
Oo,
bipolar.
ako din,
Alam
yeah.
ko to. Alam ko to. Nagsimula yung araw na pagising ko, sabi ko,
Querdas!
oo. Uy, makapag-toothbrush na, mananalo pa yung Querdas today yun talaga. Sinabi ko yan, bipolar.
Totoo ba?
Querdas with the 2-0 win. Pero ito I just wanna say, very unique yung approach nila dito. Nakita mo ba yung approach nila dun sa GR side in the last round of Mexico? Triple stack dun sa kabilang side nung door sa water, tapos may isang nakaabang, talagang nabasa nila na merong isang po-position doon at magbubukas ng pinto. At tamang-tama yung in-expect nila mula dito sa Fervid. It was a very messy GR side, but when they needed to win it, Querdas was able to close.
And I think there's also one thing na pwede nating i-take away from Mexico, and not just for these two teams. The BL side is actually crazy. For Mexico, you have so many things to play around. Sobrang deadly ng mid. You can go to B, you can go to alley towards A, and sobrang daming ways to infiltrate the backlines if you are BL. So kapag umabot na naman tayo sa Mexico, kailangan natin tingnan yan. Siguro next week babalik ulit yung Mexico dito. I highly don't doubt it. Pero everybody, that is a beautiful game for these two teams. Umabot tayo ng 18 rounds once again. Tama ba 18 rounds din yung port natin dito?
Yes,
We need to actually check
yes.
no mamaya. So it's a total of what, 36 rounds for these two teams. So kakaiba ang pinakita ng dalawang teams dito, despite a 2-0. Fervid actually putting a lot of gunfire against Querdas.
Yeah, and actually providing a lot of interesting setups on the BL side lang din, no? But Querdas, I'm very impressed with the BL side, no? Napakaganda ng mga pinagagawa nila. The GR side, actually, prone to a lot of mistakes. But Querdas, even on the GR side, madami din silang setup na pinakita dito.
Yeah.
The peek down in Secret Passage, Yobs with the interesting choice of weapons, to say the least, no? Albeit hindi niya pinanindigan dito yung chainsaw, pero maganda pa rin yung mga posisyon na nilalagay dito sa players ng Querdas. Bihira tayo makakita ng isang player na nagpipeak dito from balkonahe, no, into that Secret Passage. Kasi nga naman, pag wala kang narinig na pinto, wala namang pupunta doon Pero Querdas still providing manpower there just in case someone lurks. At saktong-sakto kasi ang hilig mag-lurk dito ni Aris.
Yeah, sobrang ganda possibly, pero feeling ko it was actually despite Aris always taking out mid nung nasa GR side sila and BL side, not really a lot of I would have expected sana na palagi sila pupunta dun sa ilalim sa may sewers, papunta dito sa outer, tapos dun sila maglalaruan sa gitna ng dalawang sides nito, pero they always took it up on mid. Medyo nagkaintindihan yung mga players natin dito after the first half, wherein naging default plays yung dalawang teams natin. They were basically playing the right kind of Crossfire na hindi na just all out gunplay dito sa ating game na ito. But yeah, looking at these highlights once again, Chris, MDY, and as well as si Ilaga, and as well as si Justin, basically all of them. Tulad nga sinabi natin dito from the get-go, pag nakikita natin ng Querdas dito, hindi sila team with the star-studded player. This is a team that is fully equipped to battle it all out against any kind of team. Lahat yan star-studded. So, kailangan mo katakutan yung lahat ng players dito. Looking at Fervid first, again, 0.87 on Aries, pero 1.36 on Lance. Still able to perform despite all of the pressure na ginagawa ng Querdas.
Absolutely, no. Lon, still the consistent player, definitely deserves a shout-out para sa Fervid. But if anyone deserves recognition, it's MDY and Ilaga. Si Ilaga yung pinakamarami niyang impact nung nasa BL side sila no? Consistently finding so many kills while lurking. Tapos si MDY naman, siya yung naging superhero nung GR side. But both of those players, MDY, very high KD with a 1.29 at 1.23 naman para dito kay Ilaga. And you can never just count these players out, man. Querdas, lahat sila malapit sa 1.0 yung KD dito Sino nga ba ang set MVP natin, Polar?
It's none other than MDY. A solid 1.0 KR. Kahit 18 rounds pa tayo dito, he was able to find someone before he fell down. A KD kung saan 1.29 yung pinakita niya, AP9 and headshot percentage na a solid 0.3 na sabihin natin. Pero smokes also being used by him. Pero MDY was able to go just like Ilaga in port, a man that can go for angles wherein makakuha siya ng trade-off, multi-kills here. Tapos in terms of clutches, nakikita rin natin dito si MDY. But yeah, opening fraps from MDY, he was able to dominate that and provide his team some breathing ground and some opportunities to push out from the GR on the BL side.
Absolutely, no. MDY this time taking the cake as the set MVP. And in all seriousness, no, Bipolar, I did predict kanina na Fervid because Querdas as a team does have a very predictable tendency that is individualistic playstyle. Pinakita rin nila dito sa Mexico kaya tumagal yung laban natin nung nasa GR side sila. So that's a point of improvement for Querdas. Pero feeling ko, pag na-refine nila yon, this is going to be a team that can threaten even Kadiliman E-Sports.
Yeah, it's crazy how they again improved from day number 1 until day number 8. A total of 36 rounds for these two teams, 8-10 on port, and the same thing for Fervid or Querdas here in Mexico too. Feeling ko nasaktan dito ang Fervid just because of how great Querdas played on these two maps. It's gonna be a learning lesson? A lesson learned for Fervid Esports para sa laban nila to because Querdas now able to just stomp them into their feet and just claim and necessarily put them in a spot na talagang siguro until the very end of our impactful. Baka number 2 talaga ang Querdas dito. Right now, let's look at our match MVP. Sa 36 rounds nga na pinakita dito ng dalawang teams. It's Ilaga once again. This man is insane.
Yes, sir. Ilaga providing a lot of impact. I mean, actually flexing his muscles dito sa Mexico map natin. No? Nagulat talaga ako sa tindi ng impact na dito. But also, in the first map, in the first set of port, 1.36 yung KD niya doon. Setting up for a 1.30 KD for the entire match dito. Halos 1 din sakto yung kill per round niya. With a 0.25 smokes per round, Ilaga loves playing contact. And in a team of riflers, Ilaga is the tip of the spear. Matalas ang talima ni Ilaga, lalo na today.
Ilaga from port was a man that instilled so much firepower from the M14s to USP kills, from clutch plays after clutch plays, from ballsy plays just like this na dediretso na lang siya sa mukha mo. Kailangan natin abangan dito si Ilaga kasi in one point in time, nakita rin natin siya dito at least almost getting 20 kills. So this man is crazy in terms of the rifles and even in low HP contact plays. Nakikita natin siya dito using everything to his advantage, using the crates, knows how to play in Mexico, and he's a full force to be reckoned with. Ilaga, our MVP, much deserved. Pero dahil dyan, everybody, tayo po ay magwawagi for Querdas. They are our winners for our last matchup of the day. Victorious squad, Chris, MDY, Yob, Justin, and Ilaga. Tandaan nyo, Querdas still on the number 2 spot.
Yes, remember those names. They're about to make an impact in Impact. Dahil dyan, halos sementado na ang kanilang posisyon dito sa playoffs. No? Remember, we only have 2 days remaining in the group stage. So medyo mahirap nang mapatumba dito ang Kadiliman at ang Querdas, especially because of their continuous wins dito sa ating group stage. No? Man, what a performance from Querdas. I'm very, very impressed and I can't wait to see more of them, hopefully in the playoffs.
Ako din naman malapit na tayo magkita kung sino nga ba ang last 4 teams natin na magko-compete sa playoffs. But before that, mayroon tayong pasabog dito coming in from our Stove PC client. Onting commercial nga tayo dito brought to you by Stove and as well as Crossfire. Meron po tayong check-in event. Just use the Stove PC client launcher. Mag-login lang kayo, gawin ang daily requirements para makakuha ng points for you to redeem these 4 permanent skins: the Blue Light, Obsidian Zilong, ang ating Gatling Gun ID, Gale Beast, and yung pinaka-favorite dito ni Daydom, yung Chaytak Dominator Gold.
Yes, favorite ko rin naman yung Zilong, pero mas gusto ko yung Chaytak Dominator dito. No? Paano nga ba makakuha ng permanent weapons dito, Bipolar? Simple lang. All you have to do is exchange points dito sa point shop natin. At you can get points by doing the dailies para makakuha ng reward points dito. No? Again, you have points that you can spend in the point shop if you do the dailies dito sa ating Stove PC client. Punto muna kayo sa ating website at cfph.onstove.com/stoveclientofficial, tapos pwede rin kayong maglaro ng Crossfire and then get the points.
Kita-kita tayo dyan sa ating pub games and FFAs. Go and get your permanent guns now. Pero syempre, oras na para tignan natin ang ating team standings pagdating dito after day number 8. What a series today. 2-1, 2-1, tapos 2-0 in favor of Querdas. Simulan natin sa baba. Daydom, Team Micro now takes up the lowest spot here with Rhea 7 GAON beating them in our first matchup of the day. Alliance Gaming and Sunday Shrooms hindi pa rin naman talaga nawawala sa pwesto na to. Hopefully mag-iba ang pwesto nila because they are now battling for that 4th spot. Ano ba yung mga nasa taas natin dyan dito?
Siyempre, meron tayong Kadiliman top 1, Querdas top 2, Fervid number 3, Blue Vortex number 4. Yan na nga ba yung sinasabi ko, Bipolar? Kulang na nanalo lang ng 2-1 ang Sunday Shrooms kanina. Kailangan sana 2-0 para number 4 na sila sa ngayon. At kita mo yan dito sa ating pang 1, 2, 3, 4, pang-anim na column dito. Set difference 0 sa Sunday Shrooms, 1 sa Blue Vortex. So as it stands, hindi pa rin pasok ang Sunday Shrooms. It goes to show you talaga, Bipolar, every set counts.
At isa lang ang ibig sabihin niyan, Daydom, mag-iiba pa talaga ang timpla ng laban natin or ang timpla ng standings even at the last days of our Impact Fall. So titingnan natin yan. But Kadiliman E-Sports and Querdas, feeling ko man, hindi na yan matitibag. Fervid, possibly still, but you know, hindi pa rin naman talaga natin alam. It all ends up next week. Pero everybody, mukhang may kita rin natin dito ang ating next schedule next week. Ang Impact Fall ay magbabalik po next time, day number 9 na, at may kita natin dyan, Kadiliman E-Sports versus Alliance Gaming, Blue Vortex versus Querdas, and this might be the time na para makuha dito ang Sunday Shrooms ng much needed full-on onslaught in terms of 2-0, Sunday Shrooms versus Rhea 7 GAON.
Ayun na nga, no? Sunday Shrooms, kailangan makahanap sila ng advantage dito sa Blue Vortex, who is gonna be facing the number 2 seed, that is Querdas Esports. Mainit ang week 5 natin, no? The last week of the group stage, dahil dyan na masisementa ang posisyon ng mga players natin, no? And of course, it starts with the 3 matches you see on the screen right now. Kadiliman versus Alliance Gaming, Blue Vortex versus Querdas, and Sunday Shrooms versus Rhea 7 GAON. Ang mahalaga dito yung individual teams na, no? Hindi na yung match-up katulad today na magkadikit yung mga standings ng mga teams. But it is still very, very important heading into the playoffs.
Tama ka dyan, Daydom. At dahil dyan, meron pa tayong ipapakita sa ating mga viewers. Please, join us sa ating preview show pagdating ng Friday. But of course, mag-ingat din po kayo at dahil meron tayong masamang ulan tulad ng nasa likuran namin ni Didong dito. So, in all goodness for everyone out there. Maraming salamat po sa pagsuporta ng Crossfire, pero mag-ingat po tayong lahat sa paparating na bagyo. Lahat po kayo stay dry and stay safe. Kami po ang inyong casters for today. Again, magkita-kita tayo for Saturday, Sunday sa regional finals, and of course yung preview show natin tomorrow. Makikita nyo ulit sila Bill, sila Sneaky Frog, and sila Salvatore, possibly si Ramona din. So let's see ano pa nga bang pwedeng sabihin natin dito. Maraming salamat Smilegate, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat, for our production team na TNC Productions, despite also having a under the weather feeling. Maraming salamat po for taking care of us and also providing us some great entertainment to you.
Of course.
Maraming salamat sa pag-enjoy ng ating labanan dito kahit medyo madugo for some other teams. But magkikita-kita tayo next week for Impact Fall once again, the last days of group stage. This has been Bipolar and Daydom and Mochi as well. Magkita-kita tayo next time.
It's more than just a revenge story. Sa ating mga nagduda, sa isang taong purong dismayado. This is a team through grit and grind, through years of experience.
You can't really deny the greatness.
Good shot, gotta get X3D. He gets his third, he gets his fourth. Oh my God!
Down, good shot, gotta get JC.
Drill gets 1 and 2. Beautiful timing
Pero
para
Sept uuubusin na lang lahat.
Sa isang bala lamang.